Chapter 1 System Binding, a generous newbie gift package. Today is the first day of registration for new students at Suzhou University. By the roadside, a very handsome boy wearing a white shirt and dark blue jeans is dragging a suitcase and standing by the roadside. Why haven't you got a taxi yet? I'm numb. Lin Shen looked at the phone and saw that the waiting time had already reached 10 minutes, and said helplessly to Xiao Zhudach. Lin Shen cancelled all the other prices at the time and left the cheapest one. In theory, Tianfu City is so prosperous that there shouldn't be a problem getting a taxi. Lin Shen looked at the prompt on his phone that told him to increase the fare to get a taxi faster. His finger paused for a long time, and he was just about to make up his mind to tick a few options when a series of prompts came from his mind. Ding! System binding successful. System novice rewards are now being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Ferrari SF90. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Magnolia Shengting No. 1 single-family villa. Do you wish to collect the system rewards now? What is it? Lin Shen was taken aback by this sudden system prompt, but as a young person in the 21st century, he still knew a lot about the system. System? Could it be that my days of turning over a new leaf are about to arrive? Lin Shen was extremely excited at the moment. Ferrari SF90? That must be worth millions? And this single-family villa, in the Tianfu City area, must be worth at least 10 to 20 million? Do you wish to collect the system rewards? Yes. Claim it for me. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the Ferrari SF90. It has been driven to your location by our staff, please wait patiently. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the Magnolia Shengting No. 1 single-family villa. The rewards issued by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner, so please feel free to use them. Lin Shen jumped with excitement. Has this sudden wealth really come to him? A young woman in fashionable clothes and heavy makeup walked past Lin Shen and was startled by his sudden movement. She gave a disgusted look at Lin Shen's plain clothes and noticed that the high-speed railway station was right next to them. Country bumpkin, even being in Tianfu City can make you this excited. Lin Shen looked embarrassed, but after all, he was indeed very excited just now and his movements were a bit too big. This young lady, it is indeed my problem, sorry. Who are you calling a lady? Have you got any manners? You ungrateful country bumpkin. The woman's hair instantly stood on end when she heard Lin Shen call her a lady. Lin Shen's face instantly turned dark. His parents had lost their jobs due to environmental reforms 18 years ago, and in order to support his studies and pay the mortgage, they could only work in an electronics factory. They worked hard every day to pay for his tuition fees and living expenses, and even bought a house for him. They said that it would be easier for him to find a wife in the future. So even though his family is poor, he has never envied others. Therefore, his family is also Lin Shen's taboo. Can you be a little more virtuous? Your mouth stinks so much, did you just eat some shit this morning and forget to brush your teeth? It's really an eye-opener to have a knife cut your butt. You, a big man, are bullying a weak woman. Seeing Lin Shen's fierce attack, the young woman rolled her eyes, immediately played the moral card, and swung her female fists. Because it was near the high-speed railway station, there were a lot of people around. Adhering to the nature of people who like to watch the fun, the people around them gathered. When the young woman saw so many people around her, she became even more arrogant. You scolded me like this, if you don't apologize to me today, you won't be able to leave. I apologize to you? Why should I apologize to you? Because you have more pimples on your face than I have hair? Lin Shen said disdainfully. You. The young woman was furious when she saw Lin Shen daring to scold her in front of so many people. Young man, it's not right to scold people. A woman couldn't stand it anymore. When the people around them saw someone taking the lead, they also accused Lin Shen one after the other. Lin Shen grew up with his grandmother when he was young, and he used to see his grandmother fighting back 3 people at once in the village without losing. From that time on, Lin Shen learned how to deal with such problems. It's very simple, just go crazy and attack one person. I said, Auntie, didn't you see that she cursed me first? So what? You're a man, can't you give way to a girl? Very well, I wanted to spare your face, but since that's the case, don't blame me for not respecting the traditional virtues of the Chinese nation. I'm not her father, why should I let her have her way? With these words, the aunt was left speechless, and she slunk off into the crowd and disappeared in a flash. The onlookers scattered as they saw the woman retreat. At that moment, a Ferrari supercar pulled up, and a young man in a suit and tie got out. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. The woman's eyes lit up, and she immediately walked over. This is a good target. Just in case he takes a fancy to her, even if she becomes a mistress, she can still live a carefree life. Oops. The woman walked over to the man, acting as if she had twisted her ankle, and leaned over towards him. But then the man suddenly noticed Lin Chen, his eyes lit up, and he lifted his foot and walked over. The woman missed her chance and fell to the ground. The woman fell to the ground, rubbed her but in pain, looked up, and was shocked to discover that the rich guy in her eyes had walked up to Lin Chen. Did they know each other? The woman mentally dismissed this answer. This was a poor country bumpkin, how could he possibly know someone of this caliber? In order to find out, she could only stand up and walk over. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? The man's attitude was very respectful. Yes, I am. You are here to deliver the car to me, right? Lin Chen said indifferently, seeing that the woman was right behind the man. When the people around them heard this, the way they looked at Lin Chen instantly changed. There was heat, admiration, and jealousy. Yes, but just to be safe, I hope I can see your ID, Mr. Lin. The man said with some trepidation. He didn't want to offend someone of this level. If the other person got angry, he might be finished. Anything that can prove your identity is fine. The man added. Handsome guy, did you find the wrong person? Do you see this look on his face like someone who can afford a Ferrari? What a smelly country bumpkin. The woman walked over, her face wearing a sneering and mean smile. Oh? Really? What if this car really is mine? Lin Chen suddenly became interested. If it really is yours, I'll wash my hair in the air. The disdainful look of the woman made Lin Chen's heart grow calmer. Very good, did everyone hear that? Lin Chen's voice suddenly increased, looking at the people around him and said. The people around him were originally looking for trouble, and now that there was something more interesting, they were naturally very happy. I heard it. Young man, hit her in the face. I want to see her stand upside down. I think you want to see. Chapter 2 Freshman, you reported for duty in a Ferrari? Lin Chen smiled slightly and handed the man his ID card. The man took it with both hands, glanced at it, and then returned it to Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin Chen. As per your request, the car has been brought over, and here are the car keys. The man took out a very luxurious-looking box and handed it to Lin Chen. The eyes of the people around them all gathered on the box. The woman's face instantly turned pale. She looked around and found that everyone's attention was focused on Lin Chen, so she turned around and tried to sneak away into the crowd. But the onlookers were unwilling to let her go. Several old people who were watching the commotion unobtrusively filled in all the gaps, leaving the woman with nowhere to hide. If you run away, what are we going to watch? Lin Chen was very excited inside, but his face showed no emotion as he took the box, opened it, and took out the key, squeezing it in his hand. You're right. The Ferrari key feels so good in your hand. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a valued Ferrari owner. If you have any further needs, you can give me a call, here's my business card. The man handed Lin Chen a business card. Lin Chen took it, looked at it, and then put it in his pocket. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lin, I'll be going now. Please make yourself at home. The man nodded. The people around him immediately made way, and the man followed suit, stepping out of the crowd. The woman saw an opening and tried to squeeze out, but it was only a matter of seconds before the crowd filled up again. Beauty, isn't it time to keep your promise? Lin Chen said teasingly to the desperate woman as he played with the car keys. You're a generous person, so please let me go? The girl no longer had her previous arrogant air, and humbly begged. I still like to see you arrogant. Everyone says so, right? Lin Chen didn't give her face. What do you want to do? Whatever you want. Yes. Hurry up and wash your hair in a handstand. Do you want me to buy you a bottle of shampoo? I'll buy the water. The people around them immediately burst into laughter. Just then, several city management officers in uniform squeezed in. What are you doing? Scatter, scatter. Several urban management officers yelled, and when the crowd saw that the urban management officers had arrived, they knew that they would not be able to watch the show and instantly dispersed. At this time, only Lin Chen, the woman, and the several urban management officers were left. What's wrong with you guys? One of the urban management officers, who looked a little older, asked. Naturally, the woman was embarrassed to speak out about the embarrassing incident that had just happened. After Lin Chen had told what had just happened, the several urban management officers looked at the woman with some contempt in their eyes. Little brother is really young and promising. The leading urban management officer sighed. Looking at the Ferrari parked not far away, that was also his dream when he was young. Lin Chen smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, they were only one system away from the Ferrari. Young man, why don't we just let this go? After all, it's in public and it's not a good influence. Okay, I'll go first then. Okay. Lin Chen didn't even look at the woman, just dragged his suitcase and walked towards the Ferrari. Okay, you can go too. The urban management officer glanced at her and then stopped paying attention to her. She felt like she had been forgiven and quickly walked with her head down. Lin Chen walked up to the Ferrari and a broad smile spread across his face. This is great. It was really great to feel the envious and admiring stares of everyone. Lin Chen opened the front trunk of the Ferrari, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't even fit. What a piece of junk. Lin Chen cursed and then had to put the suitcase in the passenger seat. Accompanied by the unique sound of the Ferrari supercar, Lin Chen rode off in the envious eyes of the crowd. Lin Chen followed the navigation to the gate of Suzhou University. Because it was the first day of registration for new students, the road was almost blocked, and as soon as Lin Chen drove in, it immediately took effect. All the cars around Lin Chen kept their distance, afraid of getting too close to his car. Even the car in front of him noticed that there was a Ferrari supercar behind him, and without saying a word, he directly borrowed the way to the side. Am I that scary? Lin Chen was a little confused. When Lin Chen's car drove through the gate and into the campus, the eyes of many students, parents, and teachers were drawn to it involuntarily. Lin Chen stopped in front of the security check. Uncle, I'm a freshman. Can I drive in? I couldn't park outside, Lin Chen said. Lin Chen pressed down on the window to reveal his handsome face. What? A freshman? A freshman reporting in a Ferrari SF90? What character? A Ferrari, the aristocrat of cars? I'm really envious. The students around him suddenly exploded. Someone even took Lin Chen's face in the car and posted it on the campus post bar and campus group. You can go in, but after the time for new students to register is over, you'll have to park the car back over there in the parking lot. Oh, and remember to move the car to a parking space in the back. The security guard didn't know how much the car cost, but from the looks of the people around him, he knew it wasn't cheap. Therefore, his attitude was very kind. I don't know about your school, but I know that the attitude of the security guards at our school is terrible. Lin Chen said thank you, and then drove the Ferrari into the campus. He found a vacant space that didn't obstruct anyone and parked. Lin Chen got out of the car and walked to the passenger seat to take the suitcase down as well. At this time, there were many people on campus. Seeing a young man with a suitcase get out of a Ferrari, they immediately knew that he was a freshman. Lin Chen was a little tired. Ever since he drove up in the Ferrari, everyone had been looking at him, just like they would at a monkey in a zoo. After the initial excitement wore off, he felt a little bored. Classmate, can I ask you a favor? Lin Chen was dragging his suitcase and walking towards his dormitory building when he was stopped by a voice. Lin Chen surveyed the girl in front of him. She was tall and curvy, with black silk wrapping her long legs. Her face was pretty, her eyes bright as stars, and her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Lin Chen could even smell the fragrance of her shampoo. Lin Chen was taken aback. Tell me what you need my help with first. Lin Chen would not be tempted by beauty, he was now a man with a system. At this time, Jiang Shuawei also had a bitter story to tell. Her best friend Tang Weiner wanted to start a Hanfu club, but when they signed up for the new student intake last year, they couldn't even get 10 people to sign up, and there were only 18 of them in total. School clubs must have at least 20 people to be established. The school then cancelled her club, and as a result, she wanted to get the club up and running again this year. So, she begged her to help her recruit a few freshmen, and when the club recruited new members, they would directly apply to the Hanfu club. They had just left the dormitory building for a short while, and Tang Wanner went to the door, while she was recruiting people on campus. Classmate, are you interested in Hanfu? Jiang Shuawei blinked her eyes, looking at Lin Chen with expectation. Chapter 3 Reward, Imperial Hotel. Lin Chen looked at the beautiful girl in front of him in a daze, and he actually felt a fluttering sensation in his heart. Ding! Sensing the desire in the host's heart, the system will first issue a task. Interim task: as a qualified host, how can you not have a girlfriend? Task 1 is now open. Successfully possess the school flower Jiang Shuawei super letter. Task failure: no punishment. Task success: 100% of the shares of Imperial Hotel. Lin Chen was momentarily distracted by the sudden system prompt. 100% of the shares of the Dihao Hotel? At that moment, Lin Chen looked at the school beauty in front of him, Jiang Shuawei. School beauty? No wonder she is so pretty. She is the school beauty, then it's fine. Classmate, are you listening? Jiang Shuawei was a little disheartened. The schoolboy in front of her didn't seem very interested. Senior, Hanfu Club, right? Okay, I'm in. Lin Chen came back to his senses and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean you don't want to? You're saying yes? Jiang Shuawei smiled happily, showing two small dimples like blooming daisies. Let's add each other on Super App, okay? I'll contact you when the club recruits new members, and you can come and sign up. Jiang Shuawei opened the QR code on the Super App business card and indicated for Lin Chen to scan it. Is this task so easy to complete? Lin Chen was overjoyed and was prepared to add the super letter and then search to see what it was like. Shuawei? Why are you here? Lin Chen had just opened the super letter when a tall man wearing simple casual clothes and a very handsome face walked over with a gentle smile on his face. As soon as Jiang Shuawei saw this man, her face suddenly became ugly and she put her phone away. Lin Chen's face stiffened, and then he looked at the man with a somewhat hostile gaze. Why are you here? Jiang Shuawei asked coldly. I'm also in the student council, so I came to school early. I happened to see you, so I came to take a look. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen again, his eyes flashing with a puzzled light. Who is this? Oh, I'm. Lin Chen just wanted to answer him when Jiang Shuawei took hold of Lin Chen's arm. A happy smile was on her face. Yu Yang, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei wanted to say his name, but realized she had forgotten to ask. As soon as she said that, Yu Yang's smile froze slightly. Lin Chen widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was looking at him with pleading eyes. Lin Chen's heart softened. Never mind, pretending to be the school beauty's boyfriend is not a bad deal. I'm Shuawei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen extended his hand graciously. Yu Yang, however, ignored him and just looked at Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, are you serious? What do you mean? My boyfriend is right here, what do you think? And don't call me Shuawei, we're not that close. Jiang Shuawei's tone turned cold as she said unceremoniously. Fine, very well. You prefer this poor boy to me, don't you? Jiang Shuawei, you'll regret this. Yu Yang surveyed Lin Chen's attire, and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. He let out a remark and then turned and walked away. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang's receding back, his eyes a little cold. What arrogance! You can't get a girl yourself and you mock me? Ding! System issued a task. Make Yu Yang bark like a dog. Reward for the task, 2% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Company, Ltd. The system has issued another task. It seems that this Yu Yang is definitely going to be punished. There's no way around it, the shares of Penguin Computer System Company, Limited are too attractive. But why does the system want Yu Yang to learn how to bark like a dog? Does the system have such a unique taste? Jiang Shuawei let out a sigh of relief when she saw Yu Yang leave. Then she realized that she was still holding Lin Chen's arm, and she blushed slightly as she pulled her hand away. I'm sorry, I used you as a shield today. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner some other time to apologize. Sure, no problem, senior, but before that, don't you think we should add the hyperlink first? Lin Chen was still thinking about the Imperial Hotel. Oh yes. Jiang Shuawei quickly took out her phone again and showed the QR code on her business card. After the snow, the sky clears, Lin Chen thought. Congratulations to the host for completing the interim task. Reward, 100% of the shares of Imperial Hotel. The system has already signed the contract for you, so please feel free to use it. Now releasing stage task 2. Have dinner alone with Jiang Shuawei. Reward, Lamborghini poison. Holy cow! Reward Lamborghini poison? This is the car Lin Chen has always dreamed of, and in his mind, it is even higher in status than many cars worth over 100 million. There is no other reason, the main poison's appearance is really good looking. I didn't expect the 70 million yuan Lamborghini poison to be rewarded to him like this. I say system, this can't be a strategy system, can it? Lin Chen asked in his head doubtfully. Ding. This system is just an ordinary task system. Lin Chen saw that the system did not admit it, and there was nothing he could do. My name is Jiang Shuowei, you can just call me Jiang Shuojia in the future. Jiang Shuowei said with a good-looking wink in her eyes. Can't I call you Shuowei? Lin Chen's mouth slightly rose upwards. Jiang Shuowei's face flushed, and her face could not help but turn slightly red. Call me Jiang Shuojia. By the way, are you looking for a dormitory? I'll take you there. Which building do you live in? I live in Building 6. Building 6 is over here. I'll take you there. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei, who was walking in front of him, urging him to walk faster, and a strong feeling of excitement welled up in his heart. Shuojie, which department are you in? I'm in the computer science department. What about you? Me too, what a coincidence. Lin Chen was delighted. She was actually in the same department as him? That was quite a coincidence. If you have any questions in the future, just ask your senior. Here we are, this is the place. I'll go first, if there's anything, we can chat on the super app. Okay, see you later, Jiang Shuowei. Remember, you owe me a meal. Got it. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuowei's pretty back gradually recede, before entering the dormitory building. He registered with the dormitory manager, received the keys, and then carried his suitcase upstairs. 515 is here. Lin Chen opened the door and looked at the environment of the dormitory. There are 4 people in a dormitory, with a bed and a desk, which is not bad. At this time, all 4 people in the dormitory were present. They were all organizing their own daily necessities. One was thin and tall, with glasses, and looked very gentle. One was very handsome, almost as good as Lin Chen, and it was obvious from his clothes that he was also a rich kid. There is also one who looks very strong and should be in shape, and should be the physical responsibility of the dormitory in the future. Lin Chen brought relatively few things, because he paid the betting fee when he enrolled, so he only brought some clothes and daily necessities. The others were more or less the same. Only the boy with the high appearance value brought a lot of things, such as a computer mainframe, a display, a keyboard, and the best part was that he actually mailed back an esports chair. This made Lin Chen envious. Chapter 4 Eating with Roommates. After a few people finished cleaning up, they chatted for a while and got to know each other. The skinny, tall one with glasses was called Chen Xiao, from Minzhou. His family had a bit of money and was in the seafood business. The taller, stockier one was called Xiao Wei, from Yunnan. He was a country boy and, according to him, all his muscles were from doing farm work. The last one, Xiao Fei, who was very good looking, was from Shangjing, but he never talked about his family situation. Lin Chen could tell that he should be quite powerful. Finally, the 4 of them ranked themselves according to age. Lin Chen was the eldest, Chen Xiao was the second, Xiao Wei was the third, and Xiao Fei was the 4th. Today is the first time the brothers have met, so why don't we go out and eat something nice? Chen Xiao's stomach had been grumbling for a long time, so he suggested. I'm fine with it. Xiao Fei said casually. He had planned to go to a nightclub in Tianfu City to have some fun today, but thinking that it was after all his roommate's first gathering, he decided to accompany his roommate. I'm fine with it too. Lin Chen also said. In the end, only Xiao Wei was left. The gaze of the several men gathered on Xiao Wei, and the straight gaze made Xiao Wei feel very uncomfortable. Just go, you guys choose the place, I don't know where to eat. Lin Chen, you're from Tiandu, you choose. Xiao Wei had no choice but to agree. His family was relatively poor, and after just getting to know them, Xiao Fei and Chen Zhao's family should be relatively wealthy. Lin Chen's family conditions should be similar, so the place he recommends for dinner should not be too expensive. Okay, I'll find a place. It just so happened that the system rewarded the Imperial Hotel, so they would go there for dinner today, and they could inspect it without spending any money. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Lin Chen. Okay, I'll bring my friend over for dinner later, I'll let you know when I get there. It just so happened to be the general manager of the Imperial Hotel calling. After all, there was a new boss, and not saying hello would leave a bad impression. Let's go. A few people left the dormitory together. Tianfu City in the summer really isn't a place for humans to stay. It's already past 6 o'clock, the sun is about to set, and the temperature is still so high. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walking on campus still attracted the attention of many lesbians. There was no other reason, the two of them were just too good looking. Lin Chen still really liked summer. In the hot summer, people wore less clothing. Especially on the university campus, those long, white legs made you dizzy just looking at them. Before you even left the school, two girls came running towards them. They were wearing skirts that showed off their two long, white legs, and they were very pure and cute. "Can we add you two to our WeChat?" The two pretty girls stood in front of the four guys and shyly said to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. "Shen Xiao, Xiao Wei?" Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him. She was very pretty, at least on the level of the class flower. Her face was plump but not fat, and her white skirt showed off her straight and well-proportioned legs. No, is the quality of Suzhou University really that high? Of course it is. Lin Chen smiled slightly and opened the QR code on his phone. Xiao Fei did the same. "Thank you." The girl's face blossomed with a youthful smile when she saw the message on her phone that the contact had been successfully added. "See you later, guys." The two girls successfully got the contact information they wanted and left satisfied. Lao San and I are the ones who have suffered the most. Chen Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, who were looking through other people's moments, with resentment. Exactly, what's so great about being good looking? Xiao Wei angrily agreed. Poor me, I've been single for 18 years and I still haven't even opened the box. Thinking about this, Xiao Wei became even more depressed. Saying all this, to make up for your two wounded hearts, the boss will treat you to dinner today. The boss is generous. The boss is awesome. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao immediately beamed with joy at Lin Chen's offer to treat them to dinner. But how are we going to get there? Chen Xiao was so hungry that he just wanted to eat. I have a car and can carry one person. Lin Chen thought about it for a moment and said hesitantly. He was wondering whether to drive a Ferrari, but that might be a bit pretentious. The three heard that only one person could be carried, and guessed that it might be a battery car. It's fine, boss, let's take a taxi, there's just enough room for four of us. Besides, we won't drink and drive, and we can't have a get-together with our brothers without a few bottles of wine. Chen Xiao said in a carefree manner. Chen Xiao's personality was completely different from what Lin Chen had expected. He had originally thought that Chen Xiao was a thin, tall, gentle-looking guy with glasses, but he didn't expect him to be so outgoing. Lin Chen no longer insisted, and they took a taxi to the Imperial Hotel. Boss, why does this person look so much like you? The four of them sat in the car, and Chen Xiao took out his phone and showed the others a photo that someone had posted on the campus post bar. The photo showed a student driving a Ferrari. Awesome! 666, a freshman driving a Ferrari to school, and he gets priority in choosing a spouse for the next 4 years of college. Sisters, I'm in. He's mine, and no one else can have him. Isn't that a bit too showy? If college students don't flaunt themselves, then what's the point of being a college student? Hey! You're right, it does look a bit like the boss. Xiao Wei looked at the photo several times, looking at Lin Chen with surprise and uncertainty. Am I the only one who's poor? Mom, I want to go home. Xiao Fei's gaze at Lin Chen changed slightly. It seems that this boss of mine is no ordinary person. It's me. Lin Chen touched his nose and nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, you're so rich? So when you said your car could only seat 2 people, you meant this Ferrari? Chen Zhao's eyes widened. Lin Chen nodded slightly under the gaze of the three. That's right. Damn, I've never ridden in a Ferrari before in my life. If I'd known, I would have ridden in the boss's car. Chen Xiao immediately regretted it after learning the news. The driver in the front seat nonchalantly shrugged. Taking a taxi when you're driving a Ferrari? What a bragger! After more than 10 minutes, the online car-hailing vehicle pulled over. The group quickly got out of the car. Dihao Hotel. The main body of this hotel is in a classical European style, with a tall stone facade inlaid with exquisite reliefs and sculptures, each stroke revealing a sense of history. Boss, don't tell me you're treating us to dinner here? Xiao Wei said, looking at the imposing hotel in front of him. Boss, let's just find a small restaurant and have a meal, there's no need to go here, the prices here are very high. Chen Xiao also spoke up, although he knew that Lin Chen drove a Ferrari, after all, they had just met, and he was spending so much money on others. Xiao Fei didn't feel anything, as he used to eat at these kinds of hotels when he was in the capital. You guys just enjoy your meal, don't worry about anything else. Chapter 5 Wearing a pair of worn out shoes has made you complacent. Lin Chen led a few people to the front desk. Tell Dong Fang that Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen said indifferently to the young lady at the hotel reception desk. Hello, Lin Dong. Not long ago, Dong Fang had just told her that the new boss of the company was bringing a friend over for dinner, named Lin Chen. Lin Dong, Mr. Dong instructed that you be taken directly to the Tianzi No. 1 private room. The young lady at the front desk walked out and said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Let's go. Lin Chen turned to Chen Xiao and the others and said. Boss. What did she call you? Lin Dong? This hotel is yours? Chen Xiao couldn't believe it and opened his mouth wide. Xiao Wei also looked at Lin Chen with a blank expression. How could such a big hotel be his roommates? While others were 18 or 19 years old and driving Ferraris and being bosses, I was 18 or 19 years old and ignoring risks and installing? The two found it hard to accept. Xiao Fei was not as out of it as the two of them, but he was more and more curious about Lin Chen's background. Right, the entire hotel belongs to Chairman Lin. The young lady at the front desk smiled and explained for Lin Chen. When she heard the news, she was shocked. You have to know that the Imperial Hotel is one of the top hotels in the entire Tianfu city. To be able to directly buy out all the shares of the directors, this is not just any rich person, this is simply a godly magnate. Let's go, don't just stand there. Chen Xiao, aren't you hungry? Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he was extremely happy inside. The young lady at the front desk also understood the situation and immediately walked to the front to show the way. Let's go, can't you see that the boss has already left? Xiao Fei patted Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, who were still in a daze, on the shoulders. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei followed obediently. Lin Chen surveyed the layout of the hotel as he walked. The layout of the entire hall gave Lin Chen the impression of luxury, magnificence, very grand. He had never eaten in such a hotel before, but now he was not only able to treat his roommates to dinner here, but the entire hotel was even his own. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but thank the system in his heart. You're welcome, host. This system was created for you, this is what I should do. The system has detected the host's heartfelt thanks and is now sending a small surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won 50 million renminbi. It has been transferred to your bank card and your bank card has been upgraded to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen paused in his steps and quickly took out his phone. Sure enough, a text message had arrived. Your bank card with the last digit has been credited with 50 million renminbi at 1923 on September 7th. What? System, are you serious? System, do I get a reward every time I thank you from the bottom of my heart? Lin Chen's heart was even more excited. This benefit is only available once. Lin Chen was slightly disappointed. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Chen Xiao reached out and waved in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Think of something, let's go. Lin Chen didn't explain and signaled the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as Lin Chen was about to walk forward, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan. Lin Chen? Lin Fan heard someone call his name and turned around to look. Zhao Jie? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He didn't want to see this woman. Zhao Jie was a girlfriend Lin Chen had in high school. At first, they were very affectionate. However, Lin Chen discovered her chatting with other men in an ambiguous manner. Lin Chen broke up with Zhao Jie, and Zhao Jie cried and begged him not to break up, saying that she would never do it again and begging Lin Chen to give her a chance. Lin Chen relented and agreed. That was the first time. The second time was after Lin Chen finished his college entrance exams and was working part-time. As soon as he finished work, a classmate sent him a message asking if he had broken up with Zhao Jie. She said she had seen Zhao Jie buying milk tea with a man, and the man's hand was on her shoulder. She also sent a photo, and when Lin Chen looked at it, it was indeed her. But when Lin Chen asked her about it, she still refused to admit it, and it wasn't until she saw the photo that she explained that it was her cousin. She said she was afraid he would misunderstand, so she said that. Of course Lin Chen didn't believe such nonsense, and he broke up with her. As a result, Zhao Jie once again begged him with all her might. Lin Chen's heart softened and he relented. The last time was about a month before the start of the semester, when he saw that she had been double queuing with a boy in her. He went to ask Zhao Jia about it, but Zhao Jia simply admitted it and broke up with him. She said that she only wanted to be with him because he was good looking and she wanted to experience what it was like to have a school hunk boyfriend. Lin Chen looked at the chat history on his phone, gave a bitter smile, and deleted her as a friend. What a proper clown. Lin Chen felt ashamed when he thought about the fact that he had forgiven her several times, and he didn't dare to tell his former high school buddies with whom he had been close. Guys, look in the mirror. Don't be a dog licker, be a Sigma man. This is literally his biggest dark history. Lin Chen, it really is you, I never thought I'd run into you here again. Zhao Jia, smiling, approached while holding the arm of an ordinary-looking man with an arrogant expression. I didn't expect it either. Lin Chen at this time just wanted to hurry and go. He didn't want Lao Er and the others to know that he had been so ashamed of himself before. Your friend? The arrogant-looking man glanced at Lin Chen and the others before asking Zhao Jia. My ex-boyfriend, you forgot? I told you about him before, baby. Zhao Jia threw a flirtatious glance at the man before pressing the other's arm into her bosom. Oh, I remember, is that your poor ex-boyfriend who was good for nothing except his looks? The man said with a sudden realization, and gave Lin Chen a provocative look. The young receptionist saw that the atmosphere was a bit off, so she quickly took out her phone and walked over to the side to quietly call Dong Fong. President Dong, this is Lu Jing from the reception desk. Lin Dong has already arrived at the hotel, but it seems that Master Li has some conflict with Lin Dong, and the atmosphere is a bit off. He is the son of the company's shareholder Li Shangyu. Yes, he is here in the lobby on the first floor. After making the phone call, Lu Jing let out a sigh of relief and returned to Lin Chen and the others. Who are you? Wearing your boss's old shoes and strutting around here? Chen Xiao values loyalty above all else, and as soon as he heard the man mock his boss, he immediately spoke sarcastically. Exactly, who the hell are you? As a native of Southwest China who grew up with the Southwest F4, Xiao Wei naturally could not be bullied. Xiao Fei's gaze at the man also turned cold. It's fine, I'll handle it. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. He didn't want to get involved with this woman, but her boyfriend was riding on top of him and mocking him, so there was naturally nothing he could do. Hearing this, the few people stopped talking. They now knew that this hotel belonged to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you're as happy-go-lucky as ever, and even the friends you make are so uncouth. Zhao Jia said with a pale face when she heard Chen Zhao's words. The man laughed instead of getting angry. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can't let you even leave the door of this hotel? Oh? Are you in a gang? These days, if you can say something like that, Zhao Jia, your boyfriend can't be stupid, right? Lin Chen laughed out loud when he heard the man's words. The man's fists were clenched tightly, and suddenly he noticed Lu Jing. Hey, I remember you from the front desk, right? Tell them who I am. Chapter 6 You don't know who I am? This is Li Ming, the son of Li Shangyu, a former shareholder of the company. The receptionist's face turned pale when she saw Li Ming looking at her, and she could only grit her teeth and say, none of these two are people I can afford to mess with. Why are you gods fighting and involving me? I'm just a worker. Lu Jing inwardly lamented. Did you hear that? My father is a shareholder of the company here. Li Ming didn't notice the word X in Lu Jing's mouth and was still very pleased. You're so great, honey. Zhao Jia praised with a flirtatious smile, and her fingers were still drawing patterns on the man's chest. The man was so aroused that he couldn't help but squeeze Zhao Jia's perky breasts hard. Judging from the way you two are acting, if there weren't people here, I guess you would have already started fighting, right? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao laughed out loud at the unconcealed actions of the two. Lu Jing turned her head away with a slight blush. You really won't learn unless you hit rock bottom. I'll call the general manager of Dihao right now and have you all thrown out. Li Ming was almost broken by the mockery and could only say that Chen Zhao's fighting power was too strong. Is the fighting power of Minzhou also strong? Chen Xiao knew that Lin Chen was now the sole director of Dihao, so naturally he would not be intimidated by Li Ming. Li Ming knew he couldn't argue with him, so he took out his phone and called Dong Fong. Zhao Jia, on the other hand, sneered as she watched the group. Boss, is he the son of your hotel's shareholder? Xia Wei asked curiously. Didn't you hear the receptionist say it was a former shareholder? But don't tell anyone, I want to keep playing with him. Lin Chen's mouth curled up into a teasing smile. Boss, you know how to have fun. Xia Wei admired Lin Chen and gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Fei had originally thought that Li Ming had a very influential background and looked so arrogant, but this was the result? Since the boss can handle it, it's better not to trouble Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei let go of his phone in his pocket a little and quietly watched from the side. Young Master Li, there's no need to call me, I'm already here. Dong Feng just got out of the elevator and heard Li Ming's arrogant tone. There were already quite a few customers around watching the commotion. Dong Feng, you're just in time. Get these people out of here. I'll tell my dad. Dong Feng ignored him, glanced at Li Ming, and then respectfully said to Lin Chen. Lin Dong, I'm Dong Feng. You can just call me Dong. Lu Jing usually felt a bit awkward whenever she saw Dong Feng, for fear that she had done something wrong. But now, she saw that Dong Feng was so humble in front of this boy who seemed even younger than herself. She looked at Lin Chen with increasing respect, and she didn't even feel like thinking otherwise. She was only slightly attractive, and she guessed that someone in his position had seen countless beautiful women who were countless times more attractive than she was. Well, they're my friends, I brought them here to eat. Lin Chen nodded lightly and said. Dong Feng nodded to Chen Xiao and the other two with a kind smile, as a greeting. Dong Feng, are you okay? Why haven't I heard my father mention that there is a young shareholder in the hotel? And Lin Dong, you wouldn't know him and deliberately embarrass me, would you? Believe it or not, I will call you right now and tell you to pack your things and get out. Li Ming said in a bad tone. His father Li Shangyu is the second largest shareholder of the Imperial Hotel, so how is it impossible for him to tell him about such a big matter? This Li Ming has a very big background, right? He just wants to get rid of me. Dong Feng heard Lin Chen's words and understood what he meant in just a moment. He was able to climb to the position of general manager of a major hotel that was one of the best in a first-tier city, and in addition to his own abilities, he also knew how to read people. Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shangyu was no longer a shareholder of the hotel, and this Mr. Lin Chen Lin has bought out all the shares of all the shareholders. Therefore, you have no right to dismiss me, no right to ask me to drive away the customers of the hotel, let alone the sole shareholder of our hotel. Moreover, you have disrupted the normal business of the hotel. Please leave with the lady beside you. Dong Feng turned his head and said sternly to Li Ming, who looked incredulous. Li Ming's face turned ugly as he took out his phone and prepared to call his father. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe that Lin Chen was the sole shareholder of the Imperial Hotel. She had talked to Lin Chen for almost 2 years before and knew his family situation like the back of her hand. Don't worry, honey, he can't be a shareholder of the Imperial Hotel. His parents are just ordinary workers in an electronics factory, so how could they possibly have the money to buy all the shares of the Imperial? Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming with certainty. Li Ming saw that Zhao Jie was very sure, and his heart couldn't help but feel lighter. The way the several people looked at each other became more and more sarcastic. Hello? What's up, son? After the call was connected, Li Shangyu's somewhat cheerful voice came over the line. Dad, what are you so happy about? Today, a big shot spent a large sum of money to buy out all the shares of all the shareholders of our company, Dihao. I had wanted to retire for a long time, and I happened to take this opportunity to sell all my shares to this big shot. Li Ming heard Li Shangyu's words, and his expression suddenly changed. Looking at Lin Chen and the others' mocking smiles, a bad feeling rose in his heart. Dad, the big shot you're talking about can't be called Lin Chen, can he? Li Ming asked carefully, silently praying in his heart. It mustn't be him. Zhao Jie saw Li Ming's face change, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, and her heart became uneasy. How do you know? Li Shangyu asked in surprise. I seem to have offended him. Li Ming whispered, his tone shaking a little. Someone who can buy all the shares of Dihao is definitely someone he can't offend, not to mention that he is still so young and must have a very big background. His gaze turned unkindly towards Zhao Jie. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Hurry up and apologize to him. If you don't get his forgiveness, our family will be finished. How could I have given birth to such an asshole? Li Shangyu hung up the phone after finishing his tirade. Li Ming looked blankly at the phone in his hand, not knowing what to do. The air conditioner was on in the hotel, but beads of sweat were forming on Li Ming's head. What's wrong, young Master Li? Have you finished making your phone call? Lin Chen's mocking voice made Li Ming come back to his senses. What's wrong, dear? Zhao Jie asked, tightly hugging Li Ming's arm. Get out of the way. Li Ming shook his hand hard, and Zhao Jie fell to the ground without being able to stand firmly. He walked over to Lin Chen while Zhao Jie watched in disbelief. Lindong, it's me who doesn't know who the real deal is, and I'm a dog looking down on people. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed to apologize, his attitude very humble. Chapter 7 Is there still a chance for us? Zhao Jie felt remorseful in her heart. If she had known that Lin Chen was so rich, she would never have broken up with him. What she had just done was probably just a performance of a jumping clown in Lin Chen's eyes. She felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. She stood up and didn't know what to do. At this moment, she just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible, but she didn't want to give up Li Ming, an ATM. Lin Chen looked at the lowly Li Ming at this time and suddenly felt very bored. A fool who was played around by a woman, just like he was in the beginning. Fine, get out of here. Next time I see you, I won't just apologize. Thank you. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Li Ming walked towards the door with a relieved look on his face. Hubby, wait for me. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him and took hold of Li Ming's arm. Damn you, you're a nuisance. Don't bother me in the future. Get lost. Li Ming swung his arm, looked at Zhao Jie with disgust, and then raised his foot and walked out the door. He now hated this woman with all his heart. If it weren't for her, he would never have clashed with Lin Chen. He would not have lost face, and now he might even have to face his father's 7 wolves when he returned home. Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming's departing figure in a daze. Boss, are you just going to let him go? Chen Xiao was a little unwilling. Li Ming's arrogant attitude just now made him very unhappy. It's fine, he's just a jumped-up clown. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Chen, is there still a chance for us? In fact, I have always loved you. Can we give our 2-year relationship another chance? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen, looking at him affectionately. Do you think that's possible? 2 years of relationship? I feel sick just looking at you now. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie with disgust and suddenly felt a little grateful to Li Ming, otherwise he might still be in a relationship with this woman, which made him feel sick just thinking about it. Lin Chen, you must still love me, right? These are just angry words from you, it's okay, I can prove my feelings for you with actions. Are you a woman who doesn't understand human words or are you just being stupid? The boss told you to get out. Chen Xiao and the other 2 really didn't expect this woman to be so thick-skinned. I don't want to say anything else. Just get out of here, or I'll have security escort you out. Lin Chen said in a flat tone as he looked at Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie looked at Lin Chen's cold eyes, and a chill ran through her heart. If you're still willing to accept me, then agree to my friend request, and I'll go first. Zhao Jie finished without giving Lin Chen a chance to continue speaking, and turned around, stepping out of the Imperial Hotel in her high heels. Boss, your ex-girlfriend is really something, isn't she? Chen Xiao couldn't help but complain after seeing Zhao Jie leave. This kind of strange and shameless woman was the first he had ever seen. There was nothing I could do, I had bad eyesight in the past. Lin Chen smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about it, let's go eat first. Xiao Fei gave Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei a glance, telling them to stop talking about it. Lin Dong, I'll take you there. Lu Qian, you go back to work first. Okay, Mr. Dong. Lu Qian looked at Lin Chen again, and went back reluctantly. When they arrived in the Tianzi No. 1 private room, the dishes had already been served. Lin Dong, I won't disturb you and your friends while you eat. If you need me, just press that button and I'll be right there. Dong Fong pointed to a button on the wall as he spoke. Okay, you go ahead. Dong Fong nodded and left the private room. Boss, I'm in your debt today. I've never eaten in such a luxurious private room before. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao looked around the luxuriously decorated private room and at the various delicacies on the table. Why are you still being polite? Hurry up and eat, I'm hungry. Lin Chen laughed. The 4 of them ate, drank, and chatted, and before they knew it, their relationship had grown closer. Boss, you'll be my boss for life. Xiao Wei hadn't finished speaking when his eyes closed and his head dropped, and he fell asleep. Young people are good, they just fall asleep. Xiao Wei is worthy of being from Dianzhou, his alcohol tolerance is really extraordinary, almost by himself he drank all 3 of them. Yes. Boss, I will cling to your thigh for the rest of my life, and I will ask you to take care of me in the future. Chen Xiao also gave a fist salute, acting like a martial arts master. After saying that, he also collapsed on the table. Chen Xiao was purely because of the food, Lin Chen didn't even see him drink much, but as a result of chatting, the kid got drunk. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei also drank quite a lot, but with the help of the method of controlled variables, they didn't get drunk. Boss, what should we do with these two kids? Xiao Fei looked at the drunk Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao and had a headache. There are accommodations at the Imperial, so we won't go back to the dormitory tonight. Anyway, the dorms won't be checked during the new student registration period. Lin Chen said helplessly. Okay, that's the only way. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Chen pressed a button on the wall, and before long Dongfang pushed the door open. Lin Dong, what can I do for you? Find some people to settle my friends down, and we'll rest at the Imperial tonight. Okay. Dongfang said, and gestured for the two waitresses outside the door to come in. The two waitresses were very good looking, with professional outfits and pretty faces, and they looked very eye-catching. Help these two honored guests to the presidential suite. Dongfang commanded. Lin, do you need to arrange a few? For you and your friends tonight? After the two waitresses helped Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei out the door, Dongfang asked quietly. He noticed that Lin Chen's eyes had lingered on the two waitresses for a moment just now. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a questioning look. Xiao Fei shook his head. No need. Add you to the super letter, so that we can contact each other in the future. Lin Chen also refused. Great. Dongfang was a little surprised. It wasn't easy to add this top playboy to your contacts. Lin Dong, do you need me to have the waiter bring you breakfast in the morning? Dongfang asked after he had escorted Lin Dong and Xiao Fei to the presidential suite. No, I'll wake up and send you a message tomorrow morning. Just have the waiter bring breakfast to the private room from yesterday. Okay, Lin Dong, then I won't disturb you while you rest. Okay. After Dongfang left, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei went to check on Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's situation before returning to their room to rest. After washing up, Lin Chen lay on the Simmons bed in the presidential suite. As a 5-star hotel, the amenities are also some of the best in the industry. Lin Chen felt the benefits of power and money, and his ambition in his heart continued to grow. 2% of Penguin's shares. I can't wait. Lin Chen poured a glass of red wine, wrapped in a bath towel, and stood next to the huge French windows, looking at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu. Lin Chen took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to his parents. Then he sent a message. Mom, I transferred 1 million yuan to your card. Don't worry, the source is clean, and I haven't done anything illegal. Not long after sending the message, Lin Chen's mother's phone rang. Lin Chen had expected this. Hello? Son, where did you get the million? Don't lie to your mother, our family may be poor, but we must never do anything illegal. As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen heard his mother's anxious voice. Mom, don't worry. I bought a few thousand virtual coins when I had nothing to do, and the price of virtual coins has skyrocketed in the meantime. It's already up to 10,000 to 20,000 per coin. And then I sold 200 of them. Lin Chen explained helplessly, making up an excuse. Are you sure? Lin's mother was still a little suspicious. Really, Mom, have you ever seen anything illegal that can make $1 million in a few days? Okay, your father and I will not touch this money. In case the price of your virtual currency falls again, you can still make millions. Lin's mother was slightly relieved. No need, Mom, I still have money here. This virtual currency is definitely going to rise, and I'll definitely make more than just a few million. You and Dad can spend this million however you like, and don't be stingy. You should quit that job at the electronics factory too, it's exhausting and doesn't pay well. Lin Chen quickly said. Don't worry about your father and I, just take care of yourself. By the way, how are things with that Zhao girl? Lin Chen and Lin's mother chatted for a long time before hanging up. Early the next morning. Lin Chen's room door was knocked on. Boss, get up. The sun is already up. Chen Zhao's voice sounded outside the door. Lin Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Dongfang, asking him to notify the waiter to bring breakfast. After getting dressed, he opened the door. Chapter 8 Lin Shuedi has a crush on me? Boss, where are we going to eat breakfast? I threw up everything I ate last night, and I woke up hungry and green-faced. Chen Xiao said with a sad face. Second brother, I have to say that you really can't hold your alcohol. You should just sit at the kids' table in the future and drink some pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't help but mock. Yes, second brother, you are really low. Xiao Wei also agreed. Chen Zhao's face flushed. He has never been able to drink since he was young, and usually when he goes out with friends, he doesn't touch a drop of alcohol, for fear of making a fool of himself. As a result, last night, the bottle of wine was very expensive, tens of thousands of dollars a bottle, so he couldn't help but drink a little. At first, he didn't feel anything, but as the wine kicked in later, his head started to spin. Chen Xiao couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal after holding it in for a long time. Okay, stop being a smart ass. It's still the same private room as yesterday. I told the waiter to deliver breakfast there. Lin Chen gave a small smile. You're still the most considerate, the two of you just know how to insult me. Chen Xiao gave a small laugh. After the four had finished breakfast, they asked Dong Fong to arrange a car to take them to school. Back in the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei went straight to bed and fell fast asleep. The excuse was that they didn't sleep well yesterday. Little brother, do you have time at noon? I'll make up for that meal I owe you. It was a super message from Jiang Shuawei. Yes, but do you have time in the morning to accompany me on something? Lin Chen had originally wanted to go shopping for clothes and shoes, and just as Jiang Shuawei's message came. It is naturally better to have a school flower accompany you shopping. At this time, the women's dormitory. Jiang Shuawei looked at the message on her phone and was torn. Should I go? Although I have some good feelings for this handsome junior, is it not good to go out alone on the second day of knowing each other? Will the junior think I am frivolous? But I don't want to reject him, what should I do? Shuawei, you said you'd take me to dinner with a junior at noon, who is it? I thought you didn't have any male friends? Tang Wanner asked as she exercised on the yoga mat in the dormitory. After waiting for a few seconds, she saw Jiang Shuawei still ignoring her, sitting on a chair staring at her phone in a daze. Tang Wanner tiptoed behind Jiang Shuawei and saw her chatting with Lin Chen. Wow! Shuawei, he's asking you to go shopping with him. Tang Wanner exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Shuawei was startled and covered her phone with her arms. She looked at Tang Wanner, who had suddenly appeared behind her, and complained. Wanner, what are you doing? Why are you reading my chat history? You ignored me. Tang Wanner pouted, then immediately looked excited again. Shuawei, who is this junior? Lin Chen. Why haven't you mentioned this person before? And he even asked you to go clothes shopping with him. Do you know why he asked you to go clothes shopping with him? Because he has a crush on you. Does this Lin Shuawei have a crush on me? Jiang Shuawei muttered to herself. Wanner, you've asked me a series of questions that have made my head spin. Which one should I answer first? This junior was just added yesterday to help recruit new members for your Hanfu club. Yu Yang saw it at the time, and I said that Junior Lin Chen was my boyfriend, and then Yu Yang left. I invited him to dinner just to repay this favor. Jiang Shuawei explained. You let that junior use you as a shield? Aren't you afraid that Yu Yang will retaliate against this junior? Tang Wanner said with a grave face after learning the whole story. No way. He shouldn't be so petty. Jiang Shuawei also became nervous when reminded by Tang Wanner. I heard that Yu Yang is the type of person who will definitely seek revenge for any wrongs. So what should we do? Oh no, I've just got the junior brother into trouble, haven't I? Jiang Shuawei suddenly stood up in a panic and paced back and forth in the dormitory. Shuawei, are you having feelings for that junior brother? Tang Wanner said with some suspicion when she saw Jiang Shuawei losing her temper like that. Jiang Shuawei was taken aback by Tang Wanner's question and shook her head repeatedly. How could it be? How could I possibly have feelings for a junior who I only met once a day ago? It's because I'm the one who got the junior into trouble that I'm so nervous. Jiang Shuawei's words were more of a way to convince herself than to answer Tang Wanner. Well, you're right, so are you going to promise the junior to go shopping with him? I don't know. I think I should go, just to remind the junior to be careful of Yu Yang's antics behind his back. Although it is a society ruled by law, Yu Yang is rich and powerful after all, and it is still easy for an ordinary person. Tang Wanner persuaded. I can only help you here, little brother Lin Chen, who I have never met. Okay. Jiang Shuawei blushed as she thought about it, and she agreed. Don't call me for lunch, I still have things to do. How come I didn't know you had things to do at lunch? Oops, I just found out. Lin Chen saw that Jiang Shuawei had not responded to his message for a long time and thought that there was no hope. But then the message popped up the next second. Okay, wait for me for half an hour. Okay, which building do you live in? I'll wait for you downstairs. What? You don't have to, do you? It's okay. Okay, I'm in the women's dormitory, building 3. Jiang Shuawei put down the phone and felt inexplicably happy inside. Tang Weiner couldn't help laughing when she saw Jiang Shuawei standing in front of the mirror, changing clothes non-stop. Little brat. You still lied to me and said you didn't have any interest in that little junior? Warner, I'm leaving now. Go ahead, don't let Lin Chen Jr. trick you away. Screw you. Lin Chen was wearing a loose-fitting white t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes. Paired with his extraordinary appearance, he attracted the attention of many girls. Little brother, can I add you on Super? 2 girls walked over, blushing, and asked. This scene happened to be seen by Jiang Shuawei, who had just left the dormitory building. A flash of displeasure crossed Jiang Shuawei's face. She hurried over. Lin Shuai. Over here. Jiang Shuawei waved her hand towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he was stunned by Jiang Shuawei's appearance. Jiang Shuawei was wearing a white dress, with delicate makeup on her face, and a slightly upturned corner of her mouth revealed her joy at seeing Lin Chen. I'm sorry, classmate. Lin Chen apologized to the 2 girls and then walked towards Jiang Shuawei with a smile. Wow, look, isn't that Jiang Shuawei? Hey, this handsome guy definitely doesn't stand a chance. You don't have to tell me that. This handsome guy is definitely the school's grass level, and it's not unusual for someone to be the school's grass to match the school's flower, right? Oh, didn't Jiang Shuawei reject so many guys? Why not let go of this handsome guy whose facial features just happen to match my image of the perfect boyfriend? The 2 girls looked at Lin Chen, who was walking towards Jiang Shuawei, with disappointment. Hey! The famous grass has a master. Chapter 9 accompanied by the school flower, shopping spree. Senior Jiang, you are very pretty today. Lin Chen sincerely praised. Thank you. I don't know why, but when others stare at me so intently, I feel very disgusted. But why is it that I feel a little happy when Lin Shuai stares at me? Is it really as Warner said, that she has a crush on this junior? Let's go, senior. Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Shuawei's thoughts. Oh, great. Where are we going? Jiang Shuawei asked, puzzled, as she saw that Lin Chen was not walking towards the school gate. Driving? You have a car? Jiang Shuawei said in surprise. It seems that Junior's family is quite wealthy, buying him a car when he is only a freshman. Yeah, let's go, I'll give you a ride. Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked towards his Ferrari. I don't think so. A freshman driving a Ferrari? Jiang Shuawei couldn't believe it. From the way Lin Chen dressed, she didn't think he came from a wealthy family. Jiang Shuawei mechanically got into the car with Lin Chen. With the sound of Lin Chen starting the engine. The sound of the Ferrari, which made men addicted to it, sounded. Boom! Jiang Shuawei came back to her senses. Lin Shuai, I didn't realize you were so rich. Jiang Shuawei sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari and exclaimed as she looked at the futuristic interior of the car. It's okay. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. Lin Chen leaned over slightly and leaned towards Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was startled. Is he going to kiss me? I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Shuawei just wanted to stop Lin Chen's actions. However, she discovered that Lin Chen was adjusting the seat for her, helping her find the most comfortable angle. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed faintly. Thank you. Jiang Yue thanked him in a soft voice with her head bowed. You're welcome, senior. Why are you blushing, senior? It's nothing, let's go, shall we? Don't we still need to buy clothes? Jiang Shuawei quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Senior is so cute when she's shy, I like her even more now. Boom! The roar of a Ferrari sounded across the campus. Hey! Look, isn't that Jiang University's most beautiful girl in the passenger seat? Holy cow, it really is. It's great to drive a Ferrari. Jiang University's most beautiful girl is his. Isn't that the guy waiting for Jiang University's most beautiful girl in the girls' dormitory? I didn't realize he was so rich. If I'd known, I would have asked for his contact information no matter what. I can only say that if you can't get in somewhere, a Ferrari will get you in. This is the charm that money brings. The red Ferrari drove out of the campus amidst the students' gasps of surprise and envious stares. Senior, is there a big shopping mall near the school? Lin Chen asked Zhang Shuawei after driving out of the school. There is a large shopping mall called Edu City that is quite good. My best friend and I usually go shopping there. Zhang Shuawei thought for a moment and said with a bite on her finger. Let's go there then. Lin Chen nodded. I have to say, the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand is really extraordinary. Lin Shuai looks so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand. Zhang Shuawei couldn't help but stare at Lin Chen's perfect profile. Lin Chen noticed that Zhang Yue's eyes had been staring at him the whole time. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me, senior? Lin Chen tilted his head slightly and looked at Zhang Shuawei and teased her. I'm not staring at you, don't get me wrong. Zhang Shuawei's pretty face turned red, and she quickly looked ahead. The benefits of driving a supercar were fully demonstrated, as all the cars along the way kept their distance from them, and they arrived at Edu City without any problems. We're here. Zhang Shuawei reminded. Lin Chen saw that there happened to be a car driving away next to them, leaving an empty parking space, so he took advantage of the situation and parked there. The crowd of people around them looked at the Ferrari supercar as it pulled up and gave it a lot of attention. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got out of the car, they instantly became the focus of attention. Let's go in quickly. Zhang Shuawei didn't like this feeling of being watched, like being in a zoo watching the monkeys. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and followed Zhang Shuawei into Edu City. After entering, Zhang Yue took Lin Chen to the second floor. Lin Chen looked around and saw many luxury brands, many of which he had never seen before. Zhang Yue originally planned to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but then she saw that Lin Chen was driving a Ferrari supercar and knew that he was rich. Maybe people simply didn't look down on these mid to low-end brands? Younger brother, do you want to buy casual wear or suits? Zhang Yue said to Lin Chen with her pretty eyes twinkling. You need to buy a suit, and then buy a few sets of clothes for everyday wear. Lin Chen said after thinking about it. After all, I am now the owner of a super 5-star hotel, and in the future, when attending some high-end gatherings and the like, I can't go in casual wear, can I? That would be too disrespectful. Then let's go to Givenchy first. Givenchy is still very famous among high-end luxury goods. Although Zhang Shuawei's family conditions can be considered good, she is not yet rich enough to wear high-end luxury goods. Therefore, at this time, Zhang Shuawei seemed a little excited. She took Lin Chen's arm and walked towards the Givenchy store. Lin Chen walked into the Givenchy store and took in the scene with a glance. He couldn't help but feel that the clothes here were very good in many styles. Welcome! A female shop assistant greeted him with a professional smile on her face. This couple is so good-looking. The female shop assistant couldn't help but think to herself. Although she has seen many handsome men and beautiful women, it is still quite rare to see such high-quality looks. However, when she noticed that the two were not wearing clothes that looked like they could afford Givenchy, she became slightly discouraged. But those who work at such high-end brands have all received special training, so naturally they will not ruin their reputation, even if they are just browsing. Excuse me, are you looking at men's or women's items? I'm buying for my boyfriend. I want to buy him some clothes, a suit, and some casual wear for everyday wear, said Zhang Shuawei. Yes, I have a recommendation for you. This is a new product that will look great on your boyfriend. The saleswoman was delighted, but her heart misread the situation. The girl said she wanted to buy a suit, not just look at it, which meant she at least had the ability to shop. The saleswoman thought, and her smile grew even wider. She then led the two of them to a suit. No, he's not. Zhang Shuawei blushed as she was about to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Can I try it on? I think this one is nice. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Zhang Shuawei was taken aback, but instead of explaining further, she was only more convinced in her mind that her best friend was right. The junior must like me. Zhang Shuawei then looked at the tag under the clothes. Holy cow! 88,888. Zhang Shuawei couldn't help but gasp in her heart. Yes, sir. The saleswoman said and took the clothes down and handed them to Lin Chen. Sir, there are fitting rooms over there. The saleswoman pointed to the side. Okay, thanks. Lin Chen said politely and then looked at Zhang Shuawei again. I'll go change first. Oh, okay. When Lin Chen came out after changing, he instantly left Lin Chen and the saleswoman dumbfounded. Chapter 10 Meeting You Again. Lin Chen's well-tailored suit fit his figure perfectly, and every detail revealed an unparalleled sense of taste and style. Jiang Shuowei's eyes widened. Seeing Lin Chen in a suit, her heartbeat quickened and her face flushed. My junior looks so handsome in a suit. Jiang Shuowei's eyes twinkled. The female shop assistant was also impressed by Lin Chen's temperament after he had changed into the suit. She looked at Jiang Shuowei with a hint of envy in her eyes. Your boyfriend looks really handsome in this suit. The female shop assistant did not hold back on her praise. She promised that what she said this time was definitely the truth. Lin Chen looked at the surprised expressions of the two and smiled slightly. He walked over to the mirror and took a look. Senior, do I look good? You look great. You're so handsome. Jiang Shuowei praised excitedly. She felt that ever since she met Lin Chen, the image of the cold and aloof school beauty was about to collapse completely. I'm telling you, don't break it, just try it on, but if you break it, you can't afford to pay for it. At this time, a young man and woman walked in through the door. Yu Yang? Why are you here? Jiang Shuowei frowned and said to the one who spoke out, Yu Yang. It seems like you don't have anything to do with the school's most beautiful girl, Lin Dan? Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Shuowei with his eyes. Although he no longer had any thoughts about her, he had to say that Jiang Shuowei's appearance was indeed one of the most beautiful he had ever seen. Honey, who is this? The lady next to him, who also looked very good and was wearing fishnets, asked intimately while leaning on his arm. Jiang Shuowei secretly felt grateful. Fortunately, she had not agreed to his advances, and what she saw was only the side of Yu Yang that he was willing to show her. It's nothing, the school flower. Yu Yang pinched the girl's nose and said with a smile. Whether I can afford this dress seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuowei behind him and looked at Yu Yang and said in a flat tone. Hey, senior, this is for your own good. If you break this dress, how long will it take your parents to work hard to earn it? Yu Yang made a heartbroken look, which made Jiang Shuowei behind Lin Chen feel angry. When you were chasing after me, you were like a dog licking my feet. What, now that you know I have a boyfriend, you've changed your attitude? Jiang Shuowei also mocked. I didn't realize that you had this side too, sister? Lin Chen teased. It's not like I'm not doing it to help you vent. Jiang Shuowei heard Lin Chen still teasing her and pouted. Jiang Shuowei, you are only somewhat attractive, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I can play this little boyfriend of yours to death? Yu Yang laughed instead of getting angry, teasing Jiang Shuowei. The woman beside her didn't care about what Jiang Shuowei said either. She knew exactly where she stood. She was nothing more than Yu Yang's plaything. There were always a lot of women willing to take her place at any time. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen worriedly and stopped talking. She knew that Li Ming's family was very powerful, and when he pursued her, he hinted at it more or less. Although she knew that Lin Chen's family was also not simple, she did not want to cause Lin Chen trouble. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but upon hearing this, his face instantly turned cold. Didn't Senior you say that I couldn't afford this suit? Do you want to bet on whether I can afford it or not? Yu Yang hesitated a little. Although he saw Lin Chen dressed very plainly that day, he didn't look like a rich man. But the suit only costs a few tens of thousands of dollars, and he dared to say that he had just enough money on him. As long as you can buy a few more things in this store and spend 500,000 yuan, I'll bet with you. Yu Yang was certain that Lin Chen had at most 100,000 yuan on him. Okay, but since it's a bet, there has to be some kind of stake, right? Yu Yang saw that Lin Chen had so readily agreed, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. But at this time, in order to save face, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Okay, you want a wager? How about this, if I can afford it, you'll bark like a dog 3 times. If I can't afford it, you'll bark like a dog 3 times. Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei knew that Lin Chen was very rich, and she also relaxed at this time, quietly preparing to enjoy the show. Yu Yang was very conflicted. He couldn't afford to lose this kind of consequence. If he really barked like a dog, how could he face people at school after it got out? Baby, why don't we just forget about it? The woman next to Yu Yang said. She was afraid that Yu Yang would take out his anger on her if he lost. After hearing what the woman next to him said, Yu Yang decided to take a gamble instead. Okay. I promise. Yu Yang said with gritted teeth. You're really gutsy, Mr. Yu. Just a moment, my girlfriend and I will go and get the 500,000 yuan together. Lin Chen said with a smile and a clap of his hands. At this time, the female salesperson felt like she had won the lottery. 500,000 yuan. She could get 10,000 yuan even if she only got a small share. Soon, Zhang Xuewei and Lin Chen had selected several more outfits. The saleswoman quickly calculated the price. Sir, that's 645,000 yuan in total. Lin Chen walked over to the side and picked up a bag. Add this bag to the total. Zhang Xuewei was taken aback. Why did her junior buy a girl's bag? It just so happened to be the one she liked earlier. Could it be that you want to give it to me? Zhang Xuewei's heart was pounding, and she wanted to say that she didn't want it, but she was afraid that Lin Chen had bought it for someone else, and that she was being self-absorbed. Okay, sir, that's 680,000 in total. Yu Yang saw that Lin Chen was so calm, and knew that he had lost. He was frowning as he thought about a countermeasure. The woman next to him was looking at Lin Chen with glowing eyes. He was good-looking and rich, if she could get close to him. The woman couldn't help but tighten her legs at the thought. Lin Chen nodded and took out his bank card and placed it on the induction table of the card reader. Yu Yang stared at the card reader. It must not be successful. But the outcome disappointed him. Hello, sir, welcome back to our store. The waiter saw that the payment was successful and a happy expression appeared on his face. He then took out another card. This is our VLP card, with which you can enjoy a 10% discount in the future. Thank you. After Lin Chen said something, he looked at the desperate Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to keep your promise. Lin Chen reminded with a smile on his face. Yu Yang squeezed a smile from his face and said with some reluctance. Lin Xuedi, do you think this is okay? I'll give you 700,000, and we'll just let this go, okay? 700,000 is already all the money he has. The woman beside him was shocked. 300,000 yuan is just given away? It's better to give it to yourself, at least you can be more comfortable at night. Zhang Xuewei looked at Yu Yang with contempt in her eyes, but also a little happy. In that case, it would be equivalent to buying a bunch of luxury goods and still making a profit of 20,000. I was originally thinking that I felt guilty for making Lin Xuedi spend nearly 300,000 yuan more, but now I don't have any psychological pressure. Why don't you just say yes? Zhang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen and asked tentatively. Chapter 11 I got the penguin shares. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Yu Xuei, I don't lack money, I still want to hear you bark. Lin Chen said teasingly as he looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's smile froze, and his face turned gloomy. Are you sure you want to go to war with me? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, take this money, it's good for everyone. The woman also persuaded. Zhang Xuewei didn't say anything, believing that Lin Chen had his own judgment. 700,000? Can 70,000 be compared to 2% of Penguin's shares? I don't want 10 billion even if you give it to me. No need, Yu Xueyuan, hurry up and bark, don't try to renege, I've recorded it. Lin Chen said this and shook the phone in his hand. Lin Chen of course hadn't recorded a video, he was just trying to scare Yu Yang a little so that he wouldn't renege. If he really cheats, then the splendor that is within reach will be gone. Yu Yang's face turned from pale to white. He hesitated for a long time. Woof! 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 Lin Chen, you just wait. Yu Yang let out a threat and then walked straight out. The woman's expression twitched for a moment, and she took a few deep breaths behind him before catching up. Ding! Task, make Yu Yang bark like a dog completed. Ding! 2% of Penguin's shares have been distributed. Lin Chen was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, and he directly picked Zhang Xuewei up in his arms. This is a penguin. A penguin worth trillions of RMB. After Lin Chen calmed down, he reacted to what he had just done. He quickly put Zhang Xuewei down. I'm sorry, senior, I just thought of something and was so happy that I couldn't help it. Lin Chen apologized to Zhang Xuewei. Zhang Xuewei's pretty face turned red, so red that it could drip with water. It's fine, what are we going to do next? Zhang Xuewei said in a low voice, covering her burning cheeks with her hands. Let's go eat? I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Chen said quickly. Okay. Welcome back next time. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed Zhang Xuewei the bag he had just taken. Senior, you can have this bag. Lin Chen said with a smile. What? This is too valuable, I can't take it. Jiang Shuawei waved her hands repeatedly. Junior, you're not trying to support me, are you? It's fine, just keep it as a token of my appreciation for helping me scold Yu Yang just now. You were already disliked by Yu Yang because of me. Jiang Shuawei had not finished speaking when she saw Lin Chen's face turn a little sour. So I'll take it? Jiang Shuawei took the Givenchy bag and said weakly. That's right. Lin Chen's face cleared up and a smile reappeared. My junior is so good to me, what should I do? How can I repay him? Waiting online, hurry. Jiang Shuawei looked at the bag in her arms and really felt like she was being supported by her handsome junior. Jiang Shuawei's mind flashed back to the scene just now when her junior picked her up. It seems not bad at all. Lin Chen drove towards the Imperial. Lin Chen was driving a Ferrari on the road when a phone call came in. Lin Chen took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shuawei. Senior, please answer it for me. Oh, okay. Jiang Shuawei answered, took the phone, and put it to Lin Chen's ear with speakerphone on. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, and you are? Hello, Mr. Lin Dong. This is Lu Shu, Secretary of the Board of Directors of Tencent. You have just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Limited and signed the transfer agreement, and you are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. The female voice on the other end of the line said respectfully upon hearing the confirmation. Oh, okay, I see. Mr. Lin Dong, the company will hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning to announce that you have officially become a shareholder of the company. Do you have time? I don't have time to go there, so please apologize to the other shareholders for me. Okay, Director Lin, is this your phone number registered with Chao Xin? May I add you to Chao Xin? I will notify you of any emergencies. Yes, you may. Okay, Director Lin, then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. Do. After the phone hung up, Lin Chen's face was clearly filled with joy. The size of the Dorset Hotel is completely not on the same level as that of Penguin, and even the entire Dorset Hotel is not comparable to even 1% of Penguin shares. Lin Chen looked sideways at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's hand holding the phone was still frozen in the air, and only the shock in her eyes was still flowing. Looking at Lin Chen, she couldn't say a word. What did she hear? Penguin shareholder? What is that concept? Penguin is a supersized international company with a market value of nearly 3 trillion renminbi, ranking first in China and among the top 10 in the world. And this junior in front of her is a shareholder of Penguin? The most incredible thing is, he's only a freshman and just started school? Jiang Shuawei's brain was shrinking. What's wrong, senior? Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuawei a half smile. Nothing. You're really low-key, junior. Jiang Shuawei managed to squeeze out a sentence. No, I guess I have to take the initiative. I'm kind of interested anyway. I can't let go of such a high quality, no, such a top junior. After all, the younger boy and she had mutual feelings for each other. Jiang Shuawei made up her mind, and the way she looked at Lin Chen became more and more tender. Here we are. Lin Chen parked the Ferrari in front of the Imperial Crown's parking lot. Oh. Jiang Shuawei had not yet recovered from the shock, and she followed Lin Chen out of the car with a dumbfounded expression. These kinds of big hotels have private kitchens, and we'll eat at this time today. Lin Chen explained, mainly because he was afraid that Jiang Shuawei would misunderstand that he had come to the hotel to have sex. It was only then that Jiang Shuawei realized that Lin Chen had brought her to a hotel. Lu Jing at the front desk saw Lin Chen walk in with a very beautiful girl. She looked at Jiang Shuawei with envy. Lin Dong, you're here. Lin Chen nodded. I brought a friend here to eat. Do I need to notify Mr. Dong? No need. I'm just here for dinner. Which private room is available? Lu Jing checked. Director Lin, the Tianzihao private room is available. Let's go to the one we used yesterday. Okay, Director Lin. Lu Jing said into the intercom after Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked towards the Tianzihao private room. Director Lin is heading to the Tianzihao private room. Be sure to provide a good reception. Junior, this hotel is also yours? Yes. Jiang Shuawei was not surprised. After all, what's wrong with a Penguin shareholder owning a super 5-star hotel? When Lin Chen arrived at the door of the Tianzi No. 1 VIP room with Jiang Shuawei, They were welcomed by several waiters who bowed and shouted, "Welcome, Chairman Lin. There's no need for such a big show. Just leave one waiter to take the order, and the others can leave." Lin Chen looked helplessly at these people. He supposed that Lu Jing had told them. Jiang Shuiwei covered her mouth and snickered. The two of them entered the private room, and Lin Chen handed her the menu. "Just order whatever you want to eat." Jiang Shuiwei obediently nodded and took the menu. She couldn't bring herself to order anything after looking at the menu. It was so expensive. She felt dizzy just looking at the hundreds and thousands of menu prices. A dish of cucumber salad cost a few hundred yuan, and a dish of shredded pork and garlic sauce cost over 1,000 yuan. Lin Chen saw that Jiang Shuiwei couldn't make up her mind, so he smiled slightly and gestured for her to bring the menu over. Chapter 12 Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes, some dessert to finish off the meal, and finally checked off a bottle of red wine. "See if there's anything else you want to eat." Lin Chen smiled and handed the menu back to Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei took the menu and glanced at what Lin Chen had ordered. Kazan Luoshui 10-year lion's head goose, New Zealand abalone shrimp with bluefin tuna belly, albino sturgeon caviar, steamed pomfret with preserved orange peel and shredded ginger. And a bottle of red wine, 2009 Chateau Riusec, Lalande de Pomerol Grand Cru. 188,888. With those dishes, a meal costs at least over 200,000? A meal costs as much as a car? Is this the life of the rich? Corruption of capitalism. Jiang Shuiwei sighed. "That's it, there's too much to finish. If you can't finish it, just leave it. Who says you have to finish the food? Forget it, that's it." Lin Chen had no choice but to give the menu to the waiter. "Okay, Lin Don, just a moment." The waiter said respectfully, then turned and left the door. While waiting for the food, the two talked about the interesting thing that Yu Yang had just learned to bark like a dog. After a while, the waiter pushed the trolley and brought all the dishes. The waiter understood the situation and left after opening the red wine. He didn't stay in the private room, which made Lin Chen very satisfied. The main thing was that he still had to complete the task given by the system. The task required him to have dinner alone with Jiang Shuiwei. If there was one more waiter in the private room, it would be troublesome if the system didn't recognize the bill. "I haven't eaten anything so expensive before," Jiang Shuiwei exclaimed as she looked at the table full of delicacies. "Then eat more, and we'll come here often in the future." Lin Chen poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Jiang Shuiwei, who smiled and said. Jiang Shuiwei had a great time eating, sampling every dish. In the end, she leaned back in her chair and contentedly patted her stomach. "How many months is it now?" Lin Chen wiped his mouth and teased. 2 months. Jiang Shuiwei blushed, but still retorted. "What about the baby's father?" Jiang Shuiwei didn't say anything. "Senior, do you want me to take you out this afternoon?" "Forget it, I still have things to do at school. I'm in the student council, and the school leaders want the student council to go to the conference room." Jiang Shuiwei really wanted to hang out with Lin Chen for a while longer, but unfortunately she couldn't get away. "Okay, then next time I'll take you out." Lin Chen wasn't disappointed either, there would be plenty of time in the future anyway. Ding! Mission: have dinner alone with Jiang Shuiwei, the school beauty. Complete. Lamborghini Poison is parked in the garage of Villa Magnolia No. 1, a reward from the system. Start the final stage of the mission. Successfully confess to Jiang Shuiwei, the school beauty queen. Reward: 3% of the shares of Penguin Computer Systems Company, Ltd. Lin Chen felt a little excited. He often saw those supercars in the videos he watched, and his favorite was the Lamborghini Poison. The futuristic model and the sound that made people's blood boil made Lin Chen fall in love with this car in an instant. Unfortunately, at that time, he could only dream about it, but now it's different, it's his. There are only 13 of them in the world, and now one is parked in his garage. Thinking about this, Lin Chen can hardly contain his excitement. He even ignored the 3% share of Penguin as a reward for the final stage of the mission. "Senior, can you go home with me first? I'm going to change cars." "Isn't your Ferrari pretty good? Why do you want to change it?" Jiang Shuiwei was a little confused. "I bought a car earlier and it was just delivered to the house, so I want to go take a look." Lin Chen explained. "Okay, but don't be too long, I need to be at the office at 2:30. Jiang Shuawei looked at the time. It was 1 o'clock, there was still an hour and a half left, so she should be able to make it. Okay, I'll go change the car and go straight to school. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen then got up and took Jiang Shuawei directly out of the hotel. Have a nice day, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen arrived in a Ferrari outside Magnolia Shangting. I am the owner of Magnolia 1. Lin Chen stopped outside the railing and said to the security guard, who rolled down the window. Magnolia 1? The security guard was shocked. He had learned yesterday that a new resident had moved into Magnolia 1. People who work in top luxury properties, whether they are cleaners, property managers, or security guards, earn a lot of money, but the risks are also high. If you accidentally offend the residents, you're finished. So they usually remember the appearance, name, and car of each resident. Since Lin Chen was here for the first time and he had never seen him before, the security guard did not open the barrier directly. The security guard's cold sweat came out, but fortunately, the Ferrari he drove made him cautious, and he did not say anything offensive. The security guard looked at Lin Chen's appearance and was able to match it. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I saw your car for the first time, I'll open it for you. The security guard said and put the barrier up. It's okay, being responsible is a good thing. Lin Chen smiled and didn't mind. He had also come from the bottom, and besides, this was originally someone's job responsibility, so there was no need to make things difficult for them. Lin Chen started the car and drove towards Magnolia number 1. Lin Shuedi, is this your home? Jiang Shuawei's mouth opened slightly as she looked at the villa in front of her, which looked like a small manor. The environment is not bad, is it? This was Lin Chen's first time here too, and although he was mentally prepared, he was still very excited. This was one of the top villa areas in Chengdu. Before, his thoughts had been too simple. He thought the system had just given away a villa for a few hundred or 10 million. But after learning more, he realized that the worst villa in Magnolia Court cost tens of millions. Not to mention Magnolia 1, the king of buildings. It's worth at least 100 million to 200 million. Lin Chen used the password given by the system to open the door, and then recorded his face and fingerprint. Do you want to record one, senior? Me? This is your house. Why would I record my face? Jiang Shuawei said she would do it later, but from the fact that Lin Chen asked her to record her face, she could tell that Lin Chen had feelings for her. This was a blatant declaration of love. After recording his face, Lin Chen drove into the garage. As soon as the garage door opened, a sports car full of a sense of technology and power came into view. This car is so cool, Junior. Is this your new car? It's really cool. It feels like the best car in the racing game on video. Lin Chen stroked the front of the Poison. It really is handsome, and that's why I bought it. Jiang Shuawei felt that she had never been so shocked in her life. The enigmatic schoolboy next to her aroused her curiosity. Schoolboy, how much is this car? It must not be cheap. Jiang Shuawei was a little curious. She felt that even the Ferrari was not as handsome as this car. It's not particularly expensive, 80 to 90 million, but there are only a dozen of them in the world, and it was a bit difficult to get. It took me a lot of effort to buy it. Hundreds of millions? Only a dozen in the world? Awesome. Jiang Shuawei felt a little numb, and at the moment she felt that even if Lin Chen said he was an alien she would not doubt it. Chapter 13. So they're getting together? Get in, senior? I'll take you back to school. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and said to Jiang Shuawei with a gentle smile on his face. Great, a supercar worth hundreds of millions. I'll experience it. Jiang Shuawei was immediately able to get into this kind of divine car, and her whole body was excited. As the scissor doors slowly opened, the black-themed interior of the car, paired with bright lines, created a strong visual impact. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got in the car and closed the door, they immediately felt the powerful aura of the top supercar. Humming. Lin Chen started the engine, and the roar of the Poison made the blood of the two boil. After Lin Chen drove the car out of the garage door slowly closed. Lin Chen drove to the exit, and when the security guard saw a supercar approaching, he quickly raised the barrier. When the car passed through the gate, the security guard noticed it was Lin Chen. My goodness, the owner of the mansion is worthy indeed, he has changed to another supercar. How much does this car cost? The security guard looked at the tail of the Lamborghini Aventador as it gradually disappeared, exclaiming in admiration. Holy shit, a Lamborghini Aventador? I actually saw a Lamborghini Aventador in Magnolia Mansion. This is a top-level supercar produced in limited quantities worldwide, with only a dozen or so in existence. You can't buy one even if you have the money. Lin Chen passed by a Porsche Cayenne. The Porsche owner's eyes widened as he looked at the supercar. What kind of big shot lives in this Magnolia court? On the road, a black, cool supercar roared along. The sound attracted the attention of many people. Wow! Mom, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. A little boy said, pointing at the supercar. I've never seen such a beautiful car either. The young woman also looked at the car and exclaimed, when I grow up, I want to buy one too. And then I'll buy one for my mom too. The little boy looked at the sports car as it gradually disappeared into the distance, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. You're such a good boy. So from now on, I'll be relying on you, right? The young woman smiled and patted the little boy on the head. The little boy nodded firmly. This is a Lamborghini. I can't believe I got to see this kind of car. An automobile enthusiast said excitedly. How do you feel, senior? Jiang Shuowei, who was sitting in the top car, was flushed with excitement, but she sat very straight. It feels great. No wonder everyone likes supercars, this feeling really makes people feel inflated. Senior, you should relax, why are you sitting so straight? Lin Chen said with a smile. I'm afraid I'll break it for you, this 100 million car, if I accidentally touch it, I can't afford to pay for the damage. Jiang Shuowei said with tears in her eyes. It's exhilarating, but the risk is also high. Although she knew that even if she damaged it, her junior would not let her pay for it, she just couldn't get past that feeling in her heart. I can afford it. I don't even have 50,000 yuan in the whole world, I can't afford it. Jiang Shuowei shook her head quickly. Why don't you just give yourself to me? Lin Chen said with a smile. Ah, okay. But do you really want it, Junior? Jiang Shuowei's pretty face turned red with shame. How could you say that, Junior? I'm not even ready for that. But if I were to give myself to you, it seems like a good idea. Jiang Shuowei became agitated, and her eyes scanned around for something to destroy. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Shuowei to say such a thing. Yes, why not? After hearing this, Jiang Shuowei made an important decision in her heart. She felt very comfortable spending time with Lin Chen. Even though he was a top-level rich man, his words were not out of line. He respects her. Plus, the younger and richer the guy, the more attractive he is to girls. If she has feelings for him, why doesn't she go for him? Does she have to wait until the semester starts and all the other girls have noticed that he's young and rich and good-looking, and then express her feelings and compete with those girls? As she thinks this, Jiang Shuowei looks at Lin Chen solemnly. Younger brother, can you give me a chance to pursue you? She had never been in love before, and all she knew was that when she was little, her grandmother told her that as a girl, if there was a boy she liked, she must be brave and go after him. Don't leave any regrets, and even if you get rejected, it's okay, at least you tried. Lin Chen was taken aback by Jiang Shuowei's words. He quickly found a place along the roadside and stopped. Senior, are you serious? Lin Chen had originally thought that after the two of them had gotten along for a while, he would find an opportunity to prepare to confess his love to his senior. Unexpectedly, she was so direct that she revealed her feelings to him on the second day. Is this the charm of money? Even Jiang Shuowei, who has been pursued by many wealthy young men, cannot resist. Yes, little brother, if I don't take advantage of a little brother like you, who is rich and good-looking, I would rather give him to someone else. Jiang Shuowei said half jokingly and half seriously. But she was afraid that Lin Chen felt that she only looked at his money, so she added. At first, I didn't know that you were very rich, but I had a little bit of a good impression of you. As a result, today I found out that you were so rich, so I can't let you go. Lin Chen still believed what Jiang Shuowei said. After all, yesterday he did dress very plainly, and the schoolmate was also very enthusiastic about him. He didn't mind that other women came close to him for money, but it would affect his position in his heart. Schoolmate, I also like you very much, but this kind of confession should be left to the boy to do. How can you do it? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei with a tender expression on his face and said. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Jiang Shuowei suddenly felt like she was wrapped in a huge wave of joy. Senior, can you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen took the Ferrari key and looked at Jiang Shuowei tenderly. Yes. I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuiwei covered her mouth, nodded repeatedly, and the love in her eyes was about to burst out. But I'd rather not have the Ferrari key. What, are you refusing my confession? The meaning of these car keys is a bouquet of flowers. If you don't accept them, you're rejecting me. That's fine. Thinking about Lin Chen's wealth, Jiang Shuiwei thought about it and accepted. She took the Ferrari car keys. That's right, senior. Lin Chen smiled. Still calling me senior? Jiang Shuiwei said unhappily with a pout. I was wrong, it should be Shuiwei. Lin Chen looked at the cute Jiang Shuiwei with a pout and looked at her bright red lips. An impulse welled up in Lin Chen's heart. He pressed towards Jiang Shuiwei. Ah Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Shuiwei only felt a warm pressure come over her. Lin Chen's tongue pierced in, pushing open her teeth and entwining with her tongue. It was the first time for Jiang Shuiwei, and she was a bit unpracticed, but gradually she responded. Lin Chen relished the taste of Jiang Shuiwei. Strawberry flavored. After a few minutes, Jiang Shuiwei patted Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen then let her go. The two looked at each other. Jiang Shuiwei's face was red, and she was breathing heavily. Jiang Shuiwei felt like she was almost suffocating. Chapter 14 Wang Shijie. Lin Chen was nose to nose with Jiang Shuiwei, their eyes locked, their saliva still connected by a thread. Jiang Shuiwei's pretty face was red, but she insisted on looking into Lin Chen's eyes. A few more seconds passed, and Lin Chen couldn't hold back anymore. As expected, if a couple looks at each other like this for more than 10 seconds, someone will definitely give in. Again? Jiang Shuiwei begged repeatedly. Chen, please take me back to school first. There will be plenty of time in the future. Okay, I'll let you off the hook for today. Lin Chen said, and then kissed Jiang Shuiwei's lips again, and scratched Jiang Shuiwei's nose with his hand. Jiang Shuiwei was limp all over, lying on the passenger seat, and couldn't muster any strength. Jiang Shuiwei, a school beauty queen who had never been in a relationship, was confused and dazed by Lin Chen's flirting. Ding! System mission confessed to the school beauty queen overachieved. Congratulations, the host has obtained 8% of the shares of Penguin by critical strike. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Is this kind of operation possible? 3% has directly become 8%? In other words, he now has 10% of the shares of Penguin Holdings? He has directly become the second largest shareholder of Tencent Holdings after South African Press? Lin Chen now controls 10%, which is lower than South African Press's 29.3% stake, and higher than Ma Teng's 8.5% stake. He doesn't know the specifics, and this is still the information he temporarily obtained. He also didn't know whose shares the system had actually acquired. System, can you tell me whose shares you have acquired? Ding! Acquiring shareholders' shares. Lin Chen suddenly realized that, in that case, the shareholders had 50% of the shares, and the major shareholders' holdings, including Lin Chen's, also accounted for 50%. And Lin Chen had now become the second largest shareholder, and he was still an individual shareholder. His decision would therefore greatly affect Penguin. Llama should be unable to sit still any longer. Lin Chen thought to himself. The car soon arrived at the gate of Suzhou University. Due to the new students reporting for the past 2 days, many new students and parents were at the gate. Therefore, the gate looked very congested. However, when Lin Chen's car drove towards the gate, all the people around unconsciously gave way for the two of them. Holy shit, what kind of car is this? I've never seen it before, it's so cool, right? It looks just like Batman's car. Isn't this a Lamborghini Poison? There are only a dozen or so in the world. It can't be a modified one, right? Someone said in disbelief. No way, a modified one. Even an expert can tell. Is this really a Lamborghini? Although it is not one of the 3 hardtops, how could it appear at Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo muttered as he watched the Lamborghini parked behind him getting ready to enter the university. He is a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast who has loved Lamborghini supercars since he was a child. His name is Wang Shijie, and he is the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of Suzhou Langzhou Group. In order to buy this Lamborghini Gallardo, which costs more than 4 million yuan, he studied hard in his senior year of high school and was admitted to Suzhou University, which his grandfather bought for him. This scene was also photographed by his classmates and posted on the campus post bar. Lamborghini supercar meeting. Shock. Suzhou University has discovered the top 2013 Geneva supercar. Suzhou University's top super-rich student has enrolled. Instantly, the entire Postbar's news instantly went up 99 plus. Many people immediately left the dormitory just to see this top-notch car. In the face of the Lamborghini poison, all the luxury cars in the Lamborghini family had to stand aside. Of course, except for the sixth element. Classmate. Are you going to get in or not? Don't block the people behind you. Wang Shijie was still looking at the poison behind him, and didn't know it was his turn to go. Oh, okay. Wang Shijie then reacted, stepped on the accelerator, and drove into the campus with a sound. Wow, that car in front is pretty good too, it's a Gallardo. It seems like there are quite a few rich people at school. Lin Chen said with interest. Zhang Shuowei looked at the car in front and asked curiously. What kind of car is it? How much is it? Lamborghini Gallardo, over 4 million. Lin Chen said indifferently. Over 4 million? How much is your Ferrari? Not my Ferrari, your Ferrari. Over 7 million. Lin Chen corrected her mistake with a smile. More than 7 million? You're just giving it to me for more than 7 million? Don't you feel bad? Zhang Shuowei said in surprise. Lin Chen started the car and followed the car in front of him into the campus, looking indifferent. What's there to feel bad about giving it to my woman? Besides, I'm not poor. Zhang Shuowei looked at the calm Lin Chen and then thought about the fact that he was a shareholder in Penguin, and suddenly shut up. Lin Chen found a parking space, and coincidentally it was right next to the Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuowei got out of the car, Wang Shijie, who was standing nearby, excitedly got out of the car and walked over. Brother, is this car yours? It's so cool. Wang Shijie said, his eyes constantly glancing over to Poison's side. Your car is pretty cool too. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. My car is no match for yours, your car is enough to buy dozens of my cars. I've liked Lamborghini supercars since I was a kid, and today I finally got to see a real one, not a replica. Lin Chen looked at Wang Shijie, who was full of excitement and couldn't stop talking, and felt a bit of a headache. He still had to take Zhang Shuowei to the meeting. Classmate, I have some things to take care of here, so I'll take my leave. Okay, brother, can I add you to WeChat? There's a supercar club in Tianfu City in a few days, why don't you wanna go check it out? Lin Chen thought for a moment, and then said, it's good to broaden your horizons, otherwise you'll just be a rich local tyrant. Except that he's not just an average local tyrant. Shuowei, do you want to go take a look? Lin Chen looked at Zhang Shuowei. You decide, I'll do whatever you say. Zhang Shuowei obediently said, as Lin Chen took her hand. Okay. Lin Chen opened the super letter and showed Wang Shijie the QR code on the business card. Good, brother. Wang Shijie saw that Lin Chen had agreed, and a happy expression appeared on his face. In fact, the reason he added Lin Chen's super letter was not entirely for the Lamborghini poison. It was also to expand his network of contacts. A university professor who prescribes poison like Lin Chen must come from a very powerful family in the country. He will definitely have to take over his grandfather's position in the future, although there is still his father in front of him. Okay, then I won't disturb you and your sister-in-law. Wang Shijie said with a smile after adding the super letter. Zhang Shuowei heard the word sister-in-law and felt an indescribable sense of sweetness in her heart, which also improved her impression of Wang Shijie a little. Okay, we'll contact you when Xiaoxian, we'll go first. Lin Chen was also very satisfied when he heard Wang Shijie's address. Wang Shijie looked at the two people's distant backs. He couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the man who makes poisons has such a good-looking girlfriend. Then he took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Chen. Brother, my name is Wang Shijie, I'm also a freshman, and I'm in the computer science department. Lin Chen felt the vibration of the phone in his pocket and took it out to see it was from Wang Shijie. Lin Chen, freshman, also in the computer science department. After sending the message, he put the phone back in his pocket. Chapter 15 Poverty limits my imagination. Lin Chen walked with Zhang Shuowei under the shade of the trees on campus. There was a harsh cicada song coming from the branches, and the overlapping leaves were shining with a green light in the shadows, casting a mottled light on the ground. The two quickly walked to the conference room in the administration building. This is it, you go back first, the meeting will start in a few minutes. Zhang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen with reluctance and said. Hey. Shuawei, you're here. Lin Chen was about to speak when a surprised voice came from behind the two of them. Wan I thought you were inside. Lin Chen turned around and saw a girl with short hair and a very outstanding appearance. Zhang Shuawei let go of her hand and walked over to Tang Wan'er, saying happily. Tang Wan'er took a look at Lin Chen. Who is this? Hello, I'm Shuawei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen said with a smile. Ha? You're Shuawei's boyfriend? Tang Wan'er was taken aback by these words. Tang Wan'er considered herself very beautiful, but in front of her best friend, she could only feel ashamed. Because of her outstanding appearance, she was ranked first on the school flower list compiled by well-wishers when she first entered university. She was truly the school flower of Shudu University. As a result, she had countless suitors, including many rich second-generation suitors. But Zhang Shuawei never gave them the time of day. Why the change of heart today? Is she talking to a junior she's only known for 2 days? Zhang Shuawei gave him a look that said, go back and explain yourself. Then she also smiled and said, hello, my name is Tang Wan'er, I'm Shuawei's best friend. At that moment, several teachers came over chatting together. The teachers are here. It's time for the meeting, Chen, you can go back first. Zhang Shuawei finished speaking and then dragged Tang Wan'er into the meeting room. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, turned around, and left the administration building. After getting everything from the car, she realized that she had forgotten to take the bag she bought for Zhang Shuawei. Never mind, just leave it in the car for now. As soon as she arrived at the dormitory, she heard Xiaowei shouting inside before she even entered the door. Chen Xiao, are you an idiot? You got sucked in by Dong Huang and you're still amplifying it? I threw a set at him and he happened to get sucked into you. What's it got to do with me? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come over here and help me guard the wild area. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen directly opened the door and threw his clothes onto the bed. Boss, you're back? Do you want to play pesticide? Forget it, you guys play, I'm not playing. Lin Chen shook his head, he didn't have a talent for games, he was a chicken eater who kept getting killed, and his pesticide record was negative. The three men didn't insist when they heard this. It wasn't long before Lin Chen's phone rang. If I'm not wrong, it should be Lu Shu, right? Lin Chen thought to himself. Sure enough. Lin Dong, I'm sorry to bother you, I called you because you didn't pass the friend verification I sent you. Lu Shu's apologetic voice rang out. The three people playing games all quieted down when they heard Lin Chen on the phone. It's fine, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Chen asked knowingly. Lin Dong, since you have acquired an additional 8% of the shares of Penguin, you now hold a total of 10% of the shares. You are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Since you did not apply through my friend request, I am calling to remind you that I will send you a meeting link in a super message. Lu Shu explained. Okay, I will agree right away. Lin Chen nodded in reply. Okay, then I will not disturb Chairman Lin while he is resting. After the phone call ended, Lu Shu sat in her office and rubbed her temples. This Lin Dong sounds very young, and he has actually acquired 10% of Penguin's shares in a single day, becoming the second largest shareholder. Ma Tang is the second largest shareholder, and with the several agreements signed between South African newspapers and Ma Tang has the highest decision-making power in Penguin. Therefore, compared to other shareholders, the number of shares also determines the amount of dividends. Now Lin Chen has become the second largest shareholder, and although it does not affect Martin's rights, there will still be trouble if they disagree. Therefore, Martin gave him a death order, and he must make Lin Chen participate in this online meeting, so that he can communicate with Lin Chen. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he opened Super Letter and approved Lu Shu's friend request. Then he found that the schoolgirl who had plus that day had not yet agreed. But after thinking about it, Lin Chen gave up. Now that there is a schoolmate, he still needs to calm down. Even if you have money, you can't be a playboy. Although he also envies the life of having a harem of women. But isn't that what every guy wants? But he can't let Zhang Shuajie down. After the phone call, Lin Chen tried on the clothes and pants he bought. Not bad, boss, this outfit looks pretty good, what brand is it? Xia Wei asked Lin Chen in front of the mirror. Givenchy. Xia Wei said he hadn't heard of it. Givenchy? Boss, how much did this outfit cost? Chen Xiao, who was standing nearby, was excited. He knew the Givenchy brand, which was a very high-end luxury brand. Less than 70,000. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. In fact, he wanted to find those top designers to design a few outfits. After all, there were still tens of millions in his account. Less than 70,000? Xiao Wei's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Chen's outfit and couldn't say a word. All he could say was that poverty had limited his imagination. Xiao Wei originally thought that it should be close to 10,000. Oh, right, boss, the class group tutor notified us that there will be a meeting at 3:30 in room 305 of Teaching Building 1 to discuss some matters. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chen looked at the time and saw that it was already 3 o'clock. It's almost time, let's go over there after we tidy up a bit. Okay. Which one is the first teaching building? The few people walked to the teaching building area and realized that they had no idea which one was the first teaching building. There were only the Li Shue building and the Chuan Shue building. The four stood under the shade of a tree, looking at each other. Shuewei, which building is the first teaching building? Lin Chen helplessly messaged Jiang Shuewei. The Chuan Shue building, ha, Chen, you were just like me back then. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Shuewei to reply so quickly. Aren't you in a meeting? Still playing with your phone. I was just about to send you a message. The vice president of the student union has been pursuing me. Today, I always feel that the atmosphere is a bit different. Can you come pick me up later, Chen? Lin Chen saw the message from Jiang Shuewei and his face looked a little bad. Okay, when are you done with the meeting? I'll come pick you up. Almost 4:30. Okay. Jiang Shuewei looked at the chat history with Lin Chen on her phone and felt slightly relieved. Jiang Shuewei noticed that since the meeting began, Zhao Lei, the vice president of the student union, and a few friends by his side had sometimes whispered to each other before looking at her. She thought back to when she had joined the student union and met Hu Jiacheng, and he had started to pursue her like crazy. Even if he was rejected many times, he was not discouraged. Today, she always felt that he was going to do something again, which made her feel very helpless. Shuewei, this guy is not going to confess his love to you again, is he? Tang Wan'er quietly leaned over to Jiang Shuewei and asked in a low voice. She also noticed Zhao Lei's actions. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Have you talked to Xiao Shu? Yes, he will come pick me up later. That's good. Chapter 16 Difficulties from the class representative. A teaching is the persuasion building. Lin Chen put away his phone and said to Chen Xiao and the others, who were about to ask the others. How do you know, boss? The few people asked while walking towards the classroom. I asked my girlfriend. Lin Chen said with a calm face without blushing. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here for 2 days and you already have a girlfriend? The three looked at Lin Chen in shock. Yeah, isn't that normal? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen's calm and indifferent expression, and suddenly felt an urge to put his fist in his face. Who? You've already taken down our boss so quickly. Xiao Fei said with a smile. My girlfriend is Jiang Shuewei. Jiang Shuewei? What do I know about her? Jiang Shuewei? Xiao Fei, who usually looked so calm, had behaved so badly for the first time. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao looked at each other in disbelief. Who is Jiang Shuewei? Boss, you've got Jiang Shuewei? After the initial shock, Xiao Fei covered his chest in pain. You know her? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The Suzhou University campus queen. How could I not know her? As a veteran of the dating scene, Xiao Fei knew before coming to school that Suzhou University had such a cold and aloof campus queen, who had rejected all those who had courted her. Xiao Fei's original target was Jiang Shuewei, but he never expected that his boss had already won her over. Lin Chen saw Xiao Fei's heartbroken look and became a little wary. Fourth brother, don't you dare lay a finger on my girlfriend. No way, a friend's wife is not to be trifled with. By the way, boss, how did you manage to woo the cold and aloof school flower? Xiao Fei asked shamelessly. If only I could learn from you, then university life would become rich and colorful. Cold and aloof? I don't think so. Lin Chen thought back carefully. Let's stop talking, we're at the classroom. Xiao Fei was about to ask again, but he had to reluctantly shut up. After the four entered the classroom, they found seats next to each other and sat down. They felt that many girls were looking at them. Of course they were looking at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Soon a female teacher who was a bit short and wore glasses, looking to be in her 30s or 40s, walked in. She counted the number of people and nodded with satisfaction after seeing that everyone was present. Everyone is here, so I'll hurry up and say it, so as not to waste everyone's time. Tomorrow is the day of military training, and the training uniforms were already placed on everyone's beds before they entered school. More than 10 minutes ago. Then it's time for the last part of the day, electing the class committee. Are there any volunteers? Lin Chen and the others were not interested, just bored watching the self-introductions and campaign oaths of a few students on stage. Lin Chen looked at the time as it passed. It was almost 4:30, and he was a little anxious. Boss, do you have something to do? Chen Xiao and the others saw Lin Chen keep looking at the time, so they asked with concern. I have to pick up my girlfriend. Lin Chen explained. The three rolled their eyes and ignored him. The monitor asked a few students to clean up the classroom, and the others left on their own. The monitor hurriedly left the classroom after saying that. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. It was 5:20, he would make it. You guys go back first, I'll go ahead. Lin Chen said and prepared to leave. Classmate, can you stay behind and clean up a bit? Lin Chen looked over and saw the boy who had just successfully run for monitor, Zhao Fei. I still have some things to do, can I find someone else? Everyone has things to do. Brother, cleaning up won't take much time. It'll just be you and this brother. Zhao Fei said and pointed at Xiao Fei. He is still quite handsome. Originally, before Lin Chen and the other three entered the classroom, the female students in the class were all looking at him. But as soon as Lin Chen and Xiao Fei entered, the girls focused their attention on the two of them. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. It's okay, boss, you go ahead and do your thing, we'll help you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei spoke up. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up at the sound of this. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Fei again. Is that okay now? It's fine, but for a prick like you who doesn't listen to the class committee, I think it's still necessary to talk to the counselor. Zhao Fei was a little unwilling to see someone help him out of a difficult situation, and in a fit of heat, he blurted out this sentence. He regretted it as soon as the words came out. Sure enough, the classmates who were still around looked at Zhao Fei with a strange gaze. Isn't this purely looking for trouble? I said, man, you're disgusting, aren't you? Don't look at Chen Xiao. He's skinny and tall, wears glasses, and looks gentle, but in reality, he's got a short temper. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was a little confused. Why would someone just like him target himself and the boss? It couldn't be because he was jealous that the boss and I were better looking than him, could it? Lin Chen shook his head, indicating that Chen Xiao and the others didn't need to worry about it. Then he looked at Zhao Fei with a very calm expression. Suit yourself. After saying that, he turned around and left the classroom, walking towards the office where Jiang Shuawei was having a meeting. Ding! System mission released. Make Zhao Fei apologize. Reward, Bida Jade 5961p. Lin Chen was taken aback, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Just as I thought. But is Zhao Lei really that worthless? This should be the worst reward the system can give, right? Okay, that's it for today, everyone has worked hard, meeting adjourned. After the teachers left the office, Zhao Lei walked over with a few boys. What do you want? Tang Wan'er protected Jiang Shuawei behind her and looked at the several people warily. I just want to talk to Shuawei for a few words. Zhao Lei stiffly smiled when he saw the two people on guard. If it's about the student council, then you can speak. Jiang Shuawei said with a neutral expression. It's not about the student council. Do you have time tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. No need, I have an appointment tonight. Jiang Shuawei shook her head unhappily. Shuawei. Zhao Lei was about to say something else, but Jiang Shuawei interrupted. President Zhao, our relationship is not close enough for you to call me Shuawei. You'd better just call me by my name. Besides, I have a date tonight. I'm going to dinner with my boyfriend. So please don't bother me again in the future. Jiang Shuawei finished speaking and then took Tang Wan'er and prepared to leave. However, they were blocked by a few other guys. Shuawei, you don't have to lie to me about having a boyfriend. I'm about to graduate soon, and in these last days on campus, I hope you can give me a chance. Zhao Lei said with a deep expression on his face. Tang Wan'er was a little angry. I said, do you have any shame? Shuawei already said she has a boyfriend, and you're still being so persistent. And you guys, what do you mean blocking us? Campus violence? Believe it or not, I'll tell the teacher right away. Tang Wanner, who had lost her temper, looked like a tigress protecting her cubs. Zhao Lei's face fell when she spoke, and the boys hesitated for a moment and stepped aside. Senior Tang is so fierce? Lin Chen's voice came from the door. Zhang Shuiwei immediately ran over in surprise and took Lin Chen's hand. Ah Chen, you're here. Lin Chen gently brushed Zhang Shuiwei's messy hair on her forehead. Tang Weiner was also relieved to see Lin Chen arrive. Despite her bravery earlier, she was still a little intimidated when faced with a few men. Shuiwei, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 17 Dongfang is my uncle. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Chen with a cold face and an unpleasant tone of voice. I've already said it before, don't call me Shuiwei, and please watch your words in front of my boyfriend, Zhao Shui. Zhang Shuiwei gave a cold glance at Zhao Lei. Junior, I think you should be a freshman who has just entered the school, right? Can you give Shuiwei a good life? If you know what's good for you, I hope you can leave Shuiwei alone. Zhao Lei ignored Zhang Shuiwei and looked at Lin Chen and said, Are you Senior Zhao? First, Shuiwei is my girlfriend, so please don't harass my girlfriend. Second, may I ask what conditions Senior Zhao has to give my girlfriend a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with interest. It has to be at least like mine, right? Do you know how much a house in my family costs? You may never be able to afford a house in my family. Talking about this issue seemed to give Zhao Lei a lot of confidence, and he spoke with conviction. Tianfu's housing prices are very high, with prices almost always around 20,000 yuan, but incomes are very low. A typical city with high consumption and low income. You can't buy a house for less than 2-3 million yuan. Many people choose to leave Tianfu to work hard. There is no other reason, just because they want to have a home. My family has 5 houses, each worth 2-3 million yuan. My parents also said that when I get married, they will give me a house as a wedding gift. Zhao Lei said this and looked at Zhang Shuiwei's reaction. To his disappointment, Zhang Shuiwei just put her arm around Lin Chen's arm and didn't even look at him. At this time, the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Chen was full of jealousy. A few days ago, I just bought a Wrangler. Do you have all these? Awesome, Lei. You can drive a 500,000-600,000 yuan car before you even graduate from college. Yes, Lei, I will have to ask you to take care of me in the future. Zhao Lei, who was being praised and welcomed by the people around him, was very pleased and gave Lin Chen a teasing look. Tang Wanner also looked at Lin Chen with some concern and then at Zhang Shuiwei. Zhang Shuiwei shook her head slightly. Is this it? Is this it? A $500,000 to $600,000 Wrangler? Not even one of my poison car wheels is better than that. Lin Chen smiled disdainfully. Ding! System mission released. Slapped Zhao Lei in the face. Reward for the mission, all the storefronts on the commercial street in the Greater Bay Area. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Does the system release missions this frequently? Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave Shuiwei alone. She's not someone a poor kid like you can lay a finger on. Zhao Lei, noticing Lin Chen's expression, said coldly. How many apartments do you have at home? Driving a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? Is that your capital? Lin Chen's tone was slightly cold. Why are you pretending to be so important? Originally, I was going to take Shuiwei to the Imperial Hotel's Dijihao private dining room for dinner tonight. Do you know what level it is to be able to eat in the Imperial Hotel's Dijihao room? That means you've already put one foot in another class in Tianfu City. Do you know who the general manager of the Imperial Hotel is to me? Zhao Lei arrogantly flaunted. The general manager of the Imperial Hotel is my father's childhood friend. It is because of him that I can eat in the Dijihao private dining room. Can you do that? You probably haven't even heard of it, have you? The respectful looks from those around him made Zhao Lei feel like he had reached a climax. Zhang Shuiwei's gaze at Zhao Lei was becoming more and more strange. Today, he had just arrived at the Imperial Hotel's Tianzi No. 1 private room for lunch, and Lin Chen was still the Imperial Hotel's behind-the-scenes boss. Is Zhao Lei here to make fun of us? The general manager of the Imperial Hotel? You mean Dongfang is your father's childhood friend? Lin Chen didn't realize that he was still related to Dongfang, but this would be very convenient, and he would be able to complete the system mission. Ha! You even know the name of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. It seems you do have some connections. Yes, Uncle Dong is my father's childhood friend. Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also know the difference in our time. Why don't you give your Uncle Dong a call and ask him if he knows someone named Lin Chen? I'll give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me, my girlfriend, and Miss Tang within half an hour, I won't hold you responsible. Lin Chen said indifferently. Ha 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 ha, let me call my Uncle Dong? Let me apologize? Zhao Lei seemed to have heard a joke, and his face immediately turned cold. Who the hell are you? You're also worthy of my apology? That's right, little brother, you're so arrogant. You're a freshman, a little brat who doesn't know anything and has never been in contact with society, barking here like a dog? The person next to Zhao Lei also yelled. Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wanner's faces were very cold at this time. They didn't expect that the student union member, who usually acts in a way that makes the teacher like him, could be so disgusting. It's disgusting. However, Zhang Shuawei was not worried at all. Lin Chen's background is probably unmatched by a few people in the entire Suzhou University, right? Tang Wanner saw that even her best friend was not worried, and she didn't doubt what Lin Chen said. She was just curious about Lin Chen's background. Very well, you don't want to fight, right? Fine, I'll fight, but if I do, there will be no turning back, right? Lin Chen had thought that since they were both students, he would back down and let them apologize. He never expected to be so aggressive. Still pretending to be a big shot? Go ahead and hit me. I'll see how long you can keep up the act. Zhao Lei was very disdainful. Who is Dong Feng? The general manager of one of the top 5-star international hotels in Tianfu City, which combines dining, accommodation, and entertainment. With the connections he has made over the years in this position, it is conceivable. Would he know a freshman like you? Even if he did, would he give up his nephew for a freshman like you? Fine. Lin Chen nodded calmly. He took out his phone and called Dong Feng. The call was answered in just a few seconds. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, how may I help you? Dong Feng's respectful voice came through. Do you know someone named Zhao Lei? From Suzhou University, I heard he is the son of your childhood friend. Dong Feng on the other end heard something wrong in Lin Chen's tone and his heart sank. Did this kid offend this gentleman? The Lin Dong I know is the son of my friend. Dong Feng said with some trepidation. He had already cursed Zhao Lei and his father a million times in his heart. He is using your name to bully people, which is very bad for our hotel's reputation, don't you think? Lin Chen said calmly. Dong Feng on the other end of the phone was already sweating profusely. Yes. Lin Dong is right. Zhao Lei's father and I are just average acquaintances. If he has offended Lin Dong, I will help you deal with him. Zhao Lei looked at the serious Lin Chen and had a vague feeling of unease. It was only then that he noticed that Lin Chen was wearing Da Vinci. This set alone must have cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. This shows that Lin Chen is not a poor student. Could it be that he really knows Uncle Dong? But it doesn't matter, I am Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei comforted himself, pushing those bad thoughts out of his mind. Fine, you deal with it yourself. This kid still doesn't believe that I know you, thinking that I'm just a poor student. Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Okay, Uncle Lin, I'll call this kid right away. Lin Chen hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Lei teasingly. That's it? That's all? Zhao Lei saw that Lin Chen had hung up the phone and nothing had happened, so he was even more certain that Lin Chen was bluffing. No rush. Lin Chen said with a smile, and before the words had even finished falling from his lips, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Yes, someone's calling you. Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned ugly as he looked at the phone, which was marked Uncle Dong. Did I really mess with the wrong person? Chapter 18 Are you the owner of Dihao? Zhao Lei anxiously answered the phone. Uncle Dong, what do you want? Don't you know what I want? Don't use my name to get into trouble in the future. From now on, don't call me Uncle Dong, and don't contact me in the future. Dong Feng's voice came through, filled with rage. Why, Uncle Dong, is it because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei said in a panic. Their family was able to start a small company, and the business was not bad, and a large part of the reason was because of the business Dong Feng introduced. If Dong Feng stopped helping their family because of him, what awaited him at home was his father's stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots. Why? Do you know who Lin Chen is that you have offended? Who? Zhao Lei asked subconsciously. He is the owner of our Dihao Hotel. He is also the only owner. Dong Feng hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. Zhao Lei felt like a bolt of thunder had struck him when he heard these words. Zhao Lei trembled as he put the phone back in his pocket, looking at Lin Chen in front of him, who was smiling with tears in his eyes. Brother, you have such a big background, why didn't you say anything? Brother Lei, what's going on? Is this kid pretending? The person next to him didn't notice Zhao Lei's pale face and looked at Lin Chen with a sneer on his face. Zhao Lei ignored him and walked directly up to Lin Chen. Brother Lin. You are a great man, forgive me for my petty transgressions. Zhao Lei humbled himself, bowing his head and begging Lin Chen for forgiveness. He knew very well that Lin Chen, at such a young age, had become the owner of Imperial, and that he, a small fry like himself, could not afford to offend him. Even if he took a step back, just because of his identity as the owner of Imperial, he would be able to fix him, and even their family would be finished. Therefore, apologizing was the only thing he could think of. Zhao Lei's actions stunned everyone who followed him, except Jiang Shuowei, who remained very calm. Her eyes filled with admiration and love as she looked at Lin Chen. Tang Weiner looked at the now humble Zhao Lei in disbelief, and then at Lin Chen. It seems that her best friend has found a boyfriend with an extraordinary background. At this moment, Zhao Lei's friends reacted to the extraordinary background of Lin Chen and quickly ran out of the office. What if they stay in the office and Lin Chen remembers them? They had just mocked Lin Chen. No, Zhao Shui, how dare I accept your apology? Lin Chen gave him a chance, but naturally if he didn't cherish it, then it's not his fault. Brother Lin, I didn't know that you were the owner of the Imperial Hotel. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't have dared to yell at you. Zhao Lei said bitterly. At this moment, he felt that his previous behavior was like that of a clown. Lin Chen is the owner of the Imperial Hotel? Tang Wanner looked at Lin Chen, who was calm, in shock. She knew about the Dihao Hotel, and the rich second generation who had pursued her before had sometimes taken her there for dinner. Such a high-quality junior schoolmate. No. This is Shuowei's boyfriend, how can I compete with Shuowei for a man? Tang Wanner shook off the impure thoughts in her heart. What? Does Senior Zhao like to bully people without a background so much? If I were an ordinary person, what would Senior Zhao do? Lin Chen's smile gradually faded away. This. Zhao Lei was sweating all over but unable to say a word. He could only look to Jiang Shuowei for help, hoping that she could say a few words for him. Jiang Shuowei noticed Zhao Lei's gaze, but ignored it. She had been so angry when Zhao Lei mocked Lin Chen that she wanted to spit a mouthful of salted soda at him. Now he wants me to speak well of you? Dream on. Kneel down and apologize, admit your mistake and you can go. Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhao Lei stood in the same place without moving, but inside he was torn between heaven and earth. He understood very well that if Lin Chen targeted their family, then everything he was proud of would become a thing of the past. I'm sorry Lin Ge, I'm sorry Jiang Shuimei and Tang Shuimei, I was wrong in this matter. Please forgive me. Zhao Lei trembled as he knelt on the ground, bowing his head in humiliation. At this moment, he was very glad that his friends had run away. Otherwise, if they saw such a humiliating thing, how would he be able to get by at Suzhou University for the rest of the year? Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner couldn't help but turn away with some reluctance. Most of the anger in their hearts had already dissipated. It's fine, you can go, and let's forget about this. Lin Chen somewhat admired Zhao Lei. He was able to yield and stretch, and lose a little face but be able to protect the family's business, a very cost-effective deal. Zhao Lei heard Lin Chen's words, and the big stone hanging in his heart finally landed. He quickly got up and quickly walked out of the meeting room. Ah Chen, you're amazing. Jiang Shuowei happily hugged Lin Chen and cooed. Tang Wanye's jaw dropped. Is this still the Jiang Shuowei I know? Where's the aloof temperament from before? Lin Chen spoiled Jiang Shuowei by scratching her small, high, and straight nose. Okay, stop drooling, I'm almost full. Tang Wanye complained discontentedly. Jiang Shuowei stuck out her tongue at Tang Wanner before letting go of Lin Chen's hand. You little brat, I'll deal with you when we get back to the dormitory. Tang Wanner cursed under her breath. Senior Tang, thank you for protecting Shuowei. Lin Chen said gratefully with a smile. Don't worry. Shuowei is also my best friend, and this is what I should do. Tang Wanner waved her hand nonchalantly and said. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No, no, I'd rather not be a third wheel. I'll go back to the dorm first. Bye. Tang Wanner waved her hand and left after refusing. Congratulations, the task is completed. Zhao Lei has been slapped in the face. The Greater Bay Area Commercial Street has been awarded to the host in a reasonable manner. The original owner of the commercial shop has added a super message to you. Please choose an appropriate time to sign the transfer contract. Chen, where are we going next? Zhang Shuawei saw Tang Weiner leave, and with her hands around Lin Chen's arm, her beautiful big eyes blinked. Why don't we go for a stroll in the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street outside the school, and have dinner there on the way? Lin Chen said after thinking about it. Mainly, Lin Chen wanted to see how the new commercial street rewarded by the system was like, and to go there to sign the transfer contract. Yes. Lin Chen opened a super letter and sent a super letter to the representative to indicate that he would go sign the contract later, and then took Zhang Shuawei back to the car. You forgot your bag when you got off the car, don't you like it? Lin Chen laughed. No, I really like this bag you gave me. I like it a lot. Zhang Shuawei kissed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken by surprise, and the fire in his heart immediately flared up. Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Chen did not hesitate to put his arm around Zhang Shuawei's neck and kissed her cherry lips in her shocked eyes. The two kissed for several minutes before stopping in Zhang Shuawei's pleading eyes. Aiken, won't you have difficulty breathing? Zhang Shuawei asked, her face red and her body limp on the passenger seat, panting. No. Why would I have difficulty breathing? Lin Chen asked curiously. Zhang Shuawei was at a loss for words. Okay, I don't know why either. Chapter 19 Signing the Luan Street Transfer Contract. After a while, Zhang Shuawei recovered and pouted, complaining. You almost ruined it for me. Lin Chen smiled sheepishly and started the engine. Along the way, they left the campus in the envious eyes of their classmates. Arriving at the Dewan District Commercial Street, Lin Chen found a parking space and parked the car with the security guard's envious gaze. Then he and Zhang Shuawei came to the commercial street. This commercial street has about 200 to 300 shops. A 200 square meter shop is about 8 million, and the rent alone is 40 to 50,000 a month. The size of the shops in the whole street is different, and it is estimated that Lin Chen can receive nearly 10 million in rent alone a month. What are we going to do now? Zhang Shuawei asked. I'll go sign the contract, and after that I'll accompany you on a shopping spree, buy you some things, and then we'll go eat. Fine with the eating, but forget about the shopping. You just bought me a bag that cost tens of thousands of dollars today. Zhang Shuawei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was very rich, she didn't want to be a leech. I'm your boyfriend, isn't it only right that I spend some money on you? Don't feel any psychological burden. Besides, today, Tang Shui helped you out, so you have to buy her something to thank her, don't you? Lin Chen smiled indifferently. I'm okay, but you can't spend too much. Zhang Shuawei nibbled her finger and nodded after thinking about it. Then what kind of contract did you sign? Bought the facade of a street. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Chen ordered an Americano and Zhang Shuawei ordered a cappuccino. Lin Chen took out her phone and sent a location to the original owner of the shop. At that moment, the waitress brought another cup of macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this. Zhang Shuawei looked at the coffee in front of her with some confusion. This is from our boss, he said he hopes to make friends with you. The waitress had an ambiguous smile on her face. Zhang Shuawei and Lin Chen turned their heads to look and saw a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers smiling over at them from the other side of the bar. Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. She really is a disaster. No, my boyfriend is here. Zhang Shuawei politely declined, while returning the coffee to the waitress. The waitress's smile froze on her face. She didn't want to come in the first place. The man and woman were already together, but her boss insisted that she come. She looked back at her boss. She saw that although her boss's face didn't look too good, she still nodded, and then took the coffee. Sorry. The waitress bent over to apologize and then left. Chen, wasn't what I did great? Zhang Shuawei raised her little face, looking like she was about to praise me. Lin Chen petted Zhang Shuawei's head lovingly. Of course it's great. He. Zhang Shuawei was as happy as a kindergarten child who had received a red flower. The two men's boss looked even more unpleasant. He had noticed Jiang Shuawei the moment she had entered. His first impression was one of astonishment. Very pretty and innocent. She had more temperament than any woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but be moved, and even if she might have a boyfriend, he was willing to give it a try. As long as the hole is dug well, what corner of the wall can't be dug? Beauty, can you give me your contact information? After thinking for a long time, the boss still decided to be shameless. Jiang Shuawei looked up in surprise and looked at the boss. Did the waitress not make herself clear just now? I have a boyfriend, no thanks. Jiang Shuawei said with a cold expression. Lin Chen was also very speechless. Beauty, you must be a university student nearby, right? Being good-looking is useless in this society. The most important thing is whether you have the ability. I am 26 years old, and I have opened a cafe of more than 200 square meters on this commercial street. The monthly turnover is about 150,000 yuan, and the net profit is 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Beauty, add me on WeChat, okay? You can definitely make a better choice. After the boss finished speaking, he didn't forget to give Lin Chen a provocative glance. He was very confident that when this girl heard that he could earn 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a month, she would definitely agree to add him on WeChat. No need. I already said I have a boyfriend. It's none of my business how much you earn a month. Please don't bother my boyfriend and I. Jiang Shuawei's tone had become a little impatient. 70 to 80,000 a month? How much does my Chen earn in a minute? In 2023, a penguin can earn about 700,000 yuan a minute. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, who just lightly snorted and didn't say anything. The boss was already a bit upset after being rejected, and when he heard Lin Chen sneer, he was even more furious. Little brother, do you look down on 70,000-80,000 a month? May I ask if a student can earn 70,000-80,000 a month? The boss looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting across from Jiang Shuawei, with disdain and a little jealousy. He is indeed very handsome, no wonder he can charm this pretty girl. This seems to have nothing to do with you, boss, right? Lin Chen picked up his coffee and took a sip, speaking indifferently. The boss choked and didn't know how to respond. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? At this time, the original owner of the shop rushed over according to Lin Chen's description. So young. At most, he's only 20 or 21 years old, right? And he has the money to buy the entire commercial street, which is worth over 1 billion. I am. Lin Chen surveyed the middle-aged man in front of him, who was dressed in a respectable manner. Uncle Sun? Why are you here? The shop owner asked in surprise and flattery when he saw Sun Yong. Uncle Sun, weren't you going to go sign the transfer contract with Boss Lin? It's Wei, Mr. Lin booked the place at your cafe, so I came directly to sign the transfer contract. Sun Yong glanced at the cafe owner and thought about it carefully before remembering that his surname seemed to be Wei. Signed the contract? Mr. Lin? Could it be? Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen in horror. Is this college student the owner of the commercial street? Uncle Sun, have you made a mistake? This is just a college student? How could he be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly. He had just offended Lin Chen to death, poaching talent in front of his face. How could there be a mistake? Mr. Lin and I made an appointment for you at table 43 in this coffee shop. Sun Yong said, then looked at Wei Chao with some surprise. You haven't offended Mr. Lin, have you? It's not that I'm offended, but Mr. Wei, it's not very nice to shamelessly ask for my girlfriend's contact information in front of me, is it? Lin Chen leisurely took a sip of coffee and said slowly. Upon hearing this, Sun Yong unobtrusively drew a little distance from Wei Chao. Being able to buy this commercial street at such a young age, one can imagine just how strong the other party's background really is. He didn't want to get dragged down. Wei Chao's face paled upon hearing this. If Lin Chen doesn't rent him the shop, all his efforts will be in vain. It is especially difficult to find a shop on a commercial street like Liwan Street, which brings together many universities in the surrounding area. It is common sense that college students have the best money to spend. There is only one place for one radish, so where can he find such a good location? Thinking about this, Wei Chao hated himself for slapping himself. Chapter 20 Accompanying Jiang Shuawei to the pet shop. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I offended you and your girlfriend. How about this, I'll pay for your coffee today. Do I need your coffee? Lin Chen looked at Wei Chao with a little smile. Wei Chao's face turned pale and he couldn't speak. Okay, in the future, is it okay if my girlfriend and I come for free? Huh? Yes, yes, yes. From now on, Mr. Lin and your friends can have coffee for free. Wei Chao was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He didn't expect Lin Chen to choose to let him off. As for free coffee? Could those few cups of coffee compare to this shop? It really is true that the mindset of the truly wealthy is different. Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen gratefully, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you can go back to your work. Mr. Lin and I still have some business to discuss. Sun Yong laughed. Okay. You chat with Mr. Lin, I'll go first. Wei Chao's posture was very low. Everyone in the cafe had heard something more or less. Knowing that two people of great background were talking about something, the volume involuntarily dropped. In fact, Lin Chen chose to let Wei Chao go mainly because he had not gone too far. His girlfriend was too beautiful, and it was normal for her to attract the attention of other men. If you have to deal with everyone who is slightly offended, you will be exhausted. Choosing to let them go instead shows your character. Sun Yong was quite attentive and asked the waiter to bring some pastries. Sun Yong took out 2 contracts. Lin Chen didn't doubt it and signed it directly after a brief look. This is mainly a system reward, how could it be fake? Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. This commercial street is now yours. Sun Yong stood up with his share of the contract in his hands, satisfied, and held out his hand to Lin Chen. Happy cooperation. Lin Chen also stood up and shook hands with Sun Yong with a faint smile. After Sun Yong left, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei also got up and left the cafe. This relieved Wei Chao, who had been keeping an eye on Lin Chen. Chen, the street is all yours now? Zhang Xuewei surveyed the overcrowded Luoang Street, and a look of confusion flashed in her eyes. She suddenly felt as if she was not good enough for Lin Chen, even though she was the school beauty queen. For someone with Lin Chen's status, a school beauty queen? Just a plaything. Lin Chen sensed Zhang Xuewei's somewhat low mood and put his arm around her shoulders. No, it should be said that it's ours. Lin Chen sniffed the fragrance of Zhang Xuewei's hair and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xuewei felt Lin Chen's warm embrace and suddenly felt very at ease. Her attachment to Lin Chen increased a few more points. She turned around and hugged Lin Chen. Grandma, I think I've found the person you were talking about. Zhang Xuewei muttered in a voice only she could hear. Isn't that Zhang Xuewei, the school flower of our school? Why is she hugging a guy? Where is she? Damn it. It's true. My wife is hugging another guy? My youth is over. After all, Luoang Street is near the school, and it is inevitable that the two will be noticed by people from the same school. Especially since Zhang Xuewei is the school flower of Suzhou University. Naturally, the two also heard the exclamations of the men. Zhang Xuewei's face flushed as she let go of his hand and used to fix her hair to relieve her shyness. Let's go to that pet shop and have a look. Chen, do you like cats and dogs? Zhang Xuewei pointed to a pet shop called My Pet Shop in a cheerful tone. She really likes cats and dogs, and every time she comes to Luoan Street with Tangwaner, she will go in and have a look. Although she hasn't bought any, it's still a lot of fun to go in and have a look. Well, let's go. Lin Chen nodded. He could tell that Zhang Xuewei really likes small animals. Thinking that he would definitely move to one Magnolia Court in the future, and then raise some cats and dogs that Zhang Xuewei liked, maybe Zhang Xuewei would even be willing to live with him. Zhang Xuefei took Lin Chen's hand and walked quickly towards the Maichong pet shop. When those people saw that they were out of the two of their line of sight, they took out their phones and secretly took a picture and posted it on the campus forum. Shock. Zhang Xuefei, who has rejected countless suitors, actually. The topic instantly shot to the top few positions after just a few dozen seconds of being posted. Judging from the profile picture and the back view, is this really Zhang Xuefei? I've already lost my love before I've even fallen in love. Upstairs, +1. I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. I remember now. He's the freshman who drove a Ferrari SF90 on the first day of school. Wait, didn't Zhang Xuefei say she didn't care about rich kids? This guy is so handsome. I love him. Hey, upstairs, don't get your hopes up. Several people looked at the instantly viral post and were shocked. No wonder she's the Suzhou University campus queen, the buzz is unbelievable. Zhao Fei, who had just finished the task assigned by the tutor, was bored and spent some time browsing the campus forum. Hey! This face looks so much like the very handsome guy who is our monitor. Zhao Fei looked at the photo in the post with disbelief. Shopping with the school flower holding each other in public, the new student drove a Ferrari SF90 into the school. Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. The new student drove a Ferrari worth millions of yuan when he enrolled, so his background must be extraordinary. I offended him this afternoon. Zhao Fei thought, becoming more and more uneasy, with a big stone hanging in his heart. The two people in the pet shop on this side were still completely unaware of what had happened. Chen, look at how cute this stuffed cat is. Zhang Shuowei looked at the stuffed cat in front of her, with pure white fur dotted with gray patterns and eyes as blue as gems. The stuffed cat seemed to sense Zhang Shuowei's gaze. It was originally lazily lying on the cage, but it stretched out its little paws and rested them on the cage, as if it wanted to touch Zhang Shuowei's face. That cute look instantly captured Zhang Shuowei's heart. Wow! This stuffed cat is so cute. It even wants to touch me. Hey, did you see that? Ah, Chen. Zhang Shuowei excitedly shook Lin Chen's arm, but her eyes kept on the stuffed cat. If you like it, just buy it and keep it. Lin Chen stroked Zhang Shuowei's head, his eyes full of tenderness. Ah? Really? But it seems like it would be a lot of trouble to keep a cat on campus. Zhang Shuowei was very moved when she heard Lin Chen's words, but she hesitated to say. It's all trivial matters, I'll handle it. And this kitten belongs to you and me, it's very commemorative. Zhang Shuowei's eyes softened as she looked at the stuffed cat. Boss, we'll take the stuffed cat. Lin Chen saw that Zhang Shuowei had no objections, and smiled slightly, directly addressing the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper heard that there was business coming, and hurriedly walked over. We'll take the stuffed cat. A female voice sounded beside Lin Chen and Zhang Shuowei. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why do I keep running into these troublemakers lately? Chapter 21. Why are you here to stir up trouble again? The woman who spoke looked at the two of them with great pleasure. Shui Wei, I'm sorry, I also want this stuffed cat. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shui Wei, you know her? Zhang Shuiwei looked at the woman in front of her and nodded unhappily at Lin Chen. Her name is Han Chi. She is my roommate, but we don't get along very well. Lin Chen suddenly understood, so that's why. Lin Chen had thought that he had a leading role aura about him, and that everyone wanted to come and stir things up a bit, only to be slapped in the face by him. It turned out to be because of Shui Wei. Han Chi always felt that Zhang Shuiwei was pretending to be aloof, and that she didn't care about the many rich second-generation men chasing after her. And, why was she the flower of the department, while Zhang Shuiwei was the school flower? Well, she would never admit to being jealous of Zhang Shuiwei. She saw that the man next to Zhang Shuiwei looked like he was a rich man, but so what? The boyfriend by her side is the relative of the chairman of Langzhou Group, and his status is incomparable to ordinary rich second-generation masters. And the man by her side looked at Zhang Shuiwei with a hint of greed in his eyes, and then looked at Lin Chen by her side, feeling a little jealous. Sorry, my girlfriend also likes this stuffed cat, so I can only ask you two to let go. The man put away the greed in his eyes and looked at Lin Chen with arrogance. Everything must have a priority, right? Zhang Shuiwei's face was cold. It was true that these two wanted the stuffed cat first, and there was another stuffed cat over there that was also very cute. The shopkeeper said apologetically to Han Chi and Han, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Han Chi. Didn't you pay yet? If you haven't paid, then why can't I compete? This shopkeeper was in a difficult situation. This stuffed cat is priced at 8,999. In that case, I'll pay 12,000. The man looked at the shopkeeper in front of him and smiled. The shopkeeper was obviously tempted. Who wouldn't want to make a little extra money? Thank you, baby. Han Chi happily kissed the man and gave Zhang Shuifei a provocative look. Zhang Shuifei's pretty face turned red with anger. She wanted to give up, but she couldn't bear to part with this very spirited cat. She always felt that this kitten really liked her. Seeing that Zhang Shuifei was unhappy, Lin Chen was also a little angry. Originally, he didn't want to interfere too much in the affairs of their dormitory. Since the man insisted on coming in and meddling, don't blame me. Compare wealth? I, Lin Chen, am not afraid. I'll pay 20,000. Lin Chen's expression was calm. At this time, the people around him also noticed that several people were bidding. Is this stuffed cat really worth that much? 20,000 each? Can't you see the marked price of 8,999? This is obviously someone deliberately inflating the price because of a conflict. The sound of the surrounding people's discussions made the man's face sink. Young people in their 20s are good at face. If they lose to the boyfriend of their girlfriend's enemy at this time, won't they lose all face? How can I hold my head up in front of Han Chi-Chi? I'll pay 50,000. The man gritted his teeth and raised the price to 50,000 in one go. Then he whispered a threat in Lin Chen's ear. I'm a relative of the chairman of the Langzhou group. My name is Wang Haoren. Do me a favor. He could afford the money, but he was afraid of the bad publicity if the matter became a big deal. If his uncle knew that he did such a thing in public for a woman. Lin Chen became interested when he heard this. Langzhou Group? One of the top 500 companies in China? This was indeed a big name, but it wasn't enough. 100,000. Lin Chen ignored her and continued to raise the price. Ding. System mission released. Make Wang Haoren apologize. Reward, license plate number of a leopard, Shui 88888. Because the maximum number of tasks triggered today has been reached, the reward will be issued tomorrow. There is such a thing as a maximum number of triggered tasks? Wang Haoren's face turned even gloomier after hearing this. Haoren, why are you here? A person squeezed into the crowd and said in surprise as he looked at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren turned his head and immediately a smile appeared on his face. Brother, why are you here? I just wanted to buy my girlfriend a cat, but this couple insisted on competing with me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. After hearing this, Wang Shijie frowned and looked at Han Chi-Chi. Han Chi-Chi immediately lost her previous arrogance when she heard that it was Wang Haoren's brother. At this moment, she felt even more nervous when Wang Shijie was sizing her up. She had heard from Wang Haoren that his cousin, Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group, also studied at Suzhou University. Isn't this the person who drove that supercar that cost more than 4 million the other day? Jiang Shuiwei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. It turned out that Wang Shijie was Wang Haoren's brother, which meant that he was also from the Wang family of Langzhou Group. Wang Shijie heard a noise and came over to take a look, only to find Wang Haoren. His own father hated this kind of behavior. He had always followed the principle of keeping a low profile and working hard. Wang Haoren was just the child of a distant relative of his father's, and after his father became rich, he received a little favor, and his life got better. Wang Shijie then noticed Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei. Brother Lin? Sister-in-law? Wang Shijie greeted. Wang Haoren and Han Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat. They actually knew Wang Shijie? And from the way Wang Shijie addressed him, he seemed to be very deferential? Han Chi-Chi knew the background of Jiang Shuiwei's head, and first ruled it out, and that was the person called Brother Lin. Could it be that Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend is even more important than the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group? Han Chi-Chi regretted it inwardly, and if she had known, she would not have provoked Jiang Shuiwei. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, nervously watched the three Wang Shijie. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haoren. This is your younger brother? He is a distant cousin of mine. Wang Shijie explained. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Lin Chen is the owner of a Lamborghini worth nearly 100 million yuan, one of only a dozen produced worldwide. His background is definitely not ordinary, and he would not be offended easily. Unless Lin Chen has really gone too far. You can ask your brother. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Jiang Shuiwei also looked at Wang Haoren and Wang Shijie with indignation. Knowing that Lin Chen's background must be extraordinary, the two of them suddenly felt uneasy. Wang Shijie looked at the attitude of the two, and combined with his own understanding of this distant cousin, he had a general idea in his mind. Wang Shijie's face sank slightly, and he turned his head to look at Wang Haoren. What's going on? Wang Haoren knew that the two of them knew each other, so he didn't dare add any embellishments, and could only grit his teeth and tell the whole story. After Wang Shijie had finished listening, he gave Wang Haoren a fierce glare, and then gave Han Chi-Chi a slightly cold look. Han Chi-Chi couldn't help but cling a little tighter to Wang Haoren. Lingu, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry, this matter is indeed Haoren's fault. Wang Shijie said apologetically to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei. Why don't you come over and apologize? Wang Shijie turned his head and looked at Wang Haoren, who kept giving him winks, and his tone was not very good. I'm sorry, Lingu, I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I went too far with this today. Wang Haoren saw Wang Shijie giving him winks and hurriedly apologized. He was also more and more curious about Lin Chen's background. Han Qiqi, however, stayed in the same place without making a single move. Wang Haoren saw his cousin's face turn black and quickly pulled Han Qiqi, signaling her to apologize quickly. Han Qiqi, however, shook off Wang Haoren's hand and turned her head and left the pet shop directly. Chapter 22 I also have a little bit of wealth. You want me to apologize to Jiang Shuawei? Dream on. If I apologize, I will meet Jiang Shuawei every day in the dormitory. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? At worst, I'll just find a new boyfriend. I'm not bad looking anyway. Wang Haoren looked at Han Qiqi, who had already walked away, dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie looked at his incompetent cousin. Look at what kind of person you found. Wang Haoren's head dropped in defeat. Since getting together with Han Qiqi, he had spent a lot of money on her, and Han Qiqi had shown that she loved him. Unexpectedly, today he got into trouble trying to help her out, and she let him apologize and then left. Buzzing. Wang Haoren's phone vibrated. He opened it. Let's break up. A message came into view. Wang Haoren was not angry, and did not question her why she did it. Linge, I'm really sorry for disturbing you and your sister-in-law for such a woman. Lin Chen was a little surprised. This attitude was obviously much more sincere than before. It's fine, since you are Wang Shijie's brother, this matter will be forgotten. Lin Chen smiled. Ding! The task of having Wang Haoren apologize has been completed. Since the upper limit for receiving task rewards has been reached today, the reward will be distributed tomorrow. Linge, are you free this evening? I'll treat you and your wife to dinner as an apology. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's performance with satisfaction. He finally looked a bit like a Wang family member. You have to learn to read people and know what to provoke and what not to provoke. I'm fine with it, it's mainly up to my girlfriend. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei tenderly. Jiang Shuawei's heart warmed. It's fine, no problem. Jiang Shuawei knew that the Wang brothers came from an extraordinary background, and that it would always be beneficial to have a good relationship with her boyfriend. What is most important in this society? That is, of course, connections. Then thank you, brother Lin and sister-in-law, for your kindness. Wang Haoren was naturally very happy to see that the two had agreed. From the attitude of his cousin, he could tell that Lin Chen had an extraordinary background. If he could get to know someone like this, it would only do him good. Cousin, are you going too? Of course I want to go. I want to chat with brother Lin more. What, you don't want me to go? Wang Shijie scolded with a smile. No, how could I? Wang Haoren shrunk his neck. Brother Lin, have you driven? Why don't you take my car? My brother will definitely drive a supercar, and there is only room for one. I drive a hatchback Mercedes-Benz, which can just take you and your wife. Wang Haoren spoke very carefully. No, I have my own car. Send us your location and we'll go ourselves. Lin Chen refused. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got in the car, they received the location sent by Wang Shijie. Another Imperial? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. From yesterday to today, plus the dinner tonight, they had all eaten at Imperial. Going to your place again? Jiang Shuawei teased. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of Imperial, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren were already there. Cousin, look. Is that a Lamborghini Poison? I'm going. How much money does it take to drive this car? Wang Haoren was very envious. There are still a lot of people who can afford a Lamborghini Poison, but those who can drive one for themselves and their descendants are not just rich. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's surprised and envious expression and laughed to himself. He couldn't wait to see Wang Haoren's expression when he found out that it was Lin Chen's car. Wang Haoren's eyes widened when Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car. This car belongs to brother Lin? Wang Haoren stuttered as he spoke excitedly. He was even more determined to make friends with Lin Chen, and he never expected that he would be able to meet a top second-generation rich guy like Lin Chen. How long have you been waiting? Lin Chen asked with a faint smile as he took Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked closer. It wasn't long at all. Brother Lin, your car is really cool. Wang Haoren's eyes occasionally glanced at Lin Chen's car, and the longing in his eyes was about to overflow. It's okay, let's go up and eat first, right? Okay. Hello, Lin Dong. Lin Chen and his entourage walked into the lobby, and Lu Jing at the front desk brightened up when she saw Lin Chen. But when she saw Jiang Shuiwei, whom Lin Chen was holding by the hand, the light in her eyes dissipated. HM. Lin Chen nodded to Lu Jing. Ah. Lin Dong? Lin Gu, this Dihao is your industry. Wang Shijie and Wang Haorun looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dihao is still very famous among the circles of power in Tenfu City. Those who can eat in the world-famous private rooms of the Imperial Crown are all considered to be important figures in the entire Tenfu City. This shows how heavy the Imperial Crown's weight is. Well, I only acquired it a few days ago, it's just a small business, not worth mentioning. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Awesome. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but exclaim in awe. You have to know that the entire Langzhou Group has a market value of only 80 billion yuan, and this Imperial Crown Hotel is estimated to cost at least tens of billions of yuan to take over, right? A small industry is not worth mentioning? The Dorset, with a market value of billions, is just a small industry in Lin Chen's eyes, which shows Lin Chen's background. Wang Haorun then deeply realized what kind of person he almost provoked, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lin Chen felt like he was treating the Dorset like his own home, and had been going there a lot these past 2 days. Thanks to Wang Shijie's connections, Wang Haorun managed to book the Tianzi No. 5 private room. Mr. Lin, would you like to change to the Tianzi No. 1 VIP room for you and your friends? No, just the No. 5 VIP room. Oh, and tell Dongfang that the Tianzi No. 1 VIP room will no longer be open to the public. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen and his party walked towards the elevator. Lu Jing couldn't help but sigh as she watched the back of Jiang Shuiwei. Perhaps only a woman with such beauty is worthy of Mr. Lin. After ordering, the group chatted. Wang Shijie, you and Wang Haorun are both from Langzhou Group? Lin Gu, you can call me Shijie and him Haorun, and your wife can call in that too. That's right, my grandfather is Wang Shilin. Wang Shijie said this with a proud face. He has been his grandfather's idol since he was young, and the ability to establish a Langzhou Group with a market value of 80 to 90 billion yuan is evident. Jiang Shuiwei suppressed the shock in her heart and appeared calm on her face. I can't act like I've never seen the world. I can't let Chen lose face. Jiang Shuiwei felt like the first 20 years of her life had been a waste. Only by coming into contact with the true upper class did she realize how small her previous world had been. So you're the son of the Langzhou Group? Lin Chen teased, and he couldn't help but want to make friends. Even with the system, you can't always go it alone, right? Lin Gu, you're joking. Wang Shijie waved his hand. By the way, Lin Gu, what does your family do? If you can afford to buy poison, it must be something big, right? Wang Shijie asked curiously. Jiang Shuiwei and Wang Shijie also listened with their ears pricked. My parents are just laborers, there's nothing to talk about. Lin Chen said indifferently. The few people looked unconvinced, thinking that Lin Chen was embarrassed to talk about it, so they didn't pursue it. As for myself, I also have a little bit of assets. I own the facade of a street, a hotel, and some shares of Penguin. Chapter 23 shocked Wang brothers. Penguin shares? The two Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. Lin Gu, are you talking about the top 20 company in the world's top 500, the Penguin Company? Wang Haorun was shocked. Penguin's size can be said to be incredibly huge, ranking 17th in the world, a proper giant. Even if Lin Chen only owned a few tenths of a percent of Penguin's shares, it would be very impressive. Otherwise, what other Penguin could there be? Lin Chen looked at Wang Haorun with a smile. Lin Gu, I haven't heard of any new shareholders in Penguin recently. Wang Shijie was a little puzzled. He knew all the shareholders of Penguin, and Lin Chen was indeed not one of them. You should know in a few days. Lin Chen explained in a neutral tone, and the waiter brought in the food. Dongfang followed. The two young masters of the Wang family? Why were they with Lin Dong? Dongfang saw Wang Shijie and Wang Haorun as soon as he entered. Lin Dong, Miss Jiang. Lin Dong, I came to. I know what you want to say, but let's talk about it later. I'm having dinner with my friends now. Lin Chen picked up a piece of duck with his chopsticks, and thought it was good, so he picked up a piece for Jiang Shuiwei as well. Okay, Lin Dong, then I won't disturb you and the two Wang brothers while you eat. Dongfang heard this and had to retreat. After a few people had eaten their fill, they got up and prepared to go back to school. However, Dong Fong was already waiting at the door. Shijia, you and Haoran go ahead, I still have some things to take care of. Lin Chen looked at the Wang brothers. Okay, then Lin Gu, we'll go first. After the two left, Lin Chen looked at the general manager of the Imperial Palace in front of him. Dong Fong, do you still want to continue in this position? Dong Fong broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This position is very important to him. With this position, he has made a lot of connections and earns millions of dollars a year. Lin Dong, I still want to continue, please give me this opportunity. Jiang Shuawei couldn't bear to see it and took Lin Chen's hand. She had a good impression of Dong Fong. Lin Chen squeezed Jiang Shuawei's delicate little hand. In consideration of the fact that you have worked in the hotel for so many years, you have done your best even if you have not achieved anything, I will give you this opportunity. Do you know why I am a little dissatisfied with you? Lin Chen looked at the relieved Dong Fong indifferently. Is it because of the child of my friend? Dong Fong looked at Lin Chen's face and asked tentatively. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not really your fault. Your mistake was that because he is your nephew, you made an exception and let him into the VIP room. Why does the Imperial Palace become a gathering place for the powerful and wealthy? Apart from the hotel itself being excellent, I won't go into any more reasons than that. I understand, Lin Dong. This will definitely not happen again in the future. Okay, do a good job, I won't treat you badly. Who says that Imperial crown can only be found in Tianfu? Don't you agree? Lin Chen said with a meaning. Dong Fong couldn't help but feel excited after hearing this. When Lin Dong said this, he was hinting that he should do a good job, and in the future, Imperial crown might very well expand nationwide, and he. Lin Dong, I will definitely do a good job and won't let you down. Dong Fong, a man in his 40s, felt like he was back in his 20s, full of energy. Jiang Shuawei took Lin Chen's hand and felt very proud. This is my man. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be going first. Lin Chen looked at Dong Fong's state of mind with satisfaction. Give a stick and then a sweet, draw a cake, this is the way to rule. Lin Dong, please keep this card. Dong Fong took out a black card and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the supreme card of the Imperial Hotel, and there is only one now. Dong Fong explained. This card actually represents status and identity. Originally, there was no supreme card, only 3 types of cards, silver, gold and diamond. This supreme card was created on a temporary basis. Lin Chen took the card and held it in his hands, examining it. It felt very good in his hands. The card was black throughout, and in the upper right corner of the card was set a sparkling diamond, shining with dazzling light. This diamond is not only for decoration, but also an anti-counterfeiting mark for black cards, ensuring the uniqueness of the card. The entire card exudes a mysterious and noble aura. Jiang Shuawei also seemed to like the style of the card, and after receiving it from Lin Chen, she held it in her hands and played with it. It's thoughtful. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. Lin Chen walked Jiang Shuawei to the bottom of the dormitory building. Ah Chen, I'll go up first, okay? Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with some reluctance. Lin Chen gently put his arm around Jiang Shuawei's waist, then lowered his head and kissed her. After a while, their lips and teeth parted. Okay, you can go up. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. You rascal! Jiang Shuawei finished speaking and turned around, entering the dormitory building. Lin Chen didn't turn around and leave until Jiang Shuawei's back disappeared out of sight. Back in the dormitory. Boss! Do you know that you've already made it to the top of the campus post bar? As soon as Lin Chen entered the door, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei came over excitedly. What? Lin Chen was at a loss. Chen Xiao opened the campus post bar and showed Lin Chen the post that had gone viral. You were secretly filmed when you went shopping with Jiang University's most beautiful girl today, and it was posted on the campus forum. Boss, you are now the public enemy of all the boys on campus. And there's more. They also found out that you drove a Ferrari to school before, and now everyone is saying that Jiang University's most beautiful girl is dating a rich playboy. Xiao Wei chimed in. Lin Chen stared at it closely, and sure enough, it was from the afternoon when he was being intimate with Shui Wei on Lulang Street. These campus paparazzi are really everywhere. Lin Chen quickly took out his phone and called Jiang Shuawei. What's wrong, Chen? You missed me? Jiang Shuawei's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei in the dormitory were so excited that they couldn't stop dancing and clapping their hands, but they were afraid to speak, which made Lin Chen laugh. Of course I missed you. Have you seen the campus post bar? Lin Chen's gentle voice made Jiang Shuawei's heart melt at the other end of the phone. I read it. Wan Air told me as soon as I got back to the dorm. Don't mind what those people on the post bar are saying. They're just jealous that you found such an outstanding boyfriend. The two in the dormitory couldn't help but run to the balcony to avoid being distracted by what they couldn't see. Ah, Chen, you're so cute. Yes, my boyfriend is the most outstanding person in the world. The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. I must have missed you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei imitated a female voice and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. Get lost, you two are so disgusting. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Where is Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned to the dormitory yet? Lin Chen asked in puzzlement, seeing that Xiao Fei had not returned yet. Fourth brother seems to have gone out to find some schoolgirls to hang out with, so we are the only two left in the dormitory. Chen Xiao sighed. Yes, boss, is there any single girl among Zhengda's beautiful girls? Introduce me and the second one. Lin Chen's mind flashed back to Tang Wanner's domineering protection of her friends and Han Shiqi's green tea calling Wang Haoren baby. He couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, you guys can't handle it. Cut it out. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and went to play games. Lin Chen helplessly shook his head at these two treasures. Have the military training uniforms been handed out? Lin Chen asked, looking at the army green clothes on the table. Yes, those class leaders brought them over. Chen Xiao answered. Chapter 24 Military Training begins. Lu Shu then sent a meeting link. Lin Dong, this is the link to the meeting invitation for tomorrow morning. The meeting will start promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, I'll attend. Lin Chen thought that military training for new students would start tomorrow, but it shouldn't be a problem to take a leave of absence to explain the situation, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by a phone ringing. It was the alarm set by Xiao Wei, and today was the day military training began. Lin Chen took out his phone and saw that it was only 7:30. He sent Jiang Shuawei a good morning and got out of bed to wash up. The fourth one isn't back yet? Looks like they had a bit of a party last night. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei's empty bed and felt a little envious. Yeah, we have to gather soon, I don't know if the fourth one will make it. Xiao Wei agreed. Bang! Xiao Fei opened the door. Hurry up, I can see a lot of people in uniform downstairs already heading towards the playground. Xiao Fei rushed in, changing into his military uniform while urging the three people who were washing up. Fourth brother, you know you're back? We don't have room for you in 515 anymore. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei with envy. You're just jealous that I can stay up all night with my sister. Xiao Fei retorted as he changed into his uniform at light speed. Chen Xiao was poked in the thoughts and smiled sheepishly. The few of them changed into their military uniforms and went to the playground. It was already full of people. According to the news sent in the class group, it took the four of them half an hour to find their class formation. After the leader on the stage had spoken passionately for a long time, the instructor lined up a formation and neatly ran into the playground. The boys and girls in the whole class were separated and assigned to members of other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's formation looked very strong and was clearly a difficult person to deal with. I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you are all under my control. Zhang Dazhu looked at the students with a serious expression as he checked their attire. You. Step out of line. Zhang Dazhu pointed at a student. The student nervously stepped forward. Why did you come to military training in slippers? I didn't have time to change. Answer the question in the future and add a sentence at the beginning. Report to the instructor. Start again. Report to the instructor. I didn't have time to change. Is that a reason? You have 10 minutes to change and come back down. As punishment, you will run 2 laps. Why should I have to run 3 laps? The boy was a little unconvinced. Just because I'm your instructor. If you don't want to, you can talk to the counselor. The boy had no choice but to go back to the dormitory to change his shoes. After the warning just now, the formation obviously became much more obedient, and everyone stood straight. Now let's practice military posture. Let's try it for an hour first. Zhang Dazhu finished speaking and walked over to sit in the shade, watching the group. After 40 minutes or so? Boss, I feel like I'm going to die. Chen Xiao was originally relatively weak and frail, and after standing in military posture for more than 40 minutes, he was swaying unsteadily, as if he couldn't hold his position. Hang in there, it should be almost over. Lin Chen was sweating from the sun and hadn't exercised much, so he felt that his body wasn't as good as it was when he was in junior high school. In junior high school, he could still run a 3-minute 20-second mile, but now. Ding! System mission released. Maintain military posture for 1 hour. Reward, strong physique. Ding! Yesterday's reward has been released. Leopard no, Shui 88888 has been replaced with Lamborghini Poison. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The system is really a wonderful thing. Another 10 minutes passed. Sit down and rest in place. Everyone sat down as if they had heard heavenly music. Ding! Mission military posture for 1 hour completed. System rewards have been distributed. Lin Chen heard the system prompt in his head, and then a warm current surged through his body, changing it. The pleasant feeling made Lin Chen almost unable to hold back from shouting out. Even his weak legs after an hour of military posture just now had become powerful. Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm dying of thirst. Chen Xiao sat on the ground rubbing his legs. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Dazhu, who was sitting in the shade of a tree chatting with the other instructors. Forget it. Chen Xiao recalled the scene of the boy running 3 laps before coming back to stand in military position. Because it was the first day of military training, many students were not adequately prepared, and only a few had brought water. Someone still ran to ask the instructor if they could go out and buy water, and everyone's attention was focused on him, with admiration and expectation in their eyes. But when they saw the boy come back dejectedly, everyone knew the answer. At this time, a girl approached the squad where they were, not bad looking, and carrying 2 bottles of water. Suddenly everyone's attention was drawn to her. This girl had obviously come to deliver water. Over here. Bing bing. Zhao Fei stood up happily and shouted towards the girl. The girl saw Zhao Fei and immediately walked towards him. Needless to say, this must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After Zhao Fei took the water, the girl said a few words to him and left. She was a student at a nearby college, and military training would not start for a few days. Zhao Fei deliberately asked her to come over and deliver the water today just to put on an act. At this moment, Zhao Fei looked at the envious and jealous glances of his classmates around him, and his heart felt great. After all, many people come from other places to study, and it is indeed not many who can find a girlfriend on the 3rd day of their freshman year. Zhao Fei then gave the water to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up in surprise at Zhao Fei. Is this guy on the wrong medication? Delivering water to me? Classmate, I was a bit too harsh yesterday, and I apologize. I hope we can remain good friends in the future. This bottle of water is my apology. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Some of the surrounding classmates knew what happened yesterday, and when they looked at Zhao Fei, who was being very nice, they couldn't help but feel a little more sympathy for him as the class monitor. Ding! The task of having Zhao Fei apologize has been completed. The task reward has been placed on the host's dormitory bed. Wow! Isn't that Jiang Shuowei, the school beauty? I heard she's in a relationship with a freshman. Jiang Shuowei can't be here to bring her boyfriend water, can she? She definitely is. Oh, heartbreak. At the entrance to the playground, a girl in a long white dress, with a beautiful face, like a fairy descended from heaven, was standing there. The students on the playground looked at Jiang Shuowei and discussed her, all wondering who her boyfriend was. The originally listless boy now looked full of energy. Boss, Jiang University's most beautiful girl must have come to bring you water, right? Chen Xiao leaned over to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuowei searching around for Lin Chen's figure, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. This girl accepted my apology, but there's no need for water, my girlfriend brought it to me. Zhao Fei heard that Lin Chen had accepted his apology and immediately let out a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if he wants his water or not, as long as he doesn't hold a grudge against him. No, boss, I don't want it, you take it. Chen Xiao took Zhao Fei's water and opened it to drink it. Lin Chen waved at Jiang Shuowei. What is Lin Chen doing? Trying to get the attention of the school flower? It's a pity that if Jiang Shuowei didn't have a boyfriend, with Lin Chen's appearance, it might be possible. The students looked at Lin Chen's actions and whispered. Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen, who was waving at her, and her eyes lit up as she walked over to Lin Chen. Chapter 25 The school flower brings water. No way. Jiang Shuowei is really coming over here. Lin Chen can't be Jiang School Flower's boyfriend, right? The crowd was shocked as they watched Jiang Shuowei get closer and closer. Ah Chen, drink some water. Jiang Shuowei walked up to Lin Chen, handed him a glass of lemonade, and winked playfully at him. She just wanted to tell them in front of so many people that Lin Chen was her Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend, and no one else could take him away. Lin Chen smiled gently and took the glass of lemonade from Jiang Shuowei's hands. The commotion caused by Jiang Shuowei also made many girls notice Lin Chen and Xiao Fei by his side. Wow! I just realized that there are actually two handsome guys in our class. It's a pity that the school flower got there first. How could they compete with the school flower? There's still another one, isn't there? The girls were all starry-eyed at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Jiang Shuowei noticed the glances from the girls' team and, like a protective parent, took Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei's little gesture and smiled, taking Jiang Shuowei's hand a little tighter. Everyone in Lin Chen's team was stunned. Compared to Jiang Shuowei, Xiao Fei's girlfriend was weak. Previously, they had mocked Lin Chen for being self-absorbed, but they never imagined that Jiang's campus queen was really his girlfriend. No, I heard that Jiang's campus queen's boyfriend even drove a Ferrari AF90 to school. I'm dying and I'm surprised to sit up, and the clown is me? Everyone felt ashamed. Okay, rest is over. Get up and continue training. Zhang Dazhu gave a stunning glance at Jiang Shuowei and shouted at the students sitting in the sun. Can't we rest a few more minutes? My legs are going to waste. Yes, we are the future flowers of the motherland. Lin Chen listened to the complaints of the people around him and smiled slightly. Ah Chen, I'll go then? You train hard. Jiang Shuowei patted Lin Chen's head and said in a serious tone like a little adult. I know, Lord Jiang. Jiang Shuowei pinched Lin Chen's face and turned around to leave the playground. Instructor, I need to take a leave of absence. Lin Chen said to Zhang Dazhu. Take a leave of absence? What kind of leave? Zhang Dazhu's face sank at the news. He hated students who played the field the most. The company is holding a shareholders meeting, and I'm required to attend online. Lin Chen said this and showed Zhang Dazhu the chat history with Lu Shu. A shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich kid? He's a shareholder of a company in his freshman year? Why does it feel so fake? I also feel that it's not a reason made up to avoid training because he's lazy, right? It shouldn't be, after all, he drove a Ferrari to school. His classmates looked at Lin Chen and discussed him, already jealous that Lin Chen had a school beauty as a girlfriend who delivered water. Lin Chen didn't care when he heard what his classmates were saying. But Chen Xiao and the others were unhappy. Just because you guys can't do it doesn't mean that no one else can. Our boss is the owner of Dihao, so if you don't know, don't just say stuff, okay? The owner of Dihao? I might believe you if you said his dad was the owner of Dihao, but you? Besides, who is the owner of Dihao? I'm a regular at Imperial. A man said disdainfully at this time. His name is Lin Tianyu, and he is in another class. His father often takes him to Imperial to eat at Imperial, and he knows several of the shareholders of Imperial. His father, Lin Shangdong, is also on good terms with Imperial's Li Shangyu, and the owner of Imperial would be him? Ridiculous. When the crowd heard Lin Tianyu's words, they saw him as very confident and looked at the three of them with some suspicion. They felt that the three were talking big. Indeed, Imperial is a high-end hotel frequented by the powerful and wealthy of Tianfu City. It has a market value of at least several billion yuan. Do you think its boss would be a freshman? Another person also agreed with Lin Tianyu's words. The crowd became more and more certain that the three were just blowing hot air. Lin Tianyu became more and more smug. Chen Xiao and Xiao Weigang just wanted to refute, but Xiao Fei held them back. Would they believe what you explained? It's better to see how the boss solves it. The two men then gave up, but their stares at Lin Tianyu were a little cold. Zhang Dazhu looked at Lin Chen's chat history with Lu Shu. Who is she? She works for our company. She's the secretary of the board of directors. Lin Chen explained. Zhang Dazhu was confused. Secretary of the board of directors? What does that mean? What's the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems Company, Ltd. As Lin Chen said this, the whole room fell silent. Xiao Fei and the other two also stared at Lin Chen, who looked so calm and collected. The boss is a shareholder of Penguin? You've got to be kidding me, right? Xiao Wei was a little unsure. I don't think so. Do you think the boss would be that stupid? In front of so many people? Chen Xiao felt a little sci-fi, but still chose to believe Lin Chen. Xiao Fei didn't say anything, knowing that Lin Chen had an extraordinary background, but he didn't expect him to be a shareholder of Penguin. But when did Penguin have an additional shareholder? Xiao Fei was a little puzzled. Ha 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 ha. He said he was a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say I'm Brother Ma. I'm the first emperor of China. Send money. Does he have any idea how big Penguin is? Does he think he can become a shareholder of Penguin just by driving a Ferrari SF90? Hey, he looks like a human, but he likes to brag so much. Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to these clowns, but he looked at Zhang Dazhu anxiously. It was already 9:56, and the shareholders' meeting would start at 10 o'clock. Zhang Dazhu was holding back his laughter at this point, looking at the handsome boy in front of him. Fine, you go, but remember to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen had told such a lie just to get out of work, so it would be inhumane of him not to agree. Lin Chen nodded and sat down in the shade with headphones, entering the Penguin meeting. I told you that the three of them were bragging, didn't I? Imperial is fine, but now even Penguin is out. Why didn't he say he was the president of the pretty country? Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei and the other two and said disdainfully. This caused a round of laughter from his classmates. You. Chen Xiao couldn't hold back his hot temper on the spot, but fortunately Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei stopped him. If they had fought during military training, they would probably have been expelled from school. Of course, except for Xiao Fei. Everyone is here, so let's officially begin this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen looked at the display next to the speaker's microphone and saw Ma Tang, and he knew who it was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Chen. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10% of our company's shares, which means that he is our second largest shareholder. Does shareholder Lin want to say a few words? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Everyone attending the Penguin shareholders meeting was from internationally renowned companies and individuals, so it was definitely not true to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just like a freshman who suddenly became rich thanks to the system. Chapter 26 Online Shareholders Meeting. Lin Chen turned on the microphone. I will say a few words then. I am very optimistic about the future of Penguin, so I joined Penguin. I am very happy to meet you all. Welcome Mr. Lin to join Penguin. The others also turned on their microphones and greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only say that if his English wasn't so good, it would have been embarrassing. Mr. Lin, there will be a press conference later. Do you need to announce your information? Ma Tang was extremely shocked when he first saw Lin Chen's identity information. The information showed that Lin Chen was a freshman at Suzhou University and his parents were ordinary workers. Where did he get such a huge amount of terrifying capital to acquire shares in Penguin? So he concluded that Lin Chen must be no ordinary person. At the same time, he was also worried that Lin Chen would affect his decision-making power over the company. Everyone who bought shares signed an agreement with Ma Ten, stating that they would not participate in the company's decision-making and would only enjoy the company's dividends. In this way, even though Ma Ten only has less than 10% of the shares, he can control the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he had to get Lin Chen to sign this agreement too, by hook or by crook. Just mention it in an obscure way, I don't want to disturb normal life. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. He doesn't like to keep a low profile. If you have the power and strength, you should enjoy it. Pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger looks cool, but he doesn't like it. But he also doesn't want his beautiful college life to be disturbed. After the meeting, Lin Chen's super letter sent a friend request. Lin Chen clicked to see it was from Ma Tang. Lin Chen thought about it and chose to agree. Mr. Lin, I want to talk to you about something. Lin Chen had a general idea in his mind. I think he wants Lin Chen to sign the concerted action agreement, right? Chairman Ma, I know what you want to say, but what can you offer? Although they have the same interests and both want to develop the Penguin, it is obviously impossible to make Lin Chen sign an agreement with just one sentence. How about this? I will come to Tianfu City tomorrow to talk to you in detail. Is that okay? Yes, but I have military training. How about this? Let's talk in detail at the Imperial Hotel tonight. Great. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Chen put away his phone and got up to walk towards the formation. Hey! The major shareholder of Penguin is back? How was the meeting? Ha ha ha, XSWL. Lin Tianyu looked at Lin Chen teasingly and said in a strange tone. The one who spoke, stepped forward. Zhang Daju's face sank. Don't you know you have to report before speaking? Go! Run 3 laps around the playground. Lin Tianyu's smile on his face froze. After glaring fiercely at Lin Chen, he began to run around the playground. You may enter the ranks. Zhang Daju looked at Lin Chen again and said. Lin Chen nodded and returned to his position. They were now being taught to march in step. Chen Xiao muttered under his breath as he marched. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen nodded slightly in response. Sit down and rest for 10 minutes. It happened to be Zhang Daju blowing the whistle for a break. Chen Xiao and the other 2 couldn't wait and surrounded him to sit down. I really am a shareholder of Penguin. Do you think I'm that stupid? I wouldn't lie about this. Lin Chen looked at the 3 of them and explained with a wry smile. We don't not believe you, we just think it's too incredible and we want to be sure. Boss, you're a shareholder of Penguin, can you change the matching mechanism for pesticides? It's really disgusting. Chen Xiao poured out his grievances. I can't just change it if I say so. Lin Chen was a bit speechless. Buddy, I thought you had a favor to ask me, but you want me to change the matching mechanism? When it was time to eat lunch, they were finally able to take a break. Boss, when did you say you acquired a stake in Penguin? How much control do you have? Xiao Fei finally let out what he had been holding in for a long time. There was no choice, as Penguin was really a bit too high up, one of the top 20 companies in the world and one of the top companies in China. As a result, his college roommate was a shareholder of Penguin? I acquired it just the other day, and I own 10% of the company. Lin Chen said indifferently. 10%? The 3 of them exclaimed at the same time, especially Xiao Fei, whose family was very powerful in Shangjing, so he knew what it meant for Penguin to have a 10% stake. Boss! Penguin's official website has been updated. It says that a new shareholder has joined Penguin. Chen Xiaojiang took out his phone to search for Penguin's shareholders, and the first result was the update. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei hurriedly gathered around to read it. Frog fun. It's true. And Lao Ma also said that it was a young person who had just started university? A 10% stake? Xiao Wei also exclaimed. The 3 of them looked at Lin Chen, who looked so calm, in disbelief. Now they were 100% sure that this person was their dormitory leader. Boss, you are really my idol. Chen Xiao hugged Lin Chen. Get away from me, you idiot. Gross. I'm not even gay. Lin Chen pushed Chen Xiao away with disgust. Xiao Wei, who was feeling awkward, withdrew his hands and rubbed them together embarrassedly. Shun. As the 3 of them were just leaving the playground, Jiang Shuawei quietly went around to Lin Chen's back and patted his shoulder. Shuawei, have you been waiting for me long? Lin Chen gently grabbed Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei looked around at the occasional glances and became a little shy, but still let Lin Chen hold her hand. It's not like that, I just got here too. Jiang Shuawei stood next to Lin Chen and looked at Xiao Chen and the other 2. This one is quite handsome, but unfortunately not as handsome as my Chen. Jiang Shuawei was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's appearance. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's appearances were both very striking, and even wearing military training uniforms couldn't hide it. It was the kind of thing that would be noticed at a glance in a crowd. Plus Jiang Shuawei was here too, and everyone's attention was drawn to them. Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei looking at the 3 of them, and smiled slightly before introducing them. This is Chen Xiao, this is Xiao Wei, and the one whose appearance is only slightly worse than mine is Xiao Fei. Hello? I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile, not feeling nervous because she was Lin Chen's friend. Hello, sister-in-law. The 3 of them said in unison. Hello? Boss, Lao San and I are also on the good-looking track, right? Chen Xiao said coquettishly, adjusting his glasses on his nose. Yes, yes. Lin Chen answered perfunctorily. Boss, you go eat with Jiang Shuahua, don't worry about us 3. After saying hello, Xiaofei only gave Jiang Shuawei a brief glance. Although he was promiscuous, it didn't mean that he wanted to lust after his brother's woman, even if he had once had feelings for Jiang Shuawei. Unlike some animals. Right, boss, the three of us will go first, you keep your wife company. Bye. Chen Xiao winked at Lin Chen and then dragged Xiaowei and Xiaofei towards the cafeteria. Your roommate is quite interesting, but why do they call you boss? Jiang Shuawei gave a hearty laugh and then looked at Lin Chen curiously. Because I'm older than they are. So rash? The two of them chatted and laughed along the way, envious of the group of students around them. If I can make Jiang Shuawei my girlfriend, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. You? Go back and take a nap, you'll have everything in your dreams. Chapter 27 Take more kidney pills. It was already the third day at school, and Lin Chen had not yet eaten a single meal at school. Chen, that braised chicken is really delicious. I'll take you there. Jiang Shuawei pointed excitedly at the window, which had a long line. Okay. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Luckily, we got the last few servings. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen found a seat with their trays and Jiang Shuawei said with a lingering fear. It's normal for new students to be nervous. Lin Chen said softly. I'll take this call. The two were laughing and eating when Jiang Shuawei's phone rang. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mom. What's up? I'm eating right now. Jiang Shuawei said sweetly when she answered the phone. What? Okay. I'll be right back. After Jiang Shuawei hung up the phone, her face looked a little bad. What happened? Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Shuawei. Something happened at home, I have to go back for a while, I'll leave first, train well this afternoon. Jiang Shuawei said while getting up and picking up the dinner plate. Do you need any help? No, it's just a small matter. Okay, then be careful on the way. I know. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei's figure as she walked away and didn't think much of it. While eating, Lin Chen considered whether he should find a personal secretary. After all, there were more and more company matters, and he, being a half-baked amateur, was definitely not capable of handling them. After deciding, Lin Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Shu. Secretary Lu, do you know any good personal secretaries? I want to hire a personal secretary. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up, poured his rice, and returned to the dormitory. Lu Shu was busy over there, and when she heard the phone's alert tone, she picked it up and saw that it was from Lin Chen. She immediately did not dare to neglect it. Looking for a personal secretary? You need to ask me for something like this? Logically, he should be able to get the best personal secretary for him, right? Lu Shu couldn't help but think to herself when she read the message from Lin Chen. But this is good, because one of her nephews just terminated his contract with his previous employer, and his abilities in all aspects should be able to meet the eye of this Lin shareholder. And if she can get connected with Lin Chen, it will be very beneficial for both her and her nephew. May I ask what requirements Director Lin has for a personal secretary? There are no requirements, as long as the person is outstanding, and the salary can be discussed later. I have a nephew who is outstanding and is also well known in the industry as a gold medal secretary. Do you want to know more? Sure, send me the information. Lu Shu thought to herself. It's done. She was very confident in her nephew's abilities. So she sent Lin Chen her nephew's information. Lin Chen was lying in bed, while Chen Xiao and the others were already asleep. Thanks to the system's reward, he was still full of energy. Lu Hai graduated from the finance department of Beijing University of Finance and Economics, and worked as the personal secretary of the chairman of Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this resume. He searched for Jiangbei Sunshine Group on his phone, and found that it was still one of the top 500 companies in China. Although it was a bit behind, it could also prove that this person named Lu Hai should be very capable. Okay, let's hire him. Okay, Chairman Lin, I'll have him contact you. Lu Shu was a little excited and quickly called her nephew. Do you know the new shareholder of Penguin? Lu Shu got straight to the point. Yes, Auntie, what's wrong? Lu Hai was a little puzzled when he heard Lu Shu ask this over the phone, but then he thought. He asked me to help introduce a personal secretary, so I sent your information over. What did that Lin Dong say? Lu Hai said with some trepidation. This is a very valuable opportunity for him. Even if he ends up breaking the contract with Lin Chen, with this resume, he won't have to worry about the future. Lin Dong is quite satisfied. I've sent Lin Dong's phone number to your super letter, so you can add it. Lu Shu said with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. I'll add it right now. Lu Hai suddenly became excited and said in an excited tone. He was already prepared to accept an invitation from a municipal company, but he never expected that with the help of his aunt's connections, he would be able to make such a big step. The identity and background of this Lin Dong is not ordinary, so you must be careful when working by his side. As the saying goes, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. Lu Shu still reminded Lu Hai of this. Don't worry, Auntie, you know what I'm capable of. Lu Hai said confidently. Okay, you go ahead with your work, I'll hang up first. Okay, Auntie, I'll visit you when I have time. Lu Hai hung up the phone, calmed down a bit, and began to look up information about Lin Chen and the penguin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already started his afternoon military training. Boss, you've changed like a different person. How did you suddenly get so much stamina? Chen Xiao ran breathlessly after Zhang Daju's warm-up exercises and looked at Lin Chen, who had not even broken a sweat, with confusion. Take more kidney tablets. Lin Chen said lightly. What? This sentence stopped the three people, Chen Xiaoxia, Wei, and Xiao Fei, in their tracks. Lin Chen noticed that the person named Lin Tianyu was looking at Lin Chen with a strange expression. Lin Tianyu felt a little panic in his heart, very, very panic. Lin Chen had just said that he was a shareholder of Penguin, and as a result, at noon, Penguin officially issued a notice saying that Penguin had a new young shareholder who had just entered university. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? When it was break time, Lin Tianyu finally couldn't help but come over and ask Lin Chen. Do you have any evidence to prove that you are a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen and the other three were chatting, and they felt a bit puzzled when they heard this. Why should I prove it to you? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and said indifferently. Lin Tianyu heard this and felt that Lin Chen had gotten the news early from somewhere and was just waving the banner here. You're just afraid that I'll expose your lie, aren't you? Lin Tianyu sneered. The other students also gathered around to join in the fun. I say, Lin Tianyu, you're sick, aren't you? Do we need to prove to you that our boss is a shareholder of Penguin? What, do you want to lick our boss's ass? Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter around. Chen Zhao's mouth was as poisonous as ever. One sentence made Lin Tianyu lose his temper. Your name is Chen Xiao, right? Just wait, you'd better not go out of school these few days, or I'll make you kneel on the ground and call me dad. Lin Tianyu looked at Chen Xiao with a grim tone. You Chen Xiao, the thing I'm most afraid of is threats, you little shit. Chen Xiao was not at all intimidated and continued to post-face output. Lin Chen and a few others who were originally sitting suddenly stood up. A few people behind Lin Tianyu also leaned over, as if they were about to fight if they didn't agree. Lin Tianyu? Lin Chen remembered this name in his heart, and when his personal secretary arrived, he could hand over these matters to him. Hey, look, is that squad over there about to fight? So brave? Fighting during military training for freshmen? Not afraid of punishment. People from other squads also noticed and watched the fun from the sidelines. What are you doing? Scatter. Chapter 28 You can't have only one girlfriend. Zhang Daju didn't expect that he would go to the bathroom and his squad would almost cause such a big incident. If the chief instructor knew about this, he would definitely be punished. Thinking about this, Zhang Daju became furious. All those who were about to fight, come out. The rest of you stand in military position for half an hour. Zhang Daju, with a cold face, called Lin Chen and the others out of the squad separately from Lin Tianyu and the others. After learning the details of the incident, Zhang Daju looked at Lin Tianyu. From the sound of your voice, after school you still want to find someone to fix someone else? No, it was just a joke between classmates. Lin Tianyu smirked. He didn't want to get a punishment for this either. There are still a lot of rich second generation in Suzhou University, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. What kind of society is it now? Do you really think it's like the time we were there, just a beating will do? We're all adults, think twice before we act. Zhang Daju sighed. Don't worry, instructor, we wouldn't say something so thoughtless. Chen Xiao smiled, and Lin Chen and the others almost burst out laughing. Lin Tianyu and the others gritted their teeth, but dared not argue. Zhang Dazhu honestly didn't want to bother with these problematic teenagers, and they would behave after they had experienced the beatings of society. As long as they didn't cause trouble for the weak, they could do whatever they wanted. Return to the team. Back in the dormitory, Xiaofei and the other two started fighting over the bathroom and shower. Lin Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Xuewei. He later came to realize that something was wrong. Xuewei, what did your aunt and uncle want you to come back for? After sending the message, Lin Chen saw a friend request on his phone. It should be Lu Hai, so Lin Chen selected accept. Lin Dong, this is Lu Hai. You can call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen smiled slightly at this message. No wonder he is a personal secretary, this message makes people feel very comfortable just by reading it. Okay, hi, bring the contract tomorrow morning, and then Ma Tang will talk to me about things tomorrow, so you can come along too. Lu Hai was stunned by this message. He was fully prepared to answer Lin Chen's various questions, but it turned out that this was approved? Without thinking too much, Lu Hai hurriedly replied. Finally, it was agreed that the contract would be signed at the Imperial Hotel tomorrow morning at 8:30. Then, between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, Ma Tang would also come over. Lin Chen and Lu Hai discussed the details of the contract and asked him to read more about Penguin before they stopped chatting. Looking at the last message on the chat page with Zhang Xuewei, which he had sent himself, Lin Chen had a bad feeling. He picked up his phone and called Zhang Xuewei. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Lin Chen panicked a little. Just as Lin Chen was about to call Dong Fong to ask him to help find Zhang Xuewei's address, Zhang Xuewei's phone rang back. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Chen? Lin Chen could hear that Zhang Xuewei sounded very tired. Xuewei, is something wrong? Lin Chen tried his best to sound gentle. It's nothing. Chen, don't worry, I'll be back at school in a few days. I won't be able to keep you company these few days, but you mustn't find other girls. Zhang Xuewei sounded fierce, but Lin Chen always felt that she was hiding something. Okay, you can send me Tang Shue's contact information. If I can't get in touch with you, I can at least ask Tang Shue. Okay, I have something on my side, so I'll hang up first. Lin Chen heard a loud noise from Zhang Xuewei's side, and Zhang Xuewei hurriedly hung up the phone. After a while, Zhang Xuewei sent a recommended contact. Who is this? Tang Shue, this is Lin Chen. Tang Wanner was a little confused. Why did Xu Mei's boyfriend add me? It's you, what's the matter with adding this senior? Are you going to introduce me to a man? Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. Do you know where Xu Mei's home is? Something seems to have happened at her home, but she won't tell me, I want to go and see. Zhang Xuemei left in a hurry at the time, and when Tang Wanner asked her what had happened, she just vaguely said that something was going on at home. Now that Ji Chen mentioned it, it seemed that something was indeed wrong. Tang Wanner thought about it for a while and sent Ji Chen an address. This is the address of Shui Wei's home. Do you need me to go with you? No need, senior. I can go by myself. Okay. Lin Chen looked at the address in his phone. Jin Tang? Lin Chen briefed Ma Tang and Lu Hai on the situation, set the time for the third day later, and then changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Boss, are you going out to find Jiang Xuehua? Chen Xiao gave Lin Chen a wink. Well, something came up, I'll be back tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei went downstairs to buy dinner, and Chen Xiao stayed behind, claiming that her feet hurt. Ah. Then you need to ask the counselor and instructor for leave, right? Chen Xiao was surprised but didn't ask anymore, just reminding him. Lin Chen heard this and had a headache. It was really hard to find a reason to take leave. Forget it, I'll just skip it. Lin Chen made up his mind and went straight downstairs, started up the Lamborghini Poison and left campus. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Jiang Xuewei's residential area. Their residential area belonged to the kind of bungalow with only 1 or 2 floors, which should have been divided after the government occupied the land. As soon as Lin Chen's car entered the residential area, it attracted the attention of many people. It was a small place, and they had never seen such a luxury car before. After Lin Chen got out of the car, a few girls with very good looks came over with red faces and asked for autographs. Lin Chen refused them one by one. I have a girlfriend. You can have more than one girlfriend. One of the girls made a shocking remark. It left Lin Chen speechless. Never mind, do you know where Jiang Xuewei lives? Jiang Xuewei? Yes. You're not her boyfriend, are you? The girls were a little disappointed when they heard this. If it's Jiang Shuawei, she's not as good as the others. Yes, can you tell me where she lives? Lin Chen was very polite. Although Tang Wanner had told him the address, the house number was indeed hard to find. I know, but you won't be able to find her. She should be in the hospital, right? One of the girls said. Huh? Didn't she go to the city to go to school? Why is she in the hospital again? The other girls said with some confusion. I heard my dad say that it seems like her father has some kind of illness and needs a lot of money. The girl shook her head with some pity. Can you tell me which hospital it is? Lin Chen asked anxiously. It's the Jintang County First People's Hospital. Lin Chen thanked her and got back in the car, turning on the navigation system and heading towards the hospital. It's great to be beautiful. To have such a rich boyfriend. This car must cost at least a few million, right? The girl who had told Lin Chen about the situation looked at the departing car and sighed. Indeed, with her boyfriend around, his father doesn't have to worry about medical expenses, right? Chapter 29 I must be the first to undergo surgery. Lin Chen followed the navigation to Jintang County First People's Hospital in a hurry. Shuaiwei, I'm here to see you. Lin Chen sent a message to Jiang Shuaiwei after parking the car. Ah? How did you know where I was? Senior Tang told me. I'm already downstairs at the hospital. Come down and pick me up. Okay. I'll be right there. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood waiting at the hospital entrance. Before long, Jiang Shuaiwei walked down the stairs. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, her eyes welled up with tears. She rushed over and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen petted Jiang Shuaiwei's head with some concern. How could you not tell me about something so big? Jiang Shuaiwei looked up, her nose wrinkling with grievance. I didn't want to trouble you, you still have military training. Right, don't you have to go to military training tomorrow? It's fine, I took a leave of absence. In order not to worry Jiang Shuaiwei, Lin Chen lied. Let's go, take me to see how my uncle is doing. Lin Chen quickly changed the subject. The two of them standing here attracted the attention of many people. After all, if it weren't for the intimacy of their actions, someone would probably come up and ask for their contact information. My father is still in the intensive care unit receiving a blood transfusion. Today, my mother called me. It turned out that Zhang Haitao is also Jiang Shuaiwei's father. He manages a construction site, but only has a dozen people working under him. Today there was a problem at the construction site, so Zhang Haitao didn't even have time to eat breakfast before rushing to the site. He kept working until noon, and because of the heat, he even ate 2 or 3 popsicles. After a while, he kept vomiting blood, and it kept coming out of his mouth. This scared the workers, so they quickly called 120 and Jiang Shuaiwei's mother, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and a group of relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Jiang Haitao, covered in blood and unconscious. Jiang Min collapsed and sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She then called Jiang Shuaiwei. Jiang Min did not dare to tell Jiang Shuaiwei's grandparents because they were old. How is the uncle doing now? Lin Chen's heart tightened. Although he did not understand medicine, he could tell how critical the situation was just from the blood coming from the uncle's mouth. Jiang Shuaiwei's voice was choked with emotion, and Lin Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw her red, puffy eyes. The doctor said that they had been unable to find the source of the bleeding, and the hospital blood bank was in a critical situation. They were currently in a meeting discussing the possibility of surgery. Jiang Shuaiwei could not continue speaking, and she held Lin Chen as tears flowed unstoppably down her face. Lin Chen, what am I going to do if my father loses me? Lin Chen kept patting Jiang Shuaiwei's back. Don't worry Shuaiwei, your uncle will definitely be fine, we have to trust the doctor. Jiang Shuaiwei took a while to calm down, she had just been holding back her tears and putting on a strong appearance. Her mother was now at a loss, and she was now her mother's pillar. At this moment, Lin Chen was by her side, and Jiang Shuaiwei let out her emotions. Jiang Shuaiwei wiped the tears from her face, not wanting her mother to know that she had cried. Let's go, I'll show you my mother. Jiang Shuaiwei forced a smile and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuaiwei's hand. At that moment, Jiang Min was outside the intensive care unit, looking through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was constantly vomiting blood and receiving blood transfusions to stay alive. Her tears had almost dried up. Jiang Haitao loved his wife and children very much and did everything himself. Now that he was gone, Jiang Min felt like the sky had fallen. Mom, this is my boyfriend. He heard about what happened to my dad and rushed over to see you. Jiang Shuawei put a hand on Jiang Min's shoulder and introduced with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Chen. Your uncle will definitely be fine. Lin Chen bowed to Jiang Min. Jiang Min just nodded at Lin Chen and then looked at Jiang Haitao in the intensive care unit. At this time, several doctors wearing white coats walked over. Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Min saw this and both went up to them. Lin Chen also walked over when he saw this. Doctor, how is he? Is my husband still salvageable? Jiang Min looked at the several doctors in front of her with some excitement in her tone. After a meeting and discussion, we have decided to make a last-ditch effort, but we cannot guarantee that we can definitely save him. You family members should be mentally prepared for this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body, and she almost couldn't stand. Fortunately, Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen next to her helped her in time. Doctor, please save my father. Jiang Shuawei said with a choked voice. We will do our best. The leading doctor nodded. Please sign this list, otherwise we dare not operate. The doctor then took out a piece of paper and handed it to the several people. Informed consent for surgery. The three people roughly glanced at it and knew what it was. Jiang Min looked at the paper and tried to hold back her grief as she prepared to sign it, but Jiang Shuawei took the lead. Mom, I'm a grown-up too, I'll do it. Jiang Shuawei said with red eyes. Good. The lead doctor took the sign sheet and said to the doctors and nurses around him. Prepare for surgery. The doctors and nurses immediately got to work. Director Zhou. It's bad. There's only one operating room available right now, but the patient with the kidney stone is determined to have surgery right away. A female nurse hurried over and said anxiously. What? Only one operating room is available? The lead doctor's face fell when he heard this. Jiang Haitao's condition is already very critical, and every second is now a race against death. How long will it be before the other operating rooms are ready? Director Lin asked in a stern voice. The fastest will probably take another 20 minutes. Then tell the patient with the kidney stones to wait 20 minutes. I'll go communicate. You take this patient directly to the operating room. Director Lin made a decision right away. Every doctor should know the priorities in such situations. Whether the operation for kidney stones is performed sooner or later will not have any impact on the condition. Thank you, Director Zhou. Jiang Min's eyes filled with tears at the news, and she wanted to kneel down to that doctor on the spot. Jiang Shuawei felt the same way. Director Lin quickly helped the two of them up. This is something I should do myself. Mr. Shen's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. You can wait outside for now. After Director Lin finished speaking, the doctors also finished packing and pushed the bed towards the operating room. The three of them hurriedly followed. I don't care. I must have the surgery first. I'm worth hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute, and if I'm delayed, my company will suffer. Can you bear the responsibility? As soon as they left the intensive care unit, they heard an arrogant man's voice. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in a hospital gown, who was pointing at a young nurse and scolding her. At that moment, the man also saw the group of people. You can't go. I must have the surgery first. Chapter 30 Donate 10 million. The uncle ran over and stopped the hospital bed from going to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. I made an appointment for this surgery last week. Why should I let someone else run ahead of me in line? Don't you know what comes first and what comes later? The uncle yelled at the doctors like a cat with its fur standing on end. While talking, he looked at Lin Chen and the others with contempt. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Shuawei and his eyes immediately went straight. Jiang Shuawei felt the uncle's undisguised gaze and, after giving him a disgusted look, hid behind Lin Chen. The uncle looked at Lin Chen with contempt and a little envy. Mr. Chow, we have explained the situation in detail. This patient's condition is very critical. We hope you can understand. Director Lin walked out and stood in front of the Chow uncle, apologizing. I can't understand. Is my time not time? Chow Jinlong is the owner of a large local construction materials company. In recent years, Jintang has developed rapidly, and he has made a lot of money from dividends. Recently, a real estate company is preparing to order construction materials, and he is getting ready to talk about it in a few days after getting the news. This is a big business deal, and he can't miss it. The sooner the better, otherwise it will be easily taken over by another company. Director Lin. The patient is vomiting blood again. Several doctors started to change the blood bag and start the transfusion in a flurry. Big brother, please let my husband have the surgery first. My husband is dying. Jiang Min looked at Jiang Haitao, who had started vomiting blood again, and was about to collapse, crying, and about to kowtow to Chao Jinlong. Mom, don't do this. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei pulled Jiang Min up with red eyes. It's not that we won't let you have the surgery. Chao Jinlong rubbed his chin and looked at Jiang Shuowei meaningfully. Everyone suddenly understood Chao Jinlong's thoughts. Just take the patient to the operating room. Mr. Chao, if you want to sue me, you can go ahead and sue. Director Lin knew that Jiang Haitao no longer had time to waste, and the most urgent task was to operate immediately to find the bleeding point. Upon hearing this, several doctors and nurses did not hesitate, and they directly pushed the hospital bed towards the operating room. Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min, mother and daughter, followed them. Lin Chen was worried that Chao Jinlong would do something outrageous to the young director Lin, so he also stayed behind. Ding! Congratulations, the host has triggered a system mission. Donate 10 million to Jintang County First People's Hospital. Reward, 30% of the shares of Rongtou GD Company. The system never randomly issues tasks, which means that this person named Chao Jinlong must be related to Rongtou GD in some way. Chao Jinlong laughed instead of getting angry when he saw this. He walked up to Director Lin and looked at the name tag on his chest. Lin Yilin, right? You just wait. Chao Jinlong looked at Lin Yilin with a cold expression. This kind of dog that doesn't bark instead bites. Okay, Mr. Chao, if that's all, I'll go to surgery. Lin Yi was not in the least bit afraid of Chao Jinlong's threats. After politely saying that, he hurriedly went to the operating room. Lin Chen asked a young nurse where the dean was. After learning the reason for his visit, the young nurse looked at Lin Chen suspiciously, but still took him there. Chao Jinlong spat on the ground, took out his phone and made a call. Yes, find a media outlet and I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he sneered and looked in the direction of the operating room before returning to his own room. When they arrived at the door of the dean's office, the little nurse knocked a few times. A strong voice came from inside the door. Come in. After hearing this, the little nurse opened the door quietly and walked in with Lin Chen. Dean, this gentleman said he wanted to donate to the hospital, so I brought him to you. The little nurse explained. Upon hearing this, the dean looked away from the computer and looked at Lin Chen. So young? Is this an excuse to see me? Although there was some doubt, he still wanted to be sure. Fong, you can go back to work. The nurse who called Fong nodded and left the office. May I ask how much you would like to donate to our hospital? At this time, the dean guessed that this young man might donate a maximum of a few tens of thousands of dollars, and then he would say that he needed help. It's not much, I'll donate 10 million. Lin Chen said indifferently. Oh, 10 million. The dean looked at Lin Chen, who had a blank expression on his face, and said subconsciously. What's wrong? 10 million? The dean stood up excitedly at this time. They, the Jintang County First People's Hospital, have always wanted to buy an MLR, but one piece of equipment costs millions or tens of millions. If the young man in front of them is really willing to donate 10 million, that would solve a major problem for them. That's right, 10 million. Lin Chen said with certainty. Then may I ask what conditions you have, sir? The dean asked tentatively. This is not uncommon, as many donations come with conditions. In reality, they are simply exchanges of benefits. I don't have any conditions. Lin Chen shook his head. The dean became even more suspicious, thinking that the young man in front of him was just trying to cheer him up. The dean took out a letter of intent for Lin Chen to fill out. Lin Chen filled it out in no time, and then transferred 10 million yuan to the hospital's financial account as the dean had said. The dean finally believed it when the finance department called and said that 10 million yuan had suddenly been transferred to the account. Thank you so much. On behalf of Jintang County First People's Hospital, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Mr. Lin. System task, donation of 10 million yuan to Jintang County First People's Hospital completed. System reward has been distributed. the dean excitedly bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen could not bear to receive this bow from a respected and highly regarded hospital director and quickly dodged. "It's okay, director. This is a small way for me to support our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I need to be with her," Lin Chen said after helping the director up. "Oh? May I ask the patient's name?" the director hurriedly asked. It just so happened that he didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. "His name is Zhang Haitao. We were just discussing this patient in the meeting. This patient's condition is very serious. How about this, I will accompany Mr. Lin to the operating room." "Good." Afterwards, the dean took Lin Chen to the operating room. All the doctors and nurses along the way looked curiously at Lin Chen next to the dean. Who is this guy? He is able to accompany the dean, and he is also so young. I guess he has a relatively high social status. A few young nurses whispered to each other. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei reached the door of the operating room, they saw Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min sitting at the door of the operating room, with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Shuowei's shoulder. The two of them clasped their hands together and kept praying that the surgery would go smoothly. The prayers in the hospital were even more sincere than those in the church. "Auntie, Shuowei." Lin Chen walked over and shouted. Upon hearing this, the two looked up at Lin Chen, and Jiang Shuowei's face carried a hint of reproach. It seemed like she was blaming Lin Chen for disappearing so suddenly for so long. Chapter 31 The surgery was a success. Let me introduce you, this is the hospital director. Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuowei an apologetic smile and then introduced the director. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei's gazes locked onto the director. "Hello, please rest assured, the chief surgeon, Director Lin, is one of the most capable doctors in our hospital, and this surgery will definitely be a complete success." The director looked at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei and smiled reassuringly. "That's good." Jiang Min muttered to herself, feeling a little relieved. Jiang Shuowei gave Lin Chen and the dean a grateful look. He knew that the dean would definitely come back because of Lin Chen. "Dean, may I ask why you are here?" Jiang Min asked. "Oh, I heard that Mr. Lin's girlfriend's father is having surgery, so I came to take a look." The dean smiled kindly. Meanwhile, the surgery was very thrilling. "Director Lin. I can't find the bleeding point." The first assistant was sweating profusely. The camera showed a sea of red, and after the washout, another sea of red came rushing in, completely obscuring the view. "Let's open the abdomen." Director Lin gritted his teeth. The moment the stomach was cut open, the blood pressure dropped rapidly. The blood pressure is now over 50. A bit low. Expansion quickly. Accelerate blood transfusion. As a last resort, the other doctor had to squeeze the abdomen to speed up the blood transfusion. A few minutes later, Zhang Haitao's blood pressure finally came back up. 10 minutes later. "Found it," Director Lin said with a slight excitement. Finally, an ulcer wound with a diameter of about 1 centimeter was found in the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later. The 3 red glowing words on the operating room went out. The operation was over. The 3 of them immediately stood up and nervously waited for news at the door. The dean had already gone back to deal with things, after all, as the dean, managing such a large hospital. Before long, the door opened. Director Lin walked out with a tired look and removed his mask. The operation was a success. There is no longer any danger to life, and he should be able to be transferred to a regular ward in a few days. Director Lin said with a smile. He really enjoyed the feeling of having saved someone's life, and the feeling that even the King of Hell could do nothing about it fascinated him. The 3 of them were relieved to hear this. Jiang Min took Jiang Shuowei's hand and kept thanking Director Lin. Because he had just undergone such a major operation, he still needed to stay in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before being transferred to a regular ward. However, family members are not allowed to visit the ICU except during specified times. The 3 of them looked through the glass for a while outside before preparing to leave. Because of this matter, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei did not even have lunch. Jiang Shuowei has not finished eating lunch yet. And now it is time for dinner. "Mom, let's go eat first, okay? I'm starving." Jiang Shuowei's tone could not help but become a bit happier after the big stone in her heart had fallen. She had been suffering for hours, fearing that her father might not survive the rescue. Jiang Min then had the time and mood to size up Lin Chen. After all, her daughter had never heard of or been in a relationship before. At the moment, she felt like a good cabbage she had raised had been trampled by a pig. Lin Chen was a good-looking young man, and from the attitude of the dean just now, she could tell that Lin Chen was extraordinary. Looking at Lin Chen, she was also somewhat satisfied, but you can't just judge a son-in-law based on appearance and background, you also have to look at character. I still need to investigate. Jiang Min couldn't help but think to herself. Why is this mother-in-law staring at me all the time? Lin Chen felt his heart pounding as Jiang Min looked at him. Even though he was now in an extraordinary position, the natural sense of suppression from the mother-in-law instantly made Lin Chen feel a little suffocated. Lin Chen, right? You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Why don't you go to your aunt's house for dinner? Jiang Min invited. Okay, thank you, aunt. At this time, Jiang Min, who had returned to normal, made Lin Chen feel a little awkward. Mom, then Ah Chen and I will go shopping, and Ah Chen and I will cook for you tonight. Jiang Shuawei had known from chatting with Lin Chen on the phone that Lin Chen could cook and had heard Lin Chen say that his cooking was quite good. She had only said this to make Lin Chen try to show off. Okay. Then I'll try Ah Lin's cooking tonight. Mom will go home first, so you have to take care of Ah Lin. Jiang Min nodded with a smile and gave her instructions. Got it, Mom. Then how are you going back, Auntie? Why don't I give you a ride? Lin Chen asked hurriedly. My mom drove here, and besides, both of your cars are supercars, so how are you going to take 3 people back? Jiang Shuawei gave Lin Chen a cold stare. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his head. Seems like it. Jiang Min really got the point. Supercars? 2 of them? Then indeed the family is very well off, and can provide Shuawei with a good material life. The only thing that needs to be investigated is the character. The 3 of them went to the parking lot together. When Jiang Min saw Lin Chen's car, she couldn't help but be surprised. There was nothing else, the appearance was really too high. Jiang Min seemed to have only seen this kind of opening door in a short video. It seemed to be called a butterfly door. This kind of car must cost at least a few million. At this time, a security guard walked over from the side. With a sad face. Little brother, this car turns out to be yours. Your car is so expensive, nearly 100 million yuan, and it's just parked here. Don't worry, we dare not relax either. It turned out that the security guard saw a sports car parked here, so he was curious and searched specifically. The result was that it was worth nearly 100 million yuan. There are only a dozen of them in the world. He was scared stiff. If someone bumps into this and the perpetrator is not found, won't he, the security guard, be held responsible? He had no choice but to stand guard next to the car, like a bodyguard. You've worked hard, brother. Lin Chen smiled apologetically and took a bag of huazi from the car and handed it to the security guard. He bought the huazi in the supermarket before coming here. He didn't know if Jiang Haitao smoked or not, but he bought a few just in case. The security guard then beamed with joy. It's fine, I'll go back to work then. Lin Chen, how much is this car? Jiang Min swallowed hard and asked uncertainly. Lin Chen was a little helpless. If he had known, he would have bought a Mercedes-Benz worth several 100,000 yuan. It felt really pretentious to say in front of Jiang Shuawei's mother that the car was worth more than 90 million yuan at the time and now it was worth more than 100 million yuan. He could only look at Jiang Shuawei tentatively. Seeing Jiang Shuawei nod, Lin Chen said, Auntie, this car should be worth more than 100 million yuan now. What? Over 100 million. Jiang Min was dumbfounded and couldn't help but count in her mind how many zeros there were. 1 0. 2 zeros. 3 zeros. 4 zeros. Jiang Min just felt a little dizzy from being hit by countless zeros. That's pretty good, pretty good. Jiang Min forced a smile. She now felt like her own daughter was the pig. Chapter 32 The Predicament of the County Hospital. Meanwhile, at the Jintang County First People's Hospital. Online opinion is now very unfavorable towards our hospital, saying that we can jump the queue just by pulling strings. The hospital director, sitting at his desk, rubbed his temples as he looked at Director Lin, who was standing in front of him. Director, in emergency cases, it's not about who comes first gets operated on, it depends on the situation. I don't think I did anything wrong in this matter. Linny said with a stern face. That Chao Jinlong specifically found the media to smear our hospital, we just need to explain the situation. That's easy for you to say, but on the internet, whoever reports first is right. Do you think they will believe what we say? They will only think that our hospital is making excuses. Forget it, I'll have someone go and see if Chao Jinlong can settle this privately. We can't let public opinion continue to ferment. Since Chao Jinlong has been transferred to another hospital, you don't have a surgery, so you can go home for now. The dean waved his hand, signaling Lin Yi to leave the office. Lin Yi clenched his fists, but he could only leave the office. Lin Gu, how is it? That Chao Jinlong is so hateful. That uncle is clearly in a critical condition, and he is still being unreasonable. A few young doctors and nurses were guarding the door. As soon as they saw Lin Yi walk out, they hurriedly asked. The dean said that he would go and discuss paying some compensation to see if they could talk privately. Lin Yi felt very frustrated at the moment. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei arrived at a vegetable market in a Lamborghini Poison. This vegetable market is open air, the environment is not very good, and the flow of people is still very large. Lin Chen looked for a long time before finding a parking space. Chen, we are on the relatively remote side, and the kind of large supermarkets are only in the county center. Jiang Shuawei felt a little embarrassed. She felt that since Lin Chen was so rich, he would definitely not be used to such small places. It's okay, I was also a poor kid before, I'm not as pretentious as you think. Lin Chen scratched Jiang Shuawei's upturned nose. Let's go. Jiang Shuawei took Lin Chen's hand and bounced towards the vegetable market. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei returned to the car with a few bags of vegetables and were laughing. Pork, chicken, fish, garlic shoots, and 2 kinds of Chinese celery. Jiang Shuawei counted on her fingers. Is there anything else to buy? I think that's about it. You want to kill your man? Lin Chen looked at the large bags of vegetables and said with a bitter smile. Whatever. Jiang Shuawei blushed when she heard Lin Chen's nickname. Why did I bother asking? Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was the director of Jintang County First People's Hospital. Who is it? Jiang Shuawei leaned over curiously. The hospital director. Answer it then. Jiang Shuawei became a little nervous when she heard it was the hospital director, fearing that he was calling to tell her something had happened to her father. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing you. The director on the other end of the line spoke cautiously. No, go ahead and tell me what's up, director. It's like this. Chao Jinlong, the man who stopped Director Lin from having surgery today, as you probably know, has approached the media to smear our hospital, saying that we jumped the queue for surgeries because of connections. This incident is now going viral online, and our superiors have ordered us to deal with the online opinion. So I'd like to ask for your help, to see if there's any way you can resolve this matter. Lin Chen's face fell when he heard this. He didn't expect this Chao Jinlong to be so difficult, and also so petty. Why is this guy like this? Because it was on speakerphone, Jiang Shuawei also heard it and pouted angrily. Ah Chen, if you can help, please do so. After all, it's for my father's operation. Jiang Shuawei said tentatively. Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuawei a reassuring look. Dean, I'll try, but I can't guarantee that I can help. I'll give you an answer by noon tomorrow at the latest. Lin Chen said after thinking about it. Lin Chen could not guarantee that the system had issued 30% of the shares of Ronto GD specifically for Chao Jinlong. Ronto GD, which Lin Chen had specifically looked into, was a real estate company that ranked among the top in Tianfu City or even in the entire Suzhou province. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lin, whether you can help or not. After a few more words, the dean hung up the phone and slumped in his chair. This hospital is really hard to run. It was better when I was the director, and there was a tall person to take the blame if the sky collapsed. And Lin Chen here hung up the phone. This matter can wait. Let's go back and cook first, and talk after dinner. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuawei's smooth and tender hand to comfort her. Jiang Shuawei nodded, believing in her man's abilities. Lin Chen then started the engine and drove off in the midst of a crowd of astonished and envious eyes. Mom, we're back. Jiang Shuawei opened the door and happily shouted towards the house. Lin Chen followed Jiang Shuawei and walked in. The furnishings in the house were still very luxurious. After all, Jiang Shuawei's family was not poor. Jiang Haitao could earn 8 to 90,000 yuan a year just by managing the construction site, but it was very tiring. Jiang Min had changed her clothes and was walking out of the house while talking on the phone. Jiang Shuowei saw Jiang Min talking on the phone and didn't say anything. What? You're already at the airport? Your father is fine. How do you know? Jiang Min said after hanging up the phone. Shuowei, your brother just got on the plane and will be back tomorrow morning. Jiang Min said with some relief as she looked at Jiang Shuowei. My brother? I thought you said not to tell him. Jiang Shuowei said with some resentment. I didn't tell him. Your uncle told him. Your uncle was afraid that something would happen to your father and your brother wouldn't be able to see him for the last time. Jiang Min's eyes reddened as she spoke. It's okay, Mom. My dad is fine now, so let's be happy. Jiang Shuowei held back her tears as she walked over and hugged Jiang Min softly. Yes, your dad is fine now. Jiang Min forced a smile and then looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm really sorry to trouble you this time, and for coming all this way. It's okay, Auntie, Shuowei is my girlfriend, it's only right. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Mom, you know. Jiang Shuowei told Jiang Min about Chao Jinlong using the media to smear the First People's Hospital of Jintang County again. The main reason was to let Jiang Min know what Lin Chen had done, so that she would at least have a better impression of Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew Jiang Shuowei's purpose and was also a little moved. After Jiang Min heard it, her face also revealed a few expressions of anger. This Chao Jinlong is really a self-righteous scoundrel. Lin Chen, if you are able, please help the hospital. After all, this happened because of old Jiang. It's like your aunt asking you for a favor. Aunt, you're overstating it. I will definitely help. Lin Chen said with conviction. If you can't fight, then use your connections with the penguins. I don't believe you can't handle such a trivial matter. This is the first thing your future mother-in-law has asked you for. Chapter 33 You must be careful with the scale. Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen with increasing satisfaction. Not only is he rich, he is also handsome and treats Shui Wei well. By the way, Auntie, I also bought some supplements. Lin Chen said and took out the supplements he bought before coming to Jintang and the soft ones. I don't know if your uncle smokes or not. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh dear, this child, you've come anyway, why did you bring things? Jiang Min's expression showed a little bit of blame, but inside she was very satisfied. Jiang Shuowei was also very happy. Although they had only been talking for a few days, she had already decided to accept Lin Chen. Lin Chen had made Jiang Min happy, so naturally he had passed the first hurdle. The opinions of her father and brother didn't matter, which meant that Lin Chen was almost their Jiang family's son-in-law. It's fine, Auntie, then I'll go and cook first. Chen, let me help you. Jiang Shuowei said, cheerfully dragging Lin Chen away to the kitchen. Jiang Min watched the intimate couple and helplessly shook her head. She had always worried that Jiang Shuowei was the same, and had never shown any interest in boys growing up. Unexpectedly, she suddenly had a boyfriend in her own home. Chen, I can see that my mother is very happy with you. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her two bright eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuowei's head. That's right, your boyfriend is loved by everyone. Lin Chen lifted his head in a show-off manner. Narcissist. Jiang Shuowei gave a hearty laugh and patted Lin Chen's arm. After joking around, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Jiang Shuowei helped out on the side. Jiang Shuowei had hardly been in the kitchen before, and she almost washed the leeks into leek juice and peeled the potatoes, almost scraping off the meat. Lin Chen was so scared that he drove Jiang Shuowei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuowei stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Chen from outside the kitchen. At this moment, Lin Chen was the only one left in the kitchen. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to show off his skills. More than an hour later, the three of them sat down at the table. Wow, Chen, you're good. It looks so appetizing. Don't you agree, Mom? Jiang Shuowei looked at the table full of delicious food and her mouth watered. It really is good. Lin usually cooks at home a lot, doesn't he? Jiang Min said with a smile. She felt that her daughter had found a treasure. Nowadays, there are very few men who can cook. In the past, Jiang Shuowei had followed her parents into the kitchen many times, but without exception, she had been driven out by her parents, who had darkened faces. This girl can blow up the kitchen if she stays in there for a few minutes. Therefore, one of the couple's rigid requirements for their son-in-law is that he must know how to cook. You can't order takeout every day, can you? I learned it from my grandparents in the countryside. Auntie, please try it and see if the taste is to your liking. Lin Shen said with a smile. Good. Jiang Min said, and picked up a piece of poached pork. Not bad. Lin Shen, your cooking is as good as any outside chef. Jiang Min praised. As long as you like it, Auntie. Lin Shen let out a sigh of relief. Mom, is it really as delicious as you say? Jiang Shuefei was skeptical and picked up a bit to try it. Amazing, Chen. I'll let you be my personal chef. Jiang Shuewei said, eating without any lady image. Jiang Min knocked Jiang Shuewei's head. Pay attention to your image. Jiang Shuewei then became honest. Lin Chen was laughing on the side and was glared at viciously by Jiang Shuewei. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated for a moment, but still decided to speak up. Lin Xiao, Auntie is also very satisfied with you, but your family's conditions are not ordinary. Have you talked to your parents about our Shuewei? Jiang Min still considered for a while before deciding to speak up. After all, Lin Chen's family must be either rich or noble. In case Lin Chen's parents don't fancy their daughter, won't she be subject to abuse if she marries over there? Jiang Shuewei also put down her chopsticks. She had actually thought about this question as well. Auntie, our family is actually not as rich as you think. My parents are just ordinary workers and they are very easygoing. Because Shuewei and I have just been together for a short time, I haven't spoken to my parents about it yet. But I will talk to my parents in a few days. Lin Chen added after finishing speaking. Impossible, isn't the car you drive worth almost 100 million? Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen with some doubt. Really, Auntie, I have worked hard to earn all this myself, and I can't go into details, but my parents don't know that I'm rich yet. Lin Chen explained. I heard Chen mention this before. Jiang Shuewei also nodded at Jiang Min. Jiang Min was still very doubtful. Lin Chen looks about the same age as her daughter, and he can drive a sports car worth 100 million yuan on his own? Not to mention Lin Chen's other assets. Is this a science fiction story? Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely be good to Shuewei and won't let her suffer. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuewei tenderly, took her little hand, and then looked firmly at Jiang Min and said, Okay. Jiang Min could only nod, and everything would have to wait until Lin Chen had spoken to his parents before making a decision. Jiang Min got up and prepared to clean up the dishes. No, Auntie, I'll do it. Lin Chen quickly got up and stopped Jiang Min's actions. How can this work? You're the guest, and it's embarrassing enough to ask you to cook. It's okay, Mom, just let Lin Chen do it, otherwise he won't feel at ease. Jiang Shuewei said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. Okay, then you've worked hard, Lin. Jiang Min thought for a moment and smiled helplessly. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuewei finished washing up. Lin Chen, you can stay in Shuewei's younger brother's room, I've changed all the bed sheets and covers. Jiang Min said as she held the dirty bed sheets and covers and watched the two of them come out of the kitchen. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Min smiled and waved her hand. Mom, you should go rest, you've had a long day. Jiang Shuewei was worried that Jiang Min's body couldn't take it. After all, she had been busy all day, and her mood was like a roller coaster ride. She was tired both mentally and physically. Even she was the same. Okay, then take care of Lin, and I'll go rest first. After Jiang Min finished speaking, she deliberately gave Jiang Shuewei a warning look. She signaled not to do anything out of line. It seemed that she was afraid that Jiang Shuewei didn't understand the meaning, and she even called Jiang Shuewei into her room. Lin Chen was a little confused, but after all, it was normal for the mother and daughter to whisper to each other. So he sat on the sofa and took out his phone. Boss, what's the situation over there? What happened? Do you need our help? Let us know if there's anything. It's news about Chen Xiao and the other two. Lin Chen's heart warmed, and he replied one by one. Lin Don, I've collected some information about the penguins here for you to look at. This is from Lu Hai. The others are from Ma Tang and Lu Shu. And the mother and daughter in the room. Mom, why did you tell me to come in? If there's something, you still have to whisper. Jiang Shuewei asked curiously. Jiang Min put her hand on her forehead and said, Sure enough, my silly daughter is good for nothing except her grades. I think this Xiaolin kid is really good, but you have to be careful with the scale of your relationship. If you do, you must take precautions. Jiang Min is still very open-minded. It's very normal for young people to fall in love and go to bed, but they must not get pregnant. Getting pregnant before marriage is extremely irresponsible. Chapter 34 Picking up at Suzhou Airport. Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuowei's face instantly flushed, and she covered her hot face with her hands. Chen and I haven't reached that point yet. Anyway, you must remember to take precautions in the future. Jiang Shuowei was kicked out of the bedroom by Jiang Shuowei after Jiang Shuowei finished speaking. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen asked doubtfully as he looked at Jiang Shuowei, who had a flushed face and a strange look in his eyes. No, nothing. I'm going to take a shower first. Jiang Shuowei didn't even dare to look Lin Chen in the eye, and she fled with her head down. Lin Chen was a little confused. Lin Chen listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, and his mind couldn't help but wonder. He looked seriously at the information sent by Lu Hai on his phone, but his eyes occasionally glanced towards the bathroom. Finally, the sound of water stopped, and the bathroom door opened. Ah Chen, come in, I'll tell you which one is my washcloth. Jiang Shuowei was wearing a pink nightgown, and the feeling of a beautiful woman coming out of the bath made Lin Chen feel an uncontrollable restlessness. Lin Chen, calm down. This is at your mother-in-law's house. Lin Chen took a few deep breaths, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Ah Chen, this pink towel is mine, and the one below is for drying your feet. Jiang Shuowei felt something was wrong as she spoke. Ah Chen, are you listening to me? Lin Chen's eyes left Jiang Shuowei's white thighs. He swallowed. Ha! I'm listening. Jiang Shuowei was secretly delighted, knowing that Lin Chen was peeping at her. Then I'll go back to bed first. I have to get up early tomorrow to pick up my brother. Jiang Shuowei was about to leave when Lin Chen grabbed her. Well. Jiang Shuowei knew what was going to happen next, so she closed her eyes tightly, and then her mouth was sealed shut. After a long time, their lips parted. My mom is at home. What if my mom finds out? Jiang Shuowei gasped slightly, blushing and dissatisfied. It's fine, our mom doesn't know we're in a relationship. Lin Chen straightened a few strands of hair on Jiang Shuowei's cheek and smiled slightly. Who's your mom? It's not even a hint yet. You'll be mine sooner or later. Lin Chen domineeringly put his arm around Jiang Shuowei, and his hand couldn't help but become restless. Well, I'm going back to bed first. Just as Lin Chen's hand was about to swim to the peak, Jiang Shuowei panicked and fled from Lin Chen's grasp. Before leaving, it seemed that she was afraid that Lin Chen would be unhappy, and she hesitated for a moment before turning back and speaking. Ah Chen, when I'm ready, I'll definitely give it to you. After saying that, she fled in a panic. Lin Chen reminisced about the touch of softness in his hand just now. Then he shook his head, stopped thinking about it, took a shower, and returned to Jiang Shuowei's younger brother's bedroom. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei chatted for a while before falling asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was still asleep when he felt a pair of delicate hands playing wantonly on his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Shuowei's delicate face. Jiang Shuowei had sneaked into the room without Lin Chen noticing. You're awake. Jiang Shuowei was startled and somewhat unnaturally pulled away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then hurry up and get out to wash up, and after dinner, go with me to pick up my little brother. Jiang Shuowei gave Lin Chen a gentle peck on the cheek and then laughed as she walked out of the bedroom. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, got up, folded the quilt, and also left the bedroom. Lin Chen, you're awake. Hurry up and wash up, Auntie has cooked some congee. After you eat, you go pick up Shuowei's little brother. I'll go to the hospital first. Jiang Min said with a smile. Okay, Auntie. Lin Chen went to the bathroom, washed up, and then after eating breakfast, he and Jiang Shuowei left the house. Ah Chen, let's go pick up Jiang Lei. How are the three of us going to fit? Jiang Shuowei asked. Jiang Lei is Jiang Shuowei's younger brother. He was originally studying abroad, but after learning about Jiang Haitao's situation, he returned to the country that night. Yes, Jiang Min is going to the hospital and will definitely need a car, and his poison is a two-seater. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little headache. If only he had known earlier, he would have bought a car with more space. Coincidentally, a phone call came at this time. Is this Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, this is me. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, I'm from Ronto GD. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Since you acquired 30% of Ronto's shares yesterday, when will you come to the company to have a look? I should have time to come by today, but I have some things to take care of here, so I'll hang up first. Okay, sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Lindong. After the phone call ended, Jiang Shuawei kept staring at Lin Chen. You acquired 30% of Ronto GD's shares? Yes, do you know this company? Lin Chen asked curiously. Yes, my father often receives orders from Ronto GD. Jiang Shuawei explained. Since her father is the head of an engineering team, she will also learn about some things. That's really coincidental. After Uncle Jiang gets better, I will talk to Ronto GD about it. Although Lin Chen did not say it explicitly, Jiang Shuawei knew what he meant. She happily hugged Lin Chen and kissed him. Thank you, Chen. Let's go pick up your brother first, the plane will be here soon. Lin Chen thought about it for a while and decided to talk about it at the airport. Okay. Lin Chen drove Jiang Shuawei for more than an hour before they arrived at Suzhou Airport. Suzhou Airport is after all one of the few airports with the largest passenger flow in the country, and it was full of luxury cars outside. Lin Chen saw many of these sports cars such as Maserati, Porsche, and Lamborghini. However, when Lin Chen's car drove outside the airport, it caused a small stir. Unlike those small places, people here know it's a sports car, but they have no idea how much it costs. But this is Suzhou Airport, and there is no shortage of rich second-generation rich kids. Did I read it right? Is this poison? Awesome, there are only 9 soft tops in the world, right? The corruption of capitalism. After parking, the exclamations of the people around them did not affect the two. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, several security guards came running over. Sir, we will take good care of your car. Thank you. Lin Chen nodded and led Jiang Shuawei into the airport. Suzhou International Airport was bustling with people. After waiting for a while, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei saw a boy wearing a pure white shirt and dragging a suitcase, looking like a pure and innocent young man. My brother is here. Jiang Shuawei said, happily waving her hands at the boy. The boy also noticed Jiang Shuawei and walked straight towards the two of them. He just looked at Lin Chen by Jiang Shuawei's side with a little doubt in his eyes. Sister, how is my father? John Lei asked as soon as he arrived. Dad is fine already, don't worry. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. John Lei was obviously relieved. He had been on a plane for 11 or 12 hours, and he had been thinking about this the whole time, so he didn't get much rest. Then he looked at Lin Chen. Who is this? Chapter 35 Meeting and giving away a Mercedes-Benz? Lin Chen extended his hand generously, with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Lin Chen, your future brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, John Lei extended his hand and shook it with Lin Chen. My name is John Lei, if you want to be my brother-in-law, it won't be easy. John Lei surveyed Lin Chen, and his first impression wasn't bad. He looked like a rich man from his attire, and had a very good temperament. If the family hurdle is cleared, it depends on his character. What if he's a womanizer? Then my sister will be like a lamb entering the tiger's mouth. Alright, just go already. Jiang Shuawei urged. She also wanted to rush to the hospital to see how her father was doing. John Lei was also concerned about his father, so he asked. How are we going to get back? Lin Chen was at a loss for the moment, but the next moment his eyes lit up. Xiao Lei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't even acknowledged that you're my brother-in-law yet. Call me John Lei. I have a driver's license, so what? John Lei was a little confused, not understanding why Lin Chen was asking him if he had a driver's license. Do you have your driver's license with you? Yes. John Lei was a little at a loss. Even Jiang Shuawei looked puzzled. Chen, why are you asking this? Can't my car only seat 2 people? I'll just buy another car, won't I? It'll be a welcome gift for my brother-in-law. Lin Chen said with a smile. John Lei was stunned by the news. The brother-in-law he just met gave him a car as a gift? No need, who gives a car as a gift? Jiang Shuawei hurriedly stopped him. You can't be so extravagant even if you have money. John Lei was originally a little suspicious that Lin Chen was bluffing, but when he heard his sister say that, he was sure that Lin Chen had the means to do it. He still understands his sister. It's fine, how much can it cost to buy a car? Lin Chen said nonchalantly, then turned to John Lei. John Lei, What kind of car do you like? Zhang Shuawei saw that she could not argue with Lin Chen and had to give up. Ha! Brother-in-law, you can just call Lei, I prefer Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Lei was extremely satisfied with his brother-in-law at this time. His sister is still awesome, going out to college and bringing back such a rich brother-in-law. Lin Chen smiled slightly, this little brother-in-law is quite interesting. Okay, then, open your phone and see if there's a Mercedes-Benz 4S store nearby, then add me as a friend and share it with me, and we'll go directly there. But you'll have to take a taxi, my car can only seat 2 people. Lin Chen said as he pulled out his phone and added Zhang Lei's green bubble. Okay, brother-in-law. Zhang Lei replied happily, and then impatiently took out his phone and started searching. In no time at all, he found a Mercedes-Benz 4S store that was relatively close and shared its location with Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the address on his phone and nodded with satisfaction. Then the 3 of them walked out of Suzhou Airport together. Once outside the airport, Lin Chen looked at the neatly parked taxis outside and turned to Zhang Lei and said, Xiao Lei, you take a taxi there first, and your sister and I will go to the parking lot to get the car. Zhang Lei gladly accepted and responded excitedly. Great, brother-in-law. Zhang Lei's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. His first car in life. Seeing Zhang Lei so happy, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Zhang Shuawei, on the other hand, silently followed Lin Chen to the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was specifically assigned to guard Lin Chen's car to ensure that no one would accidentally scratch it. Lin Chen handed the security guard a pack of Huazi cigarettes as a token of his appreciation. After receiving the cigarettes, the security guard quickly thanked him. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei then got into the car and drove towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store where they had an appointment with Zhang Lei. Young man, are you buying a car? Zhang Lei was sitting in the taxi, and the driver was chatting enthusiastically with him. Yes. Zhang Lei nodded with a smile. I really envy you. You don't look old enough to be driving a Mercedes-Benz. You must still be in university, right? You're so young, and you're already driving a Mercedes-Benz. I'm afraid you won't find love easily. The driver looked at Zhang Lei and couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Lei heard the driver's words and smiled slightly, without responding. Soon they arrived at the agreed Mercedes-Benz 4S store. After paying, Zhang Lei waited by the roadside for Zhang Shuawei and Lin Chen. Before long, a Lamborghini arrived. Holy shit! A Lamborghini? Judging by the car, it's at least worth tens of millions. Zhang Lei exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Lei was still in awe when the car directly pulled up in front of him. Zhang Lei looked inside the car and saw that Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei were sitting inside. Zhang Lei couldn't help but go up and touch the supercar, his eyes full of envy. The last shred of doubt in his heart vanished. If he can afford a 10 million level sports car, what's wrong with giving his brother-in-law a Mercedes-Benz? Is there a problem? No problem. Lin Chen arrived at the 4S store and parked the car, and suddenly several Mercedes-Benz salespeople came out. They greeted the 3 of them with warm smiles on their faces. Are you kidding me? Driving a Lamborghini to a Mercedes-Benz store, isn't this the perfect big customer? Lin Chen and the other 2 looked at the salespeople hovering around them and were also very helpless. You guys don't need to worry about us, we'll look around on our own. Lin Chen said directly. The salespeople dared not say anything more and could only scatter. The manager of the 4S store hurriedly came over to greet them after hearing that there were some people in a Lamborghini coming to look at the cars. Hello? I am the manager here. May I ask if you have a particular model in mind? The man's face was full of a servile smile. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Lei. Shuawei, which car do you like? Zhang Shuawei hurriedly looked at Zhang Lei, her eyes full of threats. If you dare to talk about million-dollar cars, I won't let you off. Zhang Lei's attention was now focused on the various cars on display in the store. I saw the Mercedes-Benz E300 online and I thought it was pretty good. I like the interior. Although Zhang Lei also likes supercars, after all, it is a car that Lin Chen gave him. If he directly says that he likes the Mercedes-Benz supercar, what if his brother-in-law thinks he is greedy? Lin Chen nodded. He had seen it in a short video before, and he liked both the Mercedes-Benz C260 and E300. Maybe it was filmed well, and the lights in the interior really look good. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately led the 3 of them to a Mercedes-Benz E300. This is the Mercedes-Benz E300, the 3-pointed star of our Mercedes-Benz. It symbolizes Mercedes-Benz's outstanding achievements in the three major fields of sea, land, and air, and it's extensive. The manager then started to talk non-stop. John Lay walked around the car a few times, looked at the interior of the car, and asked some more questions. Xiao Lei, what do you think? Lin Chen asked. He looked at his phone, it was already late. Brother-in-law, let's go with the E300L, I really like it. John Lay nodded excitedly. Then pay for it, the full amount by credit card, the top model. Lin Chen took out the platinum card of Huaxia Bank and said to the manager. Chapter 36 Zhang Haitao woke up. The manager's smile on his face grew even wider, and he hurriedly took Lin Chen to go through the payment procedures. In no time, the procedures were completed. It only cost a total of about 600,000 yuan. He also specifically spent a little extra to have the 4S shop process the license plates with expedited processing. John Lay looked at the brand new Mercedes-Benz E300L and danced with excitement. He never imagined that he would actually be able to own a luxury car of his own today. Brother-in-law, this is so unexpected, I don't know what to say. John Lay was so excited that he couldn't find the right words to express his feelings. Lin Chen patted John Lay on the shoulder and said with a smile, Shuelei, work hard in the future, come work for my company after you graduate, this is just the beginning. John Shuefei watched from the side, both moved and a little helpless. She was moved by Lin Chen's generosity and care for her family, but helpless because the money was going so fast. Soon, the temporary license plate was delivered urgently. Okay, let's hurry up and go to the hospital to see our father, Zhang Shuewei said. John Lay couldn't wait to get in the driver's seat. Sister, brother-in-law, I'll go first, and I won't disturb your world of two. John Lay said and drove away from the 4S shop in his car. Zhang Shuewei's face turned slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed to be teased like this by her own younger brother. Lin Chen petted Zhang Shuewei's face. Let's go too. Zhang Shuewei nodded happily and got into the car with Lin Chen. With the roar of the Poison's engine, Lin Chen also drove away from the Mercedes-Benz 4S shop. Hey, do you guys know what kind of car that Lamborghini was? At this time, one of the female salespersons said excitedly to Zhou Wei's people. Lamborghini supercars, no matter how you look at it, must cost millions, right? But I think his car is at least worth tens of millions. Yes, it takes a lot of money to own a sports car worth tens of millions of dollars. We can't even buy a single wheel of his car in a year. No, I just looked it up. This car is called the Lamborghini Poison. There are only 10 or so in the world. This one has a soft top and is worth nearly 100 million. But I guess you'd need at least a few hundred million to buy it? What? Are you crazy? Furious 7 wouldn't dare make such a claim. That's too exaggerated. The salespeople were full of shock. The manager, who was listening on the side, regretted it. If he had known, he would have brazenly asked for the contact information no matter what. After Lin Chen arrived in Jintang County, he and Zhang Shuewei went to a nearby supermarket to buy some fruit and supplements. When they arrived at the hospital, they saw John Lay's Mercedes-Benz in the parking lot. After parking the car, Zhang Shuewei took Lin Chen's hand and went to Zhang Fu's ward. John's father's surgery yesterday was a success, and after being observed for more than 10 hours, he was transferred to a general ward. John's father was awake at the moment, resting in his hospital bed, listening to John Lay talk about his study abroad and life abroad, with a smile on his face. Zhang Min was cutting an apple for John's father. By the way, Mom and Dad, my brother-in-law bought me a car. It's a Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Lay said excitedly. Zhang Haitao already knew about Zhang Lay's brother-in-law from his wife. Very rich, very handsome, and very good to Shuewei. This is Zhang Min's assessment of Lin Chen. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks, the more she likes him. But Zhang Haitao is different. He inexplicably feels a hint of hostility towards this guy who has been stealing his cabbage for more than 20 years. Humph. If you want to marry my daughter, you have to get past me. But I heard that Lin Chen has also spent a lot of effort on this matter for me, and even brought the dean along. Then relax a little. And when Zhang Haitao heard Jiang Lei's words, his face immediately sank. You only met someone for the first time and you already accepted a car from them? Jiang Min quickly said. Old Jiang, don't get excited, you're still recovering from surgery. Then he also frowned and looked at John Lay. What's wrong with you? Don't say you just met this Xiaolin for the first time. Even if you are familiar with him, you shouldn't accept such a valuable thing from someone else. Tell me honestly, how much is that car worth? Jiang Lei saw that his parents were both angry, and he panicked again. This is what my brother-in-law wanted to buy for me? My brother-in-law also said that after I graduate, I will go work for his company, so can I not take a salary in the future? Jiang Lei said weakly. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei had just reached the door of the hospital room when they heard this conversation. Lin Chen was quite satisfied, at least he wasn't a white-eyed wolf. When reading novels in the past, he frowned when he saw the female protagonist's family lying on the protagonist and sucking blood. Jiang Lei's character was quite good, at least he wouldn't take advantage of his name in the future. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei pushed the door open. Oh, Lin Xiaolin is here. Why did you buy so much again? You already bought it yesterday. Jiang Min hurriedly put on a smile and walked over to take what Lin Chen was holding. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Lin Chen said with a smile. At the moment, Jiang Haitao carefully examined Lin Chen. I have to say, this kid gives a very good impression. Jiang Haitao was still very satisfied. Hello, uncle, my name is Lin Chen, I'm Shuiwei's boyfriend. Lin Chen, who had no longer had the swagger he had outside, obediently stood in front of the hospital bed and looked at Jiang Haitao and said. The young man is a talented person, come, sit. Jiang Haitao smiled and pointed to the stool next to him. Lin Chen hurriedly walked over and sat down. Dad, you've forgotten your daughter. Jiang Shuiwei squatted in front of the bed and pouted at Jiang Haitao. Oops, my mistake, how could I forget my precious daughter? Jiang Haitao was beaming from ear to ear. Daughter maniac. Jiang Lei rolled his eyes. Why weren't you like this when I came back? The father and daughter exchanged a few more words before remembering Lin Chen. Dad, how do you like the son-in-law I found for you? Not bad, right? Jiang Shuiwei said with a smile. Lin Chen couldn't help but straighten up at the sound of this. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. By the way, Lin Xiao, why did you buy Jiang Lei a car? This is really too expensive, we'd rather give you the money. Jiang Min asked at this time. Their family can be considered middle class, and they can earn 800,000 to 900,000 yuan a year, so it's very easy to come up with 600,000 yuan. It's okay, auntie and uncle, Xiao Lei is Shuiwei's younger brother, which means he's also my younger brother. What's wrong with me buying my younger brother a car? Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me. Lin Chen quickly said. Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao also stopped talking at this time. They had to admit that Lin Chen's words were very clever. If they refused, wouldn't that mean that Jiang Lei wasn't your younger brother? The underlying meaning is that you and our daughter won't last. Jiang Haitao and Jiang Min had no choice but to give up. Chapter 37 Chao Jinlong, with a face ashen as death. Mr. Lin, I heard you were here, so I immediately came to take a look. The dean suddenly appeared at the door, smiling and looking into the room. Dean, why are you here? Come, sit. Jiang Min hurriedly got up and brought a bench over. No, I mainly came to check on the patient's condition, and then I have something to ask Mr. Lin. The dean hastily waved his hand. Lin Chen suddenly realized that what he said about checking on the patient's condition was actually a thinly veiled way of asking for his help. The dean examined Jiang Haitao's physical condition, said something non-committal, and then looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, do you have some time? Why don't we go to my office and chat for a while? The dean looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Uncle, auntie, since the dean has something to ask me, I'll go over there first. Lin Chen said with a smile. Good, Lin Xiao, you go ahead, business is important. Jiang Min quickly spoke up. Jiang Haitao also waved his hand, indicating that Lin Chen should go ahead. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuiwei again before following the dean out of the ward. As soon as the two of them left the ward, Jiang Haitao couldn't help but ask. What did the dean want with Lin Xiao? Jiang Min sighed and then told Jiang Haitao and Jiang Lei the ins and outs of the matter. How can there be such a thing? How can this Chao be so shameless? He has the nerve to accuse first and take things out of context to smear the hospital? Jiang Lei's anger flared up at the news. He was young and hot-tempered, and at this moment, he wished he could find Chao Jinlong and beat him up. Jiang Haitao also had a gloomy and fearful look on his face. If it wasn't for that Dr. Lin, he might not have been able to save him in time. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had already followed the dean to his office. "Where is Dr. Lin? I haven't seen him today." Lin Chen looked at the dean with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "As you also know, Mr. Lin, the online public opinion is really too big, so we have no choice but to suspend Dr. Lin for a period of time." The dean seemed a little embarrassed to say it, and his words were stammering. Lin Chen's face looked a little bad. Lin Yi can be considered the savior of his father-in-law. Now, Lin Yi's actions in this matter were not wrong in any way, but he was suspended because of it. Thinking about this, Lin Chen looked at the dean with a hint of contempt in his eyes. "This dean is no good. Yesterday, he gave me a pretty good first impression, but I didn't expect the contrast. Wait while I make a phone call." Lin Chen's tone was very flat. "Yes, Mr. Lin." Lin Chen took out his phone and called the number from the other day. "Hello? This is Lin Chen." "Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, this is Xiao Huang. Are you coming over?" A young woman's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. "Not yet. Does our company have any business dealings with a construction materials boss named Xiao Jilong? Please hold on, Mr. Lin, I'll check for you." There was a sound of typing on the other end of the line. "Yes, Mr. Lin, it's a local construction materials company in Jintang County called Jinlong Construction Materials." "Is this the person you're looking for?" Lin Chen thought to himself. "So that's how it is. I can actually figure out some of the system's rules. Yes, I have the right to terminate his business dealings with Rongto Land?" "Of course you can. Lin Dong, this Jinlong Building Materials is just a small company and cannot bring much business to the company." "Then just notify him directly and tell him that it was me who said it. If he still wants to continue the cooperation, then tell him that I am the son-in-law of the patient at the county hospital." "Okay, Lin Dong, I'll make the arrangements right away." Beep beep beep. "Wait, that Xiao Jinlong will be here soon to apologize, so if it's okay, I'll go back to the ward first," Lin Chen said, and walked towards the door. "By the way, tell Lin Yi to come back to work." Leaving behind a sentence, Lin Chen walked directly out of the office. Upon hearing that the matter had almost been resolved, the dean's heart also settled down. So in a happy mood, he called Dr. Lin. "Lin Yi, you can come back to work." Xiao Jinlong was directly transferred to another hospital after the incident yesterday. He just had surgery last night and is now in the recovery period. Xiao Jinlong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he looked at the comments section of the short video on his phone, which was full of bombarding comments about Jintang County First People's Hospital. "Haha, a little doctor wants to fight with me? I'll show you no mercy. You're the boss. You're really good at this." The few underlings sitting next to Xiao Jinlong also flattered Xiao Jinlong. For a while, Xiao Jinlong was flattered. "It's a pity about that woman, I haven't even had a high-quality one yet." As Xiao Jinlong spoke, he swallowed. He hated Lin Yi even more for ruining his fun. Just then, the phone by the bedside rang. Xiao Jinlong put aside his fantasies and answered the phone. "Is this Xiao Jinlong, the boss of Jinlong Building Materials?" "Yes, this is he." "Who is this?" "This is Huang Wei, the general manager of Rongto Real Estate." Xiao Jinlong's voice instantly became more respectful, and his back unbuckled involuntarily. "Hello, Ms. Huang. Is this about the cooperation?" "It is about this matter, but I am here to inform you that this cooperation is off." Xiao Jinlong suddenly became a bit anxious. "Why, Ms. Huang? How can you just say no? Didn't we say we would talk about it in a few days? I'm afraid we can't talk now. May I ask if Boss Chow has offended someone at the county hospital?" Huang Wei's voice was like a thunderbolt that split Xiao Jinlong in two and left him frozen in place. "Offended someone at the county hospital? The patient who needs surgery? That doesn't seem right." That woman almost knelt before him, which showed that she was not someone important. "The director of the county hospital? That doesn't seem right either. How could the director of a county hospital have connections with the general manager of Rongto GD?" And from Huang Wei's tone, it seemed that the person behind this even Huang Wei could not provoke. "It seems that someone has been offended." Xiao Jinlong couldn't think of who it was for a moment, and could only answer with a stiff upper lip. If it weren't for the fact that this business is very important to him, and that Rongto GD has a very high status in the construction industry, throughout Tianfu City, and even throughout Suzhou, he would have wanted to throw in the towel and quit. "That's right, if you want to continue working together, then go find the patient you offended the other day. Chao Jinlong was dumbfounded when he heard that it was the patient's relationship from that day, and then asked cautiously, President Huang, can I ask what that person's background is? Huang Wei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. The new major shareholder of Ronto GD. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chao Jinlong on this side looked ashen. Did he offend the major shareholder of Ronto GD? Chao Jinlong wished he could slap himself. Chapter 38 I told you to knock, but you kicked the door? It can be said that as long as that person says a few words, Chao Jinlong will just have to quietly wait for the company to go bankrupt. The few subordinates saw Chao Jinlong's ugly face and hurriedly asked with concern. Are you okay, boss? Do you need me to call a doctor? Screw you. Hurry up and get me discharged, and take me to the county people's hospital. Chao Jinlong yelled. The subordinates were confused by the scolding, but they did as Chao Jinlong said immediately. A few minutes after the subordinates left, several doctors hurried over. Mr. Chao, you just had an operation last night, and you can't be discharged yet. One of the doctors persuaded him. I must be discharged today. Chao Jinlong said unceremoniously. Even though the doctors repeatedly persuaded him, it was completely useless, and he was even scolded by Chao Jinlong. There was nothing he could do, so he could only let Chao Jinlong sign a responsibility statement and then arranged for him to be discharged. Soon, a few subordinates rushed Chao Jinlong to the Jintang County First People's Hospital. When they arrived at the hospital entrance, the doctors and nurses were a little surprised when they saw him, and then walked away with disgust. Chao Jinlong was embarrassed. Fortunately, a few of the younger men soon found out where the dean's office was, and they wheeled Chao Jinlong there. Monkey, knock. Chao Jinlong gestured, looking at the office in front of him. The younger man nicknamed Monkey laughed and kicked the door. With a bang, the office door opened. The dean, who was working inside, was startled. He focused his attention and saw that it was Chao Jinlong. He was followed by a few burly men. The dean was so scared that he trembled all over. He picked up the phone and called the security office. Someone is causing trouble in the dean's office. Bring some people to deal with it. The dean said with a trembling voice. Didn't Mr. Lin say that everything had been taken care of? Why did Chao Jinlong instead bring a few thugs to beat up on the door? And specifically looking for the dean. Chao Jinlong watched in disbelief as Monkey performed this miraculous operation. He kicked him with one kick. As a result, it hurt his wound and he was too painful to speak. Hiss. Monkey was a little confused after getting kicked, but when he saw his boss bend down, he thought he hadn't done a good enough job. Damn it, who told you to call? Monkey glared at the dean and walked over to him menacingly. Don't come any closer. You're breaking the law. Let's talk this over. Don't do anything rash. The dean was so scared that he slumped down in his office chair and kept shrinking back. Chao Jinlong's henchmen behind him were laughing. Chao Jinlong saw that things had gotten out of hand, and with great pain he looked up and yelled. Monkey, you're stupid. I told you to knock, not kick the door. What are you doing now? His henchmen behind him couldn't laugh anymore. Monkey was also taken aback by the scolding. Ha! He immediately recovered. Sorry, Dean, I was rude. He then smiled apologetically and backed out, closing the door behind him. Chao Jinlong and the thugs behind him were stunned by the monkey's actions. What are you doing? Chao Jinlong gritted his teeth and asked, holding back his anger. Ha! Boss, didn't you say to knock? Chao Jinlong regretted having taken in this idiot. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chao Jinlong put his hands on his forehead in exasperation. Knock, knock, knock. Dean, I need to speak to you about something important. The relieved dean inside heard the knocking on the door and his heart immediately went up. Fortunately, the security office also arrived at this time, followed by many doctors and nurses who came to watch the fun. What are you doing? Several security guards wearing protective gear shouted at the four of them. They had just seen someone kick open the dean's office with one kick on the monitor. For some reason, after coming up, these people stayed at the door and knocked on it obediently. This is really strange. The hospital director heard the voices of the hospital security guards at the door and finally let out a sigh of relief, his forehead covered in cold sweat. What did you do? We just wanted to talk to the hospital director about something. Chao Jinlong was cursing the monkey's ancestors in his heart. The little guys nodded their heads in agreement. Hey! Isn't that the guy who smeared our hospital's name online? It looks like it really is him. He definitely came here to stir up trouble. I did hear a loud bang earlier. Hearing the words of the doctors and nurses around them, the eyes of the security guards also became a little hostile. At this time, the dean, who had recovered his senses, also opened the door and walked out. Mr. Chow, you know that this is considered picking a fight and you could go to jail for it? The dean angrily scolded as he walked over to the person holding the tools at the security office. I'm really sorry, Dean. I really didn't mean any harm this time. I came here to resolve the online comments. But my friend here is a bit slow and offended the dean. I apologize to you on his behalf. After Chao Jinlong spoke, he sat in his wheelchair and buried his head. The little guys also bowed quickly when they saw their boss apologizing. Sorry. The people around them were also surprised by the attitude of Chao Jinlong and the others. Could it be that they really came to resolve the online comments? After a moment's hesitation, he felt that the most pressing task was to resolve the public opinion in the hospital, so he nodded and said, Okay, but only you can come in. Tell your friends to wait for you at the hospital entrance. The dean thought about it and still felt that safety was the most important thing. Did you hear what the dean said? You guys go downstairs and wait for me. Chao Jinlong said to his subordinates in a harsh tone. Boss, can you do it after the operation? Monkey touched his head and pointed at Chao Jinlong's stomach and said, I'll have someone from the hospital take you to the hospital entrance. The dean hurriedly said. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go downstairs. Chao Jinlong hurriedly urged, being watched by so many people, like a monkey in a zoo. Thinking about this, Chao Jinlong couldn't help but have a toothache. Damn monkey. The few subordinates could only leave the hospital and wait downstairs. There were also a few security guards staring at them. And the doctors and nurses around them were also sent away by the dean. Boss Chow, you tell me, what should be done about this matter? The dean asked tentatively. Dean, I will immediately record a clarification video to explain the whole story, and I will definitely not cause any trouble for the hospital. Chao Jinlong said with dignity. But Dean, can I ask where the family of the person who had surgery yesterday is in that ward? It turned out that Mr. Lin had intervened. The dean could not help but secretly admire him. Even a local thug with extraordinary energy like Chao Jinlong could be subdued, which showed his background. Chapter 39 10 Slaps on the Face. The dean hesitated for a moment and said, in Ward 302, but don't go causing trouble. Chao Jinlong nodded quickly, Dean, don't worry, I definitely won't cause trouble, I just want to apologize to him in person. The dean looked at him doubtfully, but still said, okay, after you finish recording the clarification video, hurry over there, don't be too long. Chao Jinlong agreed, and soon recorded the clarification video and posted it online. Then the female nurse arranged by the dean pushed to the door of Ward 302. Chao Jinlong took a deep breath, then knocked on the door, and controlled the wheelchair and walked in. In the ward, Lin Chen was being interrogated by Jiang Haitao at the moment, asking about his relationship status, whether he was sincere with Mai Shuiwei, and so on. Lin Chen was miserable, with questions coming one after the other. There were just too many questions to answer. Just then, Chao Jinlong entered in a wheelchair. Jiang Haitao was taken aback. He was about to ask what was wrong when Jiang Min spoke with a furious expression. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Get out. Do you know that if you delay any longer, my husband will not be saved? Jiang Min yelled furiously at Chao Jinlong, her expression very agitated. Jiang Lei knew who he was as soon as he heard his voice, and his blood immediately rushed to his head. He clenched his fists and was about to punch Chao Jinlong, while cursing under his breath. Fuck you, you animal, how dare you come here? I'll beat the shit out of you. This scene startled Chao Jinlong, and he subconsciously tried to block with his hands. Jiang Shuiwei also hurriedly pulled Jiang Lei back. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. You'll go to jail for assault. Lin Chen also hurriedly walked up to stop Jiang Lei, who was a little out of control. Jiang Lei hated the person who almost made him lose his father. That's enough. Jiang Haitao scolded, and Jiang Lei calmed down when he heard Jiang Haitao's words. He just looked at Chao Jinlong with a fierce look. Jiang Lei has been especially good at fighting since he was young, and he has trained it all to protect Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei was very attractive when she was young, and many boys admired her, which also attracted the attention of many uneducated boys in school. One year, he was in the 7th grade and Jiang Shuawei was in the 9th grade. He was waiting for Jiang Shuawei to go home together after school, but as soon as he arrived at the door of Jiang Shuawei's classroom, he saw several boys surrounding Jiang Shuawei and swearing at her. Jiang Shuawei was crying and cowering in the corner. This scene immediately made Jiang Lei's blood boil, and he yelled, "Dare you bully my sister?" And then rushed forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground with a single kick. The remaining boys quickly reacted and went to pull Jiang Lei, and Jiang Lei, like a madman, punched and hit the several boys one by one, hitting them with whatever was nearby. The boys who were fighting recklessly finally got scared and ran away with a few injuries. Jiang Lei was covered in bruises and had many bruises on his face. He grinned widely and looked at Jiang Shuawei. "Sister, I beat those bad guys away." Jiang Shuawei threw herself into Jiang Lei's arms and cried like a baby. Later, when they got home, Jiang Shuawei burst into tears as soon as she saw Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao, crying uncontrollably. Jiang Lei, on the other hand, was busy trying to calm his sister down. After learning what had happened, Jiang Min lovingly held her daughter in her arms, and her eyes reddened as she felt the bruises on her son's head. Jiang Haitao was silent for a long time. "Son, you did great. Someone like that deserves to be beaten up hard. If anything happens, your old man will take care of it." Jiang Lei smiled proudly when he heard this, and Jiang Haitao looked at his son and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Later, the parents of those boys came to the school to make a scene, and Jiang Haitao said one thing. "My son did well. This kind of uneducated scum deserves to be beaten up hard. How much medical expenses his father paid for him." Since then, no one has dared to provoke the brother and sister. This is a hospital. What's the point of making a big noise like that? Jiang Haitao whispered and scolded. Then he looked coldly at Chao Jinlong. "What are you doing here?" Chao Jinlong reacted only then and hurriedly explained. "I came here today to apologize. My behavior yesterday was indeed very bad. I have already recognized my own mistakes and hope to seek your forgiveness." Everyone in the ward was full of surprise, except Lin Chen. Jiang Haitao suddenly knew what the reason was. "Lin Xiao, you handle it." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this and then looked at Chao Jinlong. "Do you know who I am?" Chao Jinlong looked at the extraordinary boy in front of him, dressed in Gavinci, and knew. This must be the main character. But he's so young, isn't he? He looks like he's 18 or 19 years old. Chao Jinlong nodded like a chicken pecking rice. "I roughly know. I'm really sorry. I really realize my own mistake. You are a great man and you don't remember the faults of a petty person. Just forgive me this once." Lin Chen smiled faintly and just looked at Chao Jinlong. Chao Jinlong's mind was racing. "If I give myself 10 slaps, will you let this matter go, Uncle Jian?" Lin Chen said this and turned to look at Jiang Haitao. "I think that's a good idea." Jiang Haitao also agreed. At the same time, his impression of Lin Chen rose quite a bit. Not being soft on one's enemies is a very good trait. If you don't have the means, no matter how talented you are, you won't get far. Jiang Min, however, felt a little uncomfortable. Just as she was about to persuade him, Jiang Lei tugged at her clothes, and Jiang Min had to swallow her words again. For Jiang Lei, he really felt that he was getting off easy. Jiang Shuawei just looked on coldly and didn't say a word. Chao Jinlong's face looked a little unpleasant when he heard this, and after hesitating for a long time, he made up his mind. Pat. 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 He slapped himself 10 times in a row, and his face was swollen. "Are you satisfied with this?" Chao Jinlong whispered. "That's enough, you can go. As for cooperation, as long as your building materials meet the standards, I won't make things difficult for you." Lin Chen said indifferently. "Thank you." Chao Jinlong sat in a wheelchair, bowed his head a little, and then exited the ward. I still feel that I've let him off easy." Jiang Lei was still a little indignant. "Come on, this is a society ruled by law. Do you still want to chop off a few of his fingers?" Jiang Haitao glared, and Jiang Lei's momentum softened. "This time, we have to thank Lin Xiao. If it weren't for Lin Xiao, we would have caused a lot of trouble for the hospital." Jiang Min sighed. "You're exaggerating, Auntie. These are all things I should do." Lin Chen said hastily. "Yes, Mom, Lin Chen is your future son-in-law, so what are you being polite with him for?" Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly and said very boldly. Lin Chen was stunned. "Can you say this now?" That's right, don't be polite with my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei also laughed, hee hee. After learning about the whole story and Lin Chen's methods, this brother-in-law was convinced. Chapter 40 Help me take a leave of absence in the name of the penguin. Ah, you are right. Lao Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Min smiled, and then she looked at Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao was lying in the hospital bed. When he heard Jiang Min's inquiry, he was first stunned, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. Then, he reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "Ah, this, yes. His voice carried a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuowei's face immediately lit up with joy, and her smile, like the blooming of spring flowers, instantly brightened the entire ward. Her affectionate gaze turned to Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with an uncontainable love. Lin Chen was also taken aback, and couldn't help but secretly marvel, did it work? It wasn't that hard. Just then, the door to the ward slowly opened again. "Oh, Dr. Lin, I'm so glad I've finally seen you, our family wanted to thank you in person." It was Lin Yi who pushed the door open. "You don't need to be so polite, Auntie, I just came to see how Uncle is doing," Lin Yi said with a smile, while taking a discreet look at Lin Chen. He wondered to himself, is this the person who helped him return to work? Upon hearing this, Jiang Haitao was overcome with emotion. "Dr. Lin, you saved my life, I am so grateful." Jiang Haitao's voice was full of gratitude, and he shook Dr. Lin's hand tightly, his eyes slightly reddened. Lin Yi said while checking Jiang Haitao's recovery. "This is what I should do. As a doctor, I naturally cannot stand by and watch a life disappear before my eyes." His expression was focused and serious. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with high regard when he heard this. He really is a good doctor. "Dr. Lin, when my father recovers, our family will treat you to dinner. We know that you doctors are not allowed to accept red envelopes, so this is the only way we can repay you," Jiang Shuowei said with a face full of gratitude. "You can't even eat dinner, but I've already accepted your kindness. The best way to repay a doctor is to say thank you and see the patient discharged from the hospital healthy," Dr. Lin said with a smile like the spring breeze, which made people feel incredibly warm. The few people could only regretfully refrain from inviting them, but the look in their eyes as they looked at Lin Yi was full of admiration. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not only a highly skilled doctor, but also a model of high medical ethics. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the ward. Lin Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Xiao calling. "Oh no! I forgot about things at school." He quickly said hello to Jiang Min and the others, then hurried out of the ward and went to the corridor to answer Chen Xiao's call. "I'm going, boss, the instructors and counselors are going crazy. When are you coming back?" As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, and the urgent tone seemed to be able to penetrate the screen of the phone. "Don't worry about me, I'll have someone from the company call the counselor to communicate with them later, and then I'll go talk to them." Lin Chen was unruffled. For him, military training? What was that? Could it compare to the Penguin Group? The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, and Chen Zhao's voice came through after a long while. "The shareholders of a listed company are so capricious." Those words carried a hint of helplessness and envy. "Okay, I can't talk to you anymore, I have things to do here." Lin Chen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen immediately called Lu Shu. "Director Lin, what can I do for you?" The respectful voice of Lu Shu came from the other end of the line. "Can you contact my tutor on behalf of Penguin? Just tell him that I have to take 2 days off because of an urgent matter at the company and I'll go to military training the day after tomorrow." Lu Shu on the other end of the phone looked strange, almost forgetting that Lin Dong, who held 10% of Penguin's shares, was still a freshman in college. "Okay, Lin Dong," Lu Shu answered. Lin Chen then felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and returned to the hospital room. At this time, Lin Yi had already left, and the hospital room was now only occupied by Jiang Haitao's family. Everyone's mood was much more relaxed than when Xiao Jinlong had arrived. "Xiao Chen, I'm fine now. You and Shuowei can go back to class first. I heard from Shuowei that you're a freshman and still in military training, right?" Jiang Haitao asked out loud when he saw Lin Chen come back. Lin Chen nodded. "Then you can go back to school with Shuowei this afternoon. Your aunt will take care of me here, so I'll be fine." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei on hearing this and, seeing that she had nodded, agreed. "Okay, uncle." What about Shaolei? Jiang Shuewei asked. I've taken a week off, so I can hang out a bit longer. I haven't even driven the Mercedes E300L that my brother-in-law bought me enough yet. Zhang Lei said nonchalantly, then patted his belly. Dad, it's getting late, it's almost time for dinner. You rest in bed, we'll go out for dinner first. Zhang Haitao couldn't help but scold. You little brat. You know I can't eat, so you're deliberately annoying me, aren't you? I'll go buy you some kanji. At this time, the public opinion on the internet gradually changed. Everyone was furious at this shocking reversal. I thought you were the victim, but it turns out you're the abuser? Luckily, I didn't express any opinions before, or I would have been fooled by this. The internet is not a place outside the law. Everyone should be careful with their words. I heard that it almost cost an upright and good doctor his job. That damned animal. The internet was full of abuse, with everyone furiously attacking Chao Jinlong. Every corner of the internet was filled with accusations and abuse. At this time, Chao Jinlong was already being driven by a few subordinates back to the private hospital. Along the way, Chao Jinlong's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his red and swollen cheeks looked even more hideous under the dim car lights. Boss, are you really okay? Your face is all swollen. Were you beaten up? I'll get revenge for you. Monkey couldn't help but express his concern as he looked at Chao Jinlong's face, which was all swollen and red. I tripped and fell. If you don't know what to say, just keep quiet. From now on, if you say another word, you're out of the car. Chao Jinlong was already full of anger, and it all exploded now. His roar echoed in the car, shaking Monkey's heart. Seeing that Chao Jinlong was angry, Monkey immediately shut up and didn't dare to say another word. The car was instantly quiet. Monkey could only watch videos boringly. After a while, he couldn't help but speak again. Boss, these people on the internet are calling you an animal. If I catch you, I'll. By the roadside, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle slowly pulled over, the door opened, a burly man was kicked out, and then it drove away again. Monkey looked at the departing commercial vehicle, full of confusion. Did I say the wrong thing again? Chapter 41 I will definitely approve Lin Don's leave application. At this time, Tang Jelly, Lin Chen's counselor, was still racking her brains to find a way to contact Lin Chen. This morning, she privately sent countless messages to Lin Chen, but they were like stones sinking into the sea, and she did not get any response. Calling his mobile phone always resulted in the sound of the phone being turned off. She sighed helplessly, and just as she was about to get up to go to dinner, an email arrived in her inbox. What's more, the email had been sent from the famous company, Penguin. Tang Jelly was full of doubts, and she wondered to herself, I haven't recently signed up for any video memberships, and I haven't bought anything from Penguin, so why did they send me an email? With curiosity, Tang Jelly clicked on the email lightly, and then rubbed her eyes and read the content of the email again very carefully. Hello, Teacher Tang, this is Tang Jelly from Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited. Tang Jelly read it out word by word in disbelief. Lin Chen is the majority shareholder of Penguin? Tang Jelly muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? He just started his freshman year. Just then, Tang Jelly's phone suddenly rang. She answered the phone in a daze. Hello, how may I help you? Hello, is this Tang Jelly? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, who is this? Oh, I'm the secretary of the board of directors of Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited. My name is Lu Shu. Have you seen the email I just sent you? Tang Jelly straightened up and said hurriedly, hello. This is Tang Jelly. I have already seen the email you sent. Don't worry, I will definitely approve Lin Chen's leave application. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Miss Tang. By the way, our boss doesn't like to be in the spotlight, so I hope that this matter doesn't get too much publicity. From the other end of the line came a light laugh from Lu Shu. No trouble at all, this is originally within my scope of duties, and I won't tell anyone about this except for the school leaders. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jelly realized that she had been sweating profusely due to her excessive nervousness. This was a high-ranking executive from Penguin. She and the other person were simply not people of the same status, and it was inevitable that she would feel nervous speaking to such an important person. What was most unbelievable was that the student she was teaching was actually a major shareholder of Penguin. Tang Jelly was still a little worried, afraid that this was someone Lin Chen had specially found to deceive her in order to get leave. So, she also searched the website specifically, and when she opened it, it was indeed Penguin without a doubt. Tang Jelly just felt her heart pounding non-stop. This young master must be well served. One must not offend. Thinking about this, she picked up her phone and gave the instructor and school leaders a detailed explanation of the situation. The school also sent someone over to verify the situation, and without saying a word, they directly approved the leave of absence application that Tang Jelly had uploaded for Lin Chen. At this time, the leadership of Suzhou University almost all knew that one of this year's freshmen was a shareholder of Penguin, but they were not sure of the specific name. Tang Jelly opened the private message, carefully considered every word and made numerous revisions before sending a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I already know your situation. The school has approved your leave of absence application, so please don't worry. After seeing the message that it had been successfully sent, Tang Jelly lay back in her office chair, relieved, and let out a breath of relief. This is even more mentally taxing than writing a thesis. Lin Chen felt the phone vibrate, took it out, and saw the message from Tang Jelly, and gave a faint smile. It seems that Lu Shu has already taken care of things. Okay, thank you, Miss Tang. No trouble at all, it's the least I can do. After Lin Chen and the others had eaten lunch at a random place near the hospital, they said goodbye to Jiang Min and the others and left with Jiang Shuawei, as they were thinking about going to Rongtou Jidi to take a look. The two of them got into the car. Ah Chen, my parents are very happy with you. And so is my little brother. Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with boundless happiness. I think my uncle seems a bit unhappy. Lin Chen said with a wry smile. Don't worry about my dad, as long as my mom is satisfied with you, and besides, my dad is also very satisfied with you, it's just that he is unhappy with you for stealing his little cabbage. Jiang Shuawei said playfully, her big eyes fluttering, and Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow. Really? Then I have to really taste the flavor of the little cabbage. He then kissed those soft red lips. This time was different from the past. After Jiang Shuawei adapted for a short while, she actually started to hug Lin Chen's head with her free hand and counterattacked fiercely. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, but then he stopped being polite and enjoyed Jiang Shuawei's initiative to the fullest. The two kissed so hard that they could hardly part, and their breathing became more and more rapid. After a while, they reluctantly let go of each other. Their lips were slightly red and swollen, and their eyes were full of deep feelings and attachment. Shuawei Lin Chen softly called her name, his voice a little hoarse. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks were flushed, and she shyly lowered her head, but a smile of utter happiness filled the corner of her mouth. Ah Chen. The two smiled at each other, their deep affection evident. Ah Chen, how did you get leave from military training? Jiang Shuawei suddenly asked curiously. I asked the penguin to ask the teacher for me, saying that there was an urgent matter at the company that needed my personal attention. Lin Chen said this while starting the poison sports car and slowly driving off. Your excuse is really unbeatable. Who wouldn't give you the day off? Jiang Shuawei burst out laughing. Lin Chen turned on the navigation and searched for the location of Rongtou Real Estate, and then drove Jiang Shuawei towards the destination. Lin Chen drove for almost an hour and finally arrived at the entrance of Rongtou Real Estate. After finding a parking lot and parking the car, he got out of the car with Jiang Shuawei and walked towards the building of Rongtou Real Estate with her, surrounded by people's astonished stares. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei entered the building of Rongtou Real Estate together and went to the reception desk. I'm here to see Huang Wei. The girl at the reception desk, who was in her 20s and dressed in professional attire, first brightened up when she saw Lin Chen, but when she saw Jiang Shuawei next to him, she suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Are you looking for our manager Huang? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist politely asked. An appointment? I guess so. Lin Chen thought for a moment and answered. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Lin Chen. The receptionist looked it up on the computer but couldn't find any reservation information. I'm sorry, sir. The receptionist was about to say that she couldn't find any reservation information when her eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 42 The Evil Relative Yuan Lu. Are you Lin Chen Lin Dong? The young lady asked with some uncertainty. If there is no second shareholder in the company named Lin Chen, then it should be me. Lin Chen gave a faint smile, a smile that exuded composure and confidence. I'm sorry, Lin Dong, I didn't react just now. President Huang is already waiting for you in the office. I'll take you there. The young receptionist said respectfully, and then looked at Jiang Shuawei with some envy, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration for Jiang Shuawei's ability to follow Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and then, together with Jiang Shuowei, he was led by the young receptionist to Huang Wei's office. At that moment, a young man with glasses and a gentle demeanor walked over at a leisurely pace. Lin Chen? The man called out a little uncertainly, his voice tinged with a hint of confusion and surprise. Lin Chen heard someone call his name and looked in the direction of the sound with surprise, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Uncle? Lin Chen was taken aback at first, then called back indifferently, his expression on his face looking very calm. Zhang Yuwei and the receptionist also looked over curiously. Lin Chen didn't have a good impression of this uncle at all. When his parents were young, they worked in his mother's uncle's small company, Lin Chen's maternal uncle's company. It was said to be a company, but in fact it was a small workshop with less than 10 people, producing spring parts. They worked there for more than 10 years, and the number of people working there gradually decreased, until in the end, only Lin Chen's parents were left. As a result of environmental reconstruction 18 years later, the small workshop closed down. And that uncle actually just told Lin Chen's parents to find a new job and never mentioned anything else. The small workshop had all kinds of scrap materials, and the machinery was sold for a total of 1 or 2 million, but no unemployment benefits were given to Lin Chen's parents. This angered Lin Chen's father, and he said that if it weren't for the fact that he was his wife's uncle, he would have sued him long ago. After that, the two families lost contact. The young man's name was Yuan Lu, and when he saw that it was really Lin Chen, he walked over with a little curiosity. Yuan Lu is actually Lin Dong's uncle? It seems that Yuan Lu is going to get a promotion and a pay rise. The young receptionist looked at Yuan Lu with some envy. Lin Chen, why are you here? I'm here to see Huang Wei. Lin Chen said indifferently, his tone unruffled. You're looking for President Huang? What business do you have with President Huang when you're still at school? Listen to your uncle, this is no place for you to be. Yuan Lu said in a tone meant to be for Lin Chen's own good, but there was a hint of contempt in his tone. Jiang Shuowei frowned as she listened. At first, she had wanted to greet Lin Chen when she heard him call the man uncle, but it seemed that their relationship was not good. Even the receptionist looked at Yuan Lu in surprise, a little surprised at his attitude. You don't need to worry about it, uncle, just go about your business. Lin Chen didn't get angry, his tone was very calm, but behind that calmness seemed to hide an imperceptible hint of oppression. Yuan Lu was a little annoyed when he heard Lin Chen's reply. His face changed slightly, and then he looked at the receptionist, simply not pretending anymore. This kid said that he had something to do with President Huang, and you really took him there? How could you be so easily fooled? He's just a freshman in college, and if he makes President Huang unhappy, you'll be the one who gets criticized. Yuan Lu's voice raised a few points, with obvious accusations. The receptionist just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. Uncle, it seems that you can't interfere in my affairs, can you? Lin Chen's face sank, and a chill flashed in his eyes, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. Originally, the Yuan family owed them the Lin family, and this Yuan Lu was after all related by blood, but he was still targeting them in everything he said and did. Yuan Lu sneered, what serious business could a young kid like you have? Stop messing around here. His tone was full of disdain and contempt. This is our new major shareholder, Lin Chenlin, from Rongtou GD. The receptionist reminded Yuan Lu. The smile on Yuan Lu's face became more and more mocking. I told you were being deceived, didn't I? Do you think a freshman in college could be the major shareholder of a company? Besides, I know their family situation better than anyone else. His parents work in an electronics factory as lowly workers. His voice was harsh and piercing, and every word seemed like a sharp sword piercing Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face looked a little ugly at this time. His hands were clenched into fists, his knuckles turned white from the force, his forehead veins bulging, and his eyes burning with anger. What he could not tolerate the most was someone talking about his parents. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system mission. Get the evil relative Yuan Lu out of the house. Reward, 500 million renminbi. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said coldly. Yuan Lu, do you think you know me very well? Do you believe that I can make you lose your job with just one sentence today? Yuan Lu, however, did not take it seriously, and continued to mock him. Ha, you are still pretending even though things have come to this? At this time, the argument between the two had attracted a lot of onlookers. The receptionist, seeing that things had gotten out of hand, quickly ran to the front desk and made a call on the landline. Mr. Huang, Chairman Lin has arrived, but there's been a situation. You should come down and take a look. It's on the first floor. The receptionist's voice was urgent and nervous, and after she finished speaking, she ran all the way over there, afraid that something might happen. Listen, everyone. He said he's the majority shareholder of Ronto GD. Do you think that's possible? Ha 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 ha. Yuan Lu pointed at Lin Chen and laughed loudly, and the sound of his laughter echoed through the empty hall, sounding particularly harsh. There was also a burst of laughter from the people around them. No one would believe that a boy who looked to be 18 or 19 years old could be the majority shareholder of Ronto GD. How can you be such a bad elder? This is too much. Zhang Shuowei was furious, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu with anger. The clothes he's wearing all seem to be from Givenchy. At this time, a bystander suddenly said in surprise, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. No way? Are you sure? A Givenchy suit costs at least a few thousand yuan, right? A suit like that must cost tens of thousands of yuan. Another person said incredulously. Really, there's no mistake. That person replied very confidently. Someone questioned, it can't be fake. At this point, the murmurs of the people around them also reached Yuan Lu's ears. I can't tell if Lin Chen likes wearing fake things or not. Yuan Lu snorted again, his eyes full of contempt. He was 100% sure that Lin Chen's clothes were definitely fake. He knew Lin Chen's family very well. A family with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan doesn't even have a home to pay the mortgage and buy social security, let alone send their son to university. Would they be willing to buy their son a suit that costs tens of thousands of yuan? He definitely didn't believe it. Chapter 43 Give the uncle another chance. What are you doing? Are you all very idle? A woman in professional attire with a great image walked over with a powerful pace. Her exquisite makeup and fierce eyes made people feel awe-inspiring. Oh my God! How did President Huang come down? Hurry up! Wait a minute. I'll check the situation first. Almost everyone around her left at once, leaving only a few scattered people still looking on from a short distance away. Seeing that the crowd had dispersed, the woman turned her sharp gaze towards Lin Chen and the others. President Huang. The young receptionist called out timidly. President Huang, this kid came here to cause trouble, and I stopped him, but he still insisted on coming to the company to find you, saying that he had something to say. Yuan Lu saw Huang Wei come over, and her expression was a little nervous, so she hurriedly said. Huang Wei, however, didn't even look at him, and walked straight up to Lin Chen. Director Lin, you came here without even telling me in advance, so I could have come down to pick you up. Huang Wei's face was beaming with a smile, and she extended her hand towards Lin Chen, her tone full of respect. It's fine, there's no need to go to all this trouble. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and then shook Huang Wei's hand. She's my girlfriend, her name is Zhang Shuowei. Huang Wei quickly shook hands with Zhang Shuowei again. Little sister is really pretty. Huang Wei couldn't help but praise. President Huang, you are full of charm. Yuan Lu, who was standing nearby, was shocked by this scene and his heart was filled with fear. How is that possible? Aren't my cousins working in an electronics factory right now? How could Lin Chen be the majority shareholder of Ronto GD? Could it be that my brother-in-law is hiding his identity? Yuan Lu quickly ruled out this answer. It was impossible for him to hide his identity and work under his father for nearly 20 years. At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing. So it turns out that Xiaochen is really the major shareholder of the company? Ha ha ha, it seems that uncle misunderstood you. Yuan Lu smiled awkwardly. That smile was even more unbecoming than crying, and it looked very forced. At this moment, Huang Wei took a look at Yuan Lu. This person is still related to Chairman Lin? Then why make things difficult for Chairman Lin? Lin Chen looked at Yuan Lu with indifferent eyes. Yuan Lu suddenly felt nervous. Don't say that, your family is too high for me to climb. Xiaochen, just now, I was afraid that you would be cheated by others, so I said those things on impulse. Don't take it to heart. I will go to your house to apologize in person some other day. Yuan Lu said with a flattering smile on his face. That smile was full of flattery, in stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Forget it, it's better for our two families to just go about our own business in the future. Lin Chen said this and then looked at Huang Wei. President Huang, I feel that our company is still not strict enough when it comes to hiring people. Ability can be developed later, but character is a must. Lin Chen's voice carried an unmistakable tone. Yes, President Lin is right. I will start working on a special system for hiring people in the company right away. Huang Wei immediately promised. Yuan Lu's cold sweat immediately came down, and a large area of his back was soaked through his clothes. He knew very well what Lin Chen's words represented. He could not afford to lose this job. If he was fired now, it would mean that all his hard work over the years would be for nothing. Chen, after all, we are relatives and related by blood, so you can't be so ruthless. Can't I just apologize to you, uncle? Yuan Lu looked at Lin Chen with a face full of pleading. Relatives? You know now that we are related by blood? I told you too late. Lin Chen's face always had a faint smile, saying every word with great care. He looked at Yuan Lu with eyes full of disdain and mockery, as if he were looking at a clown. Yuan Lu's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was really finished this time. Huang Wei walked up and looked at the name tag on Yuan Lu's chest. Your name is Yuan Lu, right? You go to the finance department right now to settle your wages and then go through the exit procedures. Yuan Lu's face turned ashen, but he was not yet convinced. Lin Chen, this time I went too far. Please give me another chance. But Lin Chen didn't even want to look at him at this time. President Huang, can you show me around the company? Sure, this way please, Director Lin. Huang Wei quickly said, and then told the receptionist to go back to work, and she led Lin Chen upstairs. Yuan Lu, who stayed in place, saw that it was a foregone conclusion, and his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Lin Chen. Subsequently, Lin Chen and Jiang Yue visited Rongtou Jidi under the guidance of Huang Wei, and Lin Chen was introduced to some of the situation and future plans of Rongtou Jidi. Ding! Task: get the evil relative Yuan Lu to sweep the door out. Task completed. Ding! 500 million renminbi has been transferred to the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Ding! Received an additional reward, 1 billion Douyin diamonds. It seems that Yuan Lu's resignation procedures have been completed. But what the hell is this 1 billion Douyin diamonds? System, can I exchange it for 100 million renminbi? Lin Chen called out to the system in his head. Ding! No, host, this reward is a bonus. Lin Chen thought about it and agreed. It was a bonus anyway, so why not take it? Besides, as a man with a system, would I lack such a small goal? Lin Chen looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so he was ready to take Jiang Shu away to say goodbye. President Huang, that's enough for today. I can see that Rongtou Jidi is booming under your management. President Lin, you're too kind. This is the result of the joint efforts of the employees of Rongtou Jidi. President Lin, let me see you off. Jiang Shuawei had been sleepy for a long time and kept yawning. Now that she heard that they were leaving, she was even more sleepy. Who is this? So young and yet he is so highly regarded by President Huang. Don't you know? That boy is our new major shareholder from Rongtou. You mean he's young? Doesn't look it to me. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. He was born in Rome, while we were born as oxen and horses. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the staff's discussions around him. A few days ago, he was even worse than they were. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei then took the poison under Huang Wei's watchful eye. They then walked away. Which powerful family is behind this Lin Dong? Huang Wei muttered as she watched the departing poison. At this time, Yuan Lu was on his way home, his heart filled with resentment. All those years of hard work were for nothing. He only got a few months' compensation. It's all because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm going to make you infamous. Yuan Lu thought viciously in his heart. Without further hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed. Hello? Mom and Dad. Chapter 44, that's FW, baby. Shuaiwei, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Chen asked Jiang Shuaiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, softly. I almost forgot to tell you, today is Wan Er's birthday. She has booked a private room at the Jinqiu Hotel near the school. Why don't you come with me? Jiang Shuawei said, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen hesitated a little. I think it's just going to be girls having dinner for Wanner's birthday, right? Wouldn't it be awkward if I went? No, there are a lot of classmates from your classes there, and Wanner specifically asked you to come. Lin Chen was a little surprised to hear this. Why would Tang Wanner specifically ask me to come? Okay. Lin Chen thought about it for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Chen, I want a sundae. Jiang Shuawei looked at a little girl happily eating a strawberry sundae by the roadside, and she suddenly got a little hungry too. It's the roadside honey snow. Jiang Shuawei pointed happily at the honey snow shop next door. Lin Chen looked in the direction of Jiang Shuawei's finger and sure enough, he saw a honey snow. There happened to be a parking space by the roadside, so he parked directly in it. After getting out of the car, many passers-by looked at him. The prince and princess came shopping in a Lamborghini? This car is really cool. These two Lamborghini drivers are so good-looking. Do rich people all look this good? I'll be damned, look at the license plate number. Shuai 88888. As he listened to the murmurs of the people around him, Lin Chen's face remained calm and composed, his poised and composed demeanor making him even more outstanding. Only Jiang Shuawei looked around to the back of the car in some surprise to take a look at the license plate number. Then, looking at Lin Chen with some surprise, she asked, Chen, when did you change the license plate number? It's a leopard license plate number. This license plate number alone must have cost a lot of money, right? I changed it just the other day, and it cost tens of millions. It's not too expensive. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuawei's hair and said adoringly, Tens of millions is not expensive? You are worthy of being the major shareholder of Penguin. Jiang Shuawei was shocked, and playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Chen. Her expression was adorable. The two walked hand in hand to the front of the Maisan Place store. Chen, what do you want to eat? I'll have whatever you have. Jiang Shuawei thought for a moment. Hello, can I have 2 large strawberry sundaes, please? Okay, that'll be $12. Scan the QR code, said the shop assistant with a smile. Jiang Shuawei opened the green bubble payment code and scanned it. After a few minutes, the sundaes were ready. Jiang Shuawei ate her sundae, her face full of a satisfied smile. Just then, a fashionable woman wearing a phone in one hand and a milk tea in the other walked hurriedly over, completely unaware of the two people in front of her, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. The woman was wearing high heels, and the sound of her heels clicking was hurried and disorganized, as if the only thing in her world was the sound on the other end of the phone. There was a loud crash, and the woman accidentally bumped into Jiang Shuawei, spilling the milk tea in her hand, which landed unerringly on Jiang Shuawei's clothes. The liquid from the milk tea instantly spread across Jiang Shuawei's clothes, forming a dirty stain, and even her hair was dripping with milk tea. Oops! Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, nearly dropping the sundae in her hands. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anger, and her original happy mood was instantly destroyed. Lin Chen quickly took out a piece of paper and wiped the milk tea off Jiang Shuawei's hair. Lin Chen's movements were very gentle, and his eyes were full of distress. Can't you walk faster? What are you doing so slowly? Neither Lin Chen nor Jiang Shuawei could have imagined that the woman would have the nerve to say such things. Her tone was full of impatience and accusation, as if it were all their fault. Jiang Shuawei was so angry that her face turned red, and she didn't even bother to wipe the milk tea off her clothes. It's obvious that you were the one who didn't look where you were going and you're trying to blame it on me. Jiang Shuawei said angrily. Just apologize and we'll let it go. Lin Chen said to the woman as he wiped the milk tea off Jiang Shuawei's body. His voice was low and powerful, as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Apologize? It's just a piece of shit shirt. I can afford to replace it, the woman said as she opened the green bubble. Her face was full of disdain and contempt. Say it. How much is this dress worth? Hurry up and take care of it, I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen shook his head. Not just this dress, but the bag in her hand you also have to pay for. Lin Chen said, and pointed at the bag in Jiang Shuawei's hand, which he had bought for Jiang Shuawei at the Givenchy boutique earlier. Jiang Shuawei then realized that the bag had also had a bath in the milk tea. Ah! My bag. Jiang Shuawei quickly used her sleeve to wipe the milk tea off the bag. This bag was the first gift Lin Chen gave her, and it was very memorable to her. You want to charge more, right? The clothes and bag, 1,000 yuan should be enough, right? The woman snorted. Lin Chen looked at the woman like she was stupid. This is a Givenchy bag, bought for 28,000 yuan, just a few days ago, you can just pay 20,000 yuan for compensation. The woman's eyes widened when she heard the price, and she said in a shrill voice. What? 20,000? Do you take me for a fool? Two poor people can only afford to eat Michelle but can also afford a bag that costs more than 20,000? You're committing fraud. After these words, many people around them who were just watching the show became unhappy. So what if I'm poor? Have I spent your money? A young man couldn't help but shout. Exactly, I have to be scolded for being poor just because I eat Michelle. A young woman with a child echoed. Xiao Yu, don't ever become like that person, understand? The little girl nodded vigorously. Mom, what kind of person is she? She's trash, baby. The woman stroked the little girl's head and smiled. The little girl nodded again, as if she understood. This woman really has no quality. The crowd accused. After hearing this, the woman's face turned pale. Humph, buying a fake and wanting me to pay 20,000? No way. Lin Chen was not angry, but just laughed mockingly. You don't want to pay compensation, do you? Fine, just call the police. Lin Chen said and took out his phone. Great. Whoever doesn't call the police is a coward. I'll see what happens to you liars when you go to the police station. The woman panicked when she heard that the police were going to be called, but she calmed down and continued to yell. Zhang Shuawei didn't say anything, and she just left this kind of thing to her boyfriend. She didn't believe that this bag was worth 28,000 yuan. Lin Chen smiled indifferently, pressed the phone, and then dialed. Hello, this is the police station. Hello, someone broke my 28,000 yuan bag, but they refused to compensate. I am currently in Lingjiang district. Chapter 45. Are you honest now? After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at the woman, who was now a little panicked, and said indifferently, the police will be here soon. The woman's lips were tightly closed, her eyes avoided contact, and she didn't say a word. In a moment, the shrill siren of a police car could be heard approaching. A few policemen got out of the car and were about to find out what had happened. Comrade policeman, just because I accidentally spilled milk tea on that girl, they are demanding 20,000 yuan from me. I suspect they are involved in extortion. The woman actually calmed down quickly, and said anxiously to the policeman, trying to defend herself, with a hint of indignation on her face. Upon hearing this, the policeman's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and he looked at the situation with a discerning eye. He then looked directly at Lin Chen, and asked in a serious tone. You called the police, didn't you? Lin Chen nodded without hesitation and replied with a calm expression. I called the police. This woman broke my girlfriend's bag. I bought this bag for 28,000 a few days ago, and I have the payment receipt on my phone. I also have the invoice. Zhang Shuawei was very glad that she had taken the invoice at that time. At that time, Lin Chen just looked at the invoice and didn't care anymore. Zhang Shuawei felt that the bag was so expensive that she definitely couldn't just take it, so she kept the invoice in the bag. I think the bag is just dirty, so a little cleaning should be fine, right? The policeman looked at the bag in Zhang Shuawei's hand and asked with a hint of doubt. Exactly. Comrade policeman, let's not talk about whether the bag is authentic or not. Just because milk tea got on the bag, has it been damaged? Hearing the policeman's words, the woman suddenly perked up, her voice unconsciously raising a few decibels, as if she had caught a lifeline. Comrade policeman, this type of leather bag cannot get wet. Once it gets wet, it will discolor and penetrate the interior, causing corrosion, staining, or damage to the leather. Zhang Shuawei hurriedly explained. Because this bag is very precious, she specially searched it. After listening to Zhang Shuawei's words, the policeman took out his phone and searched it, then said sternly to the woman. In that case, you really should compensate. The woman's face became even more unpleasant, her eyebrows knitted together, but she still stubbornly said. Who knows if they're not deliberately trying to extort me? Lin Chen sneered, his gaze revealing anger and disdain. From beginning to end, we've only asked you to compensate for reasonable losses, but not only do you not apologize, you've also been speaking evil of others. At this point, another policeman checked the payment voucher provided by Lin Chen and confirmed the value of the bag. Madam, the evidence is conclusive. You need to compensate them. If you refuse to compensate, we will handle it according to the relevant legal procedures. The police officer's voice was firm and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. The woman finally stopped being tough and lowered her voice. I'll pay, isn't that enough? But we can't just pay whatever they say, can we? We can go to the counter where we bought this bag at that time to have it appraised. Lin Chen said indifferently. In fact, for him, this amount of money is nothing. If the woman had spoken nicely and apologized at the time, the matter would have been resolved. But this woman was crazy, screaming and yelling even though it was obviously her own problem. He couldn't sleep at night without teaching her a lesson. "We have a car, please ask the police officer to take her with us." The police officer nodded and then took the woman in the police car. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked over to the poison and opened the door directly to go in. No wonder she can afford a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. Look at the car and the license plate number. The rich are different. This couple is so rich, do they lack this little bit of money? Can't they let someone else go? So what if they're rich? Does that mean they can't defend their rights? Besides, look at that woman's attitude, I would do the same thing. People around them immediately started talking. And the woman in the police car saw that Lin Chen and the other person were driving a supercar, and she felt immense regret. If I had known, I would have apologized properly just now. I'm really impressed. Buying Honey Snow in a supercar, Honey Snow eats tigers. Soon, a few people arrived at the shopping mall. When they arrived at Givenchy, the previous shop assistant was overjoyed when he saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. These two are big spenders. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw the police following behind them and his heart immediately became nervous. Could it be that something has happened and they are here to make a claim? Can this bag help me determine the value of the damage? I bought it here. Lin Chen didn't waste any words, took the bag from Jiang Shuawei's hands and placed it on the counter. Jiang Shuawei had already put the contents of the bag in the car. The shop assistant let out a sigh of relief and carefully took the bag, inspecting it carefully before saying, "Sir, madam, this bag has indeed been irreparably damaged by the milk tea stains. And this bag is a limited edition, and the store no longer has the same model." The woman's face instantly turned pale when she heard this. The policeman looked at the woman and said, "Madam, the facts are now very clear." The woman bit her lip, nodded helplessly, took out her phone and prepared to transfer the money. Lin Chen told Jiang Shuawei to receive the compensation and said, "Are you honest now? It would have been fine if you had just apologized, but you had to be rude." The woman lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." She had completely lost her arrogance, and just seeing the license plate number had made her very frightened. After the matter was resolved, the police officers left directly. The woman also ran away in a huff. The shop assistant had a brainstorm at this time. "Would you like to take a look at some other bags in our store? We just got some new ones in yesterday," the salesperson asked with a warm smile. Jiang Shuawei was about to give up, but Lin Chen had already spoken. "Oh? Let me see." The salesperson's smile became even wider. "These are the latest models that just arrived yesterday, and your girlfriend will look great carrying this bag." Lin Chen looked at the bags the salesperson was pointing at and didn't think they were very attractive. But Jiang Shuawei's opinion was definitely the most important. "Shuawei, what do you think?" Jiang Shuawei shook her head. "I don't really like it." The clerk suddenly became a bit anxious. "We have other styles in the store, there must be one that suits you." "No thanks," Jiang Shuawei said, and quickly pulled Lin Chen out of the Givenchy store. "I think it's about time, let's buy the bag another day. Warner's birthday is more important," Jiang Shuawei said. Lin Chen, however, shook his head. "It's only a little after 5, dinner will be at least past 6, right?" Chapter 46 Hermes Birkin. "If you don't like Givenchy's bag, I'll take you to look at other stores." Seeing that Jiang Shuawei was about to say something else, Lin Chen said directly, "You are now my girlfriend, if others find out that I, Lin Chen, can't even afford a more expensive bag, what will others think of me?" Jiang Shuawei was suddenly at a loss for words and could only reluctantly agree. "Okay." Her voice was soft, with a hint of compromise. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuawei's head. "I know you don't want me to spend so much money, but isn't that what I earn it for? I'm willing to spend as much as you like, as long as you're happy." Jiang Shuawei's eyes reddened slightly. She looked up at Lin Chen, her voice a little choked with emotion, and said, "Chen, meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. It's not that I don't want you to spend money, I just don't want our relationship to be measured by material things. But I'm really touched by what you've said." After saying this, she hugged Lin Chen tightly, rested her head on his chest, and continued, "I will never refuse your intentions again. I believe that together we can create more beautiful memories, not just through these expensive gifts." Lin Chen felt Jiang Shuawei's true feelings, and his heart was full of warmth. He hugged Jiang Shuawei back even harder and whispered, I will always be good to you, believe me. Just as the two of their lips were getting closer, an old man walked past. Damn it! This young man. The two of them then realized that they were still in the mall. You're so bad. Jiang Shuowei's pretty face turned red, and she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen gave a small smile and took Jiang Shuowei's hand. Let's go, I'll take you shopping. The two of them held hands as they strolled through the mall, their eyes meeting with each other, full of sweetness and love. After they had shopped for a while, they then walked into the Hermes physical store. There were also two men in suits, like bodyguards, guarding the entrance. Hello, welcome to Hermes. A female salesperson came up to them with a smile on her face. We're here to look at bags. Lin Chen said with a smile, pulling Jiang Shuowei along. Okay, the bags are over here, please follow me. The salesperson led Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei to the side, where there were only women's bags. There was an overwhelming array of bags in all styles, colors, and materials. May I ask, what is your budget? The salesperson asked. Money is not a problem, as long as my girlfriend likes it. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Shuowei was a little embarrassed, however. Your girlfriend is really lucky. The saleswoman said enviously. My boyfriend is really good to me. Jiang Shuowei smiled, then her eyes were attracted by the dazzling array of bags. Can you show me that bag? Jiang Shuowei's eyes were suddenly attracted by the beige bag on the top shelf of the display cabinet. The one on top? Yes. Jiang Shuowei nodded. This is one of our more popular Birkin series. It usually sells for around 90,000 renminbi for the regular material, and this one is made of ostrich skin and sells for around 200,000 renminbi. I need to put on some gloves, so please wait a moment. The salesperson said as he took a pair of white thread gloves from the lower cabinet and put them on. Then he took the bag down. Jiang Shuowei was about to back out when she heard that the bag cost 200,000 yuan, but then she thought about what Lin Chen had said before, and decided that this was the one. She really liked it. Jiang Shuowei tried it on, and her eyes showed her unmistakable fondness. The bag complemented her temperament, as if it had been tailor-made for her. This one will do. Wrap it up for me. Lin Chen said directly to the shop assistant. I'm sorry, sir, this bag is a display item and is not for sale. There is currently no stock, only the crocodile skin material is in stock, but the price is 459,000. If you want to buy this ostrich skin material, you may have to wait a few days. The female clerk explained apologetically. The crocodile skin material bag is the same as this one in terms of material, style and color, right? Lin Chen didn't really care, it was only a few 100,000, he had 1 billion Douyin diamonds. Jiang Shuowei did not say that she would not buy it. After all, she is Lin Chen's girlfriend, and carrying it will also give Lin Chen face. Yes. Yes, sir. The female clerk's face brightened and she hurriedly said. Then take out the crocodile skin bag and let me see it. If my girlfriend likes it, I'll buy it. Lin Chen said indifferently. Yes, sir. It didn't take long before the female clerk carefully walked over with a box in her hands. Upon opening it, Jiang Shuowei was immediately captivated. Expensive has its benefits, and even Lin Chen felt that the alligator skin material alone gave it a sense of luxury just by looking at it. The delicate texture and exquisite workmanship all show luxury and quality. Do you like it? Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuowei's hair and asked adoringly. I like it. Jiang Shuowei nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Help me wrap this bag up, I'll swipe my card. Lin Chen said with a smile as he looked at the saleswoman. The saleswoman's face was full of joy. Yes, sir. The saleswoman then brought out the card reader. Lin Chen took out his Huaxia Bank Platinum card and swiped it. The saleswoman's gaze towards Lin Chen immediately carried a hint of respect. She had worked at Hermes for many years and had never seen a bank card like this before, one that was clearly not obtainable by just anyone. After the payment was successful, Jiang Shuowei couldn't wait to pick up the bag. Thank you, Chen. Jiang Shuowei's face was filled with a happy smile. Shuowei, I'm glad you like it. Lin Chen smiled and nudged Jiang Shuowei's nose. The female clerk looked at Jiang Shuowei with envy in her eyes. Do you need any wrapping, sirs? No, I'll carry it. Jiang Shuowei shook her head to decline. The two of them browsed the store a little longer before heading straight out. Have a nice day. When they reached the mall's exit, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Shuowei's phone rang. Shuowei, where are you? Tang Wanner's voice came over the phone. I just finished shopping with Chen. What's wrong? Oh, you even called Chen. Isn't that sweet? Tang Wanner teased. Whatever, what do you know? You'd better hurry up and find a boyfriend. Jiang Shuowei said impatiently. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore, we've already left the school gate, so you hurry up and come over too, I'll send you the box number on your phone later. Tang Wanner quickly changed the subject when she heard Jiang Shuowei mention this. I know. After the phone call ended, Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen. Let's go, Wanner and the others have already left. Lin Chen nodded, and then walked towards the parking lot with Jiang Shuowei. Chapter 47 Anchor, you're so brave. Family, guess what I found? Lin Xiaoyu said into the phone, her face full of uncontrollable excitement. She was streaming live as usual today, wandering around, and when she got to the parking lot, she discovered a super handsome supercar. Found what? Could it be two little dogs having sex? What a unique taste you have upstairs. Don't keep us in suspense. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages that kept popping up in the live broadcast room and smiled slightly, before steadily pointing the camera at the Lamborghini supercar. The anchor has found a very cool supercar. What do you think? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Lin Xiaoyu's tone was a little smug. Holy shit. It really is cool. This look is invincible. This sports car must not be cheap, right? Holy shit. Isn't this the Lamborghini Poison? There's actually one in Tenfu City? It's a supercar. At this time, a person with the screen name, G. Boda, said. Poison? What car? I've never heard of it? I've never heard of it either. Please explain. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the incredibly cool Poison in front of her, and a strong curiosity welled up in her heart. She only knew that the car was very handsome, but she knew nothing about it in other respects. Big brother, G. Boda, just introduce it to everyone. Let us learn something. Lin Xiaoyu also said with curiosity. After a while, G. Boda sent a long string of text. The Lamborghini Poison is a car that was shown at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show. There are only 13 in the world, 3 of which are hardtops and 9 of which are convertibles. At the time, the hardtop sold for 3.1 million euros, or about 25.4 million yuan, and the convertible sold for 3.3 million euros, or about 26.9 million yuan. Now, the value of this convertible version is about one small target, a supercar for sure. As soon as this news came out, the entire live broadcast room instantly fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a flood of frantic screen swiping. Holy cow! A car worth 100 million? Only someone with an astonishingly high social status could afford to drive it. Useless knowledge has increased again. Isn't this terrifying? I've worked in an electronics factory my whole life, screwing in screws until they smoke, and I can't even earn 100 million. Lin Xiaoyu was also deeply shocked by this sentence, and once again looked at the car in front of her, her eyes full of extreme longing. Suddenly, she glanced at the live broadcast room without thinking, and was surprised to find that the number of people had skyrocketed from a few hundred to several thousand. So she got an idea and quickly pointed the camera at herself. Everyone. Today is really lucky. I actually ran into a supercar worth 100 million. You're a monkey. I want to see Poison. Why are there so many people in this live broadcast room all of a sudden? The female hostess doesn't look that great either. Could it be that she's choosing a host? Turn the camera around. Great host. Please give green bubbles. Lin Xiaoyu faced these tricky or unkind comments without getting angry at all, and always wore the trademark smile on her face. Everyone who is new to the broadcast room, turn on the likes, follow, and click. Those who can, please send gifts. I've come across a supercar worth 100 million today, and I'll show you all a good look later. That's disgusting. People who don't know would think that sports car is yours. You're so shameless, you're asking for it with a smile on your face. If you have the means, send gifts. I just entered the live broadcast room and haven't seen what the car worth 100 million looks like yet. What's there to see? It's just 4 wheels. Stupid anchor. I'm going to report you. But soon, one after another, people started sending gifts. Thanks to DJ for the sports car. Thanks to for the carnival. Thanks to, for the carnival. Thanks to, for the 5 carnivals. Big brother, do you want to add a green bubble? Lin Xiaoyu was thrilled to see a series of gift prompts, and her face was about to crack from smiling. Hurry up! The gifts are all done. Let me see the car. You look like shit and you want me to give you a green bubble? Go look in the mirror in the bathroom. Anchor, hurry up. Otherwise I'll report you. Lin Xiaoyu was still beaming with a smile, not at all affected by these words. Since everyone in the broadcast room wants to see it, I won't disturb your enjoyment. Lin Xiaoyu said, and pointed the camera once again at the Lamborghini Poison in front of her. So cool, Lao Tai. Is this a small goal? It's no wonder it's called Poison. It's not easy to see a car like this. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Poison, unable to suppress the urge inside him, and couldn't help but walk up and gently touch it. Anchor, don't touch it. If you scratch the paint with your fingernails, you'll be sorry. People like this are just hands off. If you dare to sit on it, I'll immediately give you 10 carnival points. Did the anchor see that? Our big brother, King of Beasts, has spoken. It all depends on whether you dare to earn this money. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the message from the King of Beasts in the live broadcast room and began to feel a little excited. After all, this person had just spent 4 carnival points, so he must be rich and generous and a man of his word. 10 carnival points. That's a whole 30,000 renminbi. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. This car is worth 100 million, and if you really break it by sitting on it, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay for it even if you go bankrupt. Anchor, what are you hesitating for? In that case, if you dare, I'll give you 20. The King of Beasts spoke again. You're so generous, boss. Do you lack a son? I want to support you in your old age. Add 1. Add 1. 20 carnivals. That's a total of 60,000. This time, Lin Xiaoyu only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, walked slowly towards the Lamborghini Poison, and then carefully sat on the hood of the car. Lin Xiaoyu then pointed the camera at herself and changed direction several times to prove that she was really sitting on the Lamborghini. The live broadcast room instantly exploded, with the chat screen refreshing frantically. Awesome! You're so brave, Anchor. 666 for 60,000 yuan. If this gets damaged, you won't be able to pay for it even if you sell everything you own. I feel like this Lamborghini has been defiled. But soon, the live broadcast room was filled with a continuous stream of carnivals. The King of Beasts didn't beat around the bush, and as he had promised, 20 carnivals were directly credited to the account. Thanks to the King of Beasts for the 20 carnivals. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly watched the gift effects fill the screen of her phone, and her face broke into a smile. Chapter 48 The damage is fixed at 500,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped off the front of the car. The people who came were Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei. Holy cow, the show is here. These two people have a high appearance value. No wonder they can get together. Have you noticed that the boy is all Givenchy? Isn't it normal for someone who wears poison to wear Givenchy? I think it's pretty low-key. Look at the bag the girl is holding. It's in Hermes, and it costs over 400,000 yuan. Holy shit. This girl is holding a Mercedes-Benz in her hand? At this time, Lin Xiaoyu had no mood to pay attention to the news in the live broadcast room. Her face was a little pale. If she had known, she would have been more decisive, sat down, and then run as soon as the gift was scanned. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught red-handed. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'll borrow your car to take a photo. Lin Xiaoyu apologized directly and firmly. In a situation like this, if you don't apologize, people can make your life hell just for being unhappy with you. Lin Chen didn't say anything, but just walked up to the car and took a look. Do you see the scratch? Lin Chen was speechless. What kind of people are these? Lin Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly walked over to take a look. Sure enough, she saw a scratch on the front of the car, not particularly deep, but it was obvious at a glance. Damn it! This is a disaster. Isn't this great? For 60,000 yuan, no, it's not even 60,000 yet, the platform still has to take a cut. Just for these tens of thousands of yuan, you have to pay at least 100,000 yuan in compensation, right? Dare to be a little more, upstairs. A Bugatti worth more than 10 million renminbi in a foreign country, and other cars with scratches have cost more than 3 million renminbi. Although this scratch is very small, it should be worth several 100,000 yuan anyway, right? Damn it! Is this seat worth a house? This female host is in trouble. The barrage of comments had already exploded. The number of people in the live broadcast room had directly exceeded 100,000 plus. Lin Xiaoyu instantly turned pale, and with a hint of a sob in her voice, she said, "I just sat down for a moment. I didn't bring anything metal with me, did I?" Zhang Shuawei then walked behind Lin Xiaoyu and took a look. "You're wearing jeans with metal buttons on the back." Zhang Shuawei didn't feel sorry for this woman. When others encounter them on the road, they drive as far away as possible, for fear of an accident. But she, on the contrary, is sitting right in the front of the car. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Lin Xiaoyu felt her bottom, and sure enough, she felt the metal button. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Xiaoyu couldn't hold back anymore, her eyes red with tears, and she kept bowing apologetically to Zhang Shuawei and Lin Chen. "You have to be punished for doing something wrong, and you didn't get it accidentally, so you'd better think about how to make amends." Lin Chen had no intention of letting this woman off the hook. If you don't teach someone like this a lesson, they won't know the severity of the situation. "How much do you think it will cost?" Lin Xiaoyu asked with red eyes as she looked at the two of them. The grip on her phone, which was holding the phone stand, tightened. "I'm guessing it'll be at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan? Lin Chen thought for a moment and reported a relatively low number. Lin Xiaoyu felt dizzy at the sound of this, and her head felt a little faint. A moment later, she cried out to the camera like she had grabbed a lifesaver. "King of Beasts, I know you must still be watching my live broadcast. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have done this. You have to pay for the compensation." Lin Chen and Zhang Yuwei only then noticed that the woman in front of them was live streaming. It was obvious that someone in the live broadcast room had rewarded her for sitting on the front of the car, and she really deserved it. King of Beasts, haha, I told you to pay, big guy. Why do you do whatever other people tell you to do? Why didn't you eat shit when you were told to? Now that something's happened, you're looking for someone to blame? In this situation, why should other people help you pay compensation when they're not legally responsible? This is fun. Lin Xiaoyu's guard was instantly broken when she read the message in the live broadcast room. Of course you'll say that if it hasn't happened to you. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was arguing with the people in the live broadcast room, Lin Chen finally became impatient. He still had to rush to Tang Wanner's birthday banquet later. "Miss, if you don't want to pay compensation, we'll have to call the police." Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, so she simply closed the live broadcast room. She definitely couldn't play the bad guy. After all, she had just started the broadcast, just like a law enforcement recorder. "Brother, beautiful lady, you are so rich, can you let me off? I really don't have the money to pay compensation, please." Lin Xiaoyu wept bitterly, and directly knelt down, repeatedly kowtowing to Lin Chen and Zhang Yuwei. Zhang Yuwei felt a little uncomfortable watching this. Lin Chen, however, was very unhappy. "So you caused me hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses, and because I'm rich you think you can just apologize and get away with it? I'm just supposed to stupidly pay for the losses myself? You didn't accidentally cause the accident, you did it on purpose. How about this, you pay 300,000 and we'll call it even." Lin Chen thought about it and saw that the woman was so sincere in admitting her mistake, so he would pay less. Lin Xiaoyu kept apologizing by bowing repeatedly. Lin Chen's face immediately turned gloomy. He then didn't say anything else and took out his phone to directly call the police. "Hello? Is this the police station?" Lin Xiaoyu heard Lin Chen call the police and her heart panicked even more. It seems that this trick won't work. So she simply sat directly on the ground and waited for the police to come. Because it was a parking lot, there were relatively few people. Some people who had parked and were about to pick up their cars also didn't dare to stay after seeing this situation. The police came quickly. After understanding the situation and confirming the authenticity of the matter, they took Lin Xiaoyu away. Because they were afraid to tow the car, they had to let Lin Chen drive to the police station. When they arrived at the police station, the police found the playback of Lin Xiaoyu's previous live broadcast. After watching the playback of the live broadcast, the police officers present, Lin Chen, Zhang Shuawei, and Lin Xiaoyu all fell silent. They didn't know what to say. Lin Chen then directly paid someone to come over and estimate the damage to the car. The conclusion was that it could not be completely repaired and the estimated damage was around 50,000 yuan. Fine, just pay me 300,000 yuan. Lin Chen was already very impatient at this point. It was impossible to not pay a single penny. Lin Chen really didn't want to waste any more time, so he directly called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, something happened here, can you help me deal with it? Lin Chen briefly explained what had happened. Okay, Lin Dong, I will take care of this for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen cooperated in making a statement and then got into the car with Zhang Shuawei and left the police station. Zhang Shuawei looked at the time. Due to the delay, it was already past 7 o'clock. Just then, Tang Wanner's phone rang. Shuawei, why haven't you and Lin Chen arrived yet? Chapter 49 Birthday Party. Something just came up, but we're on our way now. Why don't you guys start eating without us? Lin and I will be there in a bit, Zhang Shuamei said apologetically. That's fine, we just got into the private room. You're my best friend. How can I eat without you? Hurry up. The voice on the other end of the line sounded anxious, and then hung up without giving Zhang Shuamei a chance to respond. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei then drove directly to the mall to prepare a birthday gift for Tang Wanner. 40 minutes later, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got out of the car. They walked into the Jinqiu Hotel and headed towards the address that Tang Wanner had sent to Zhang Shuawei. The two arrived at the door of the private room. Lin Chen gently pushed open the door, and the laughter and chatter inside instantly quieted down. Everyone's attention was focused on them like a spotlight. Oh, you finally arrived. Tang Wanner quickly got up to greet them, enthusiastically taking Zhang Shuawei's hand. We've been waiting for you to start the meal. Sorry everyone, something came up and delayed us a bit. Zhang Shuawei smiled apologetically at the group in the private room. This is my boyfriend, Lin Chen. Zhang Shuawei introduced Lin Chen to everyone. Hello. Lin Chen smiled and politely said hello. Everyone in the private room focused their attention on Lin Chen. They all responded to Lin Chen's greeting with smiles, and Tang Wanner quickly pulled Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei into their seats. Come, don't stand there, sit down quickly. Tang Wanner said with a smile. After Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei sat down, Tang Wanner said with a smile to everyone. Today is my birthday, and I'm really very happy to have so many good friends get together. Let's raise our glasses together and wish me a happy birthday. Everyone else also raised their glasses and shouted in unison, Happy birthday to Tang Wanner. Everyone began to eat and chat, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this time, a girl sitting across from her curiously asked Zhang Shuawei, who chased who, you or Lin Chen? Zhang Shuawei's face was filled with a happy, sweet smile as she said, let's just say I chased Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone let out an exclamation. Even Zhang Shuawei, the frosty campus queen, is actively pursuing someone. Zhang Shuawei's face turned slightly red, but she still said with a generous smile, when you meet a good man, you have to take the initiative. Suddenly, all the guys in the private room looked at Lin Chen with envy in their eyes. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei have recently become the talk of the campus, and everyone knows that the campus queen is in love, and she is also a freshman. The most important thing is that the freshman is also very rich. He drives a Lamborghini. A supercar worth 100 million yuan. The people in the private room, the women envied Zhang Shuawei for finding a boyfriend who was handsome and rich. The men envied Lin Chen for being able to woo the school beauty as soon as he started school. After a while, there was a crisp knock on the door. A boy quickly got up and went to answer the door. I think my cake has arrived, we can have cake now. Tang Wanner said with a smile. The boy opened the door and the waiter carefully pushed the exquisite birthday cake into the private room. Tang Wanner's eyes were full of surprise when she saw the cake. Wow, this cake is so beautiful. Everyone turned off the lights and sang a warm birthday song together. With her eyes closed, Tang Wanner blew out the candles to the sound of everyone singing. Wow! Everyone applauded and cheered excitedly, their voices resounding throughout the entire restaurant. Wanner, this is my birthday gift to you. I hope you like it. This is mine. Tang Wanner smiled and accepted them one by one. Everyone had given Tang Wanner a birthday present, and at this point, only Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei had not. Fortunately, after leaving the police station earlier, the two of them returned to the mall to buy Tang Wanner a birthday present, or else they would have been embarrassed to death. Zhang Shuawei took out a set of beautifully packaged cosmetics and handed them to Tang Wanner. Wanner, I picked this set of cosmetics after a long time of searching. If you don't like it, I won't let you off the hook. Jiang Shuowei's tone was a bit playful. Tang Wan'er took the cosmetics and immediately excitedly hugged Jiang Shuowei. Shuowei, you're so good to me. How did you know I like this set of cosmetics? It's so expensive, I didn't even dare to buy it, it's worth thousands. Tang Wan'er's voice was full of emotion and surprise. Jiang Shuowei bought the cosmetics with her own money, not Lin Chen's. Jiang Shuowei pushed Tang Wan'er away disdainfully. Don't I know you? Lin Chen also took out a gift at this time. Tang Xuer, I have to thank you again for your help this time. This watch is both my gift of thanks and my birthday gift to you. Lin Chen's eyes were full of sincerity. The watch Lin Chen gave Tang Wan'er was also worth several thousand. He had originally wanted to buy one for tens of thousands of dollars, but Jiang Xuer wouldn't let him, saying that a gift that expensive would be too much for Tang Wan'er to accept. Lin Chen thought about it and felt that Jiang Xuer was right, so he bought a women's watch for around 2,000. Tang Wan'er hesitated a little, not knowing whether she should accept the gift. So she looked at Jiang Shuowei with a questioning look in her eyes. She accepted it only after seeing Jiang Shuowei nod, and a happy smile blossomed on her face. Then thank you, Lin Chen, for the gift. Don't worry, just for this gift, I will help you keep an eye on Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei gave Tang Wan'er a cold stare. Everyone continued eating, and several boys came to talk to Lin Chen and ask him to drink. Lin Chen had to politely refuse because he was driving. Brother Lin, what does your family do? They drive Ferraris. At this, a boy asked after a few drinks. Everyone around them also turned their attention to him. Hey! Wu Hao, why are you asking this? Don't stir up trouble for no reason. Tang Wan'er quickly said. If this makes Lin Chen unhappy, she won't be able to explain to her best friend. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. It's fine. I've invested in a few companies, it's nothing. Lin Chen said with a faint smile on his face. Brother Lin, do you think I can work for you after I graduate? I don't need any special treatment, as long as I can find a suitable position. The boy named Wu Hao said. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became a bit tense. Tang Wan'er's tone had become a bit unpleasant. Wu Hao, if you're going to get drunk and crazy, then go out and do it. Don't affect Lin Chen here. Jiang Shuowei's smile also faded. Although the employment pressure is particularly great right now, as a graduate of a 985 university, he should be able to find a good job no matter what. If he's not picky, why bother Lin Chen? As for what he said about not needing special treatment, what a load of rubbish. He has only met him once or twice and can say such things. If he really gets into the company, he might do something by taking advantage of Lin Chen's friend status. Chapter 50 Chen Xiao got beaten up? Wu Hao may have realized that his words were inappropriate and hurriedly apologized to Lin Chen. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I've had a bit to drink and my head is spinning. I didn't mean what I said, so please don't take it personally. It's fine. Lin Chen casually said this with a light tone. Seeing that Lin Chen's expression really didn't seem to show the slightest sign of anger, everyone's hearts slowly eased. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they were ready to get up and leave. Shuowei, are you going back to the dormitory tonight? Tang Wan'er quietly walked up to Jiang Shuowei and asked softly. Jiang Shuowei's pretty face instantly turned red. I'm not going back to my dorm tonight. Huh? You're really going to Lin Chen? Tang Wan'er couldn't help but let out a scream. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Shuowei quickly covered her mouth. Do you want me to make a fool of myself in front of the whole school? Why are you speaking so loudly? Jiang Shuowei said anxiously, with a hint of annoyance. Tang Wan'er forcefully pulled Jiang Shuowei's hand away. You didn't even argue back, Shuowei, you've changed. Tang Wan'er muttered in a low voice, her expression tinged with a hint of heartbreak. You don't have a boyfriend, and you have the nerve to talk about me. Jiang Shuowei pretended to be indifferent and responded with a carefree expression. The group had already walked out of the Jinxiu Hotel when a harsh voice came from behind them. Hey! Isn't this Lin Chen and his school flower girlfriend? Lin Chen's face instantly fell, and he looked in the direction of the sound. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Wan'er, and the others who had just eaten together also looked in the direction of the harsh voice. Upon hearing the tone, everyone knew that the person was not a good person, and that they had obviously come to cause trouble. Lin Chen's eyebrows slightly raised, and when he looked more closely, he realized that it was actually Lin Tianyu. He was the person who had mocked him during military training that day. Young Master Lin, aren't you the owner of Dihao and a shareholder of Penguin? Why don't you go to a luxurious and high-end place like Dihao to eat, but instead you've come to this unremarkable little restaurant? Isn't this a loss of your dignity? Ha 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 ha. Lin Tianyu was full of mockery, and his eyes were full of ill intent. Around him were several young socialites with their hair dyed in all kinds of colors and their arms covered in all kinds of strange and weird tattoos. Does it matter to you? Lin Chen asked coldly, then subconsciously moved his feet to block Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wanner. It really doesn't matter to me. After all, young Master Lin likes to brag so much, I dare not get involved. But your brother with glasses is going to suffer. Lin Chen's eyebrows furrowed tightly upon hearing this. Brother with glasses? Chen Xiao? But I have to say, I admire your friend. He really is tough-mouthed. Last night, he refused to apologize even though he was on the ground clutching his stomach. If it weren't for my fear of making a scene and ending up in a bad place, I would have had to take an arm off him. Lin Tianyu laughed with mockery on his face, his expression arrogant. Lin Chen instantly felt a surge of anger well up from his heart. He knew exactly what conflict Lin Tianyu and Chen Xiao had been fighting over, and it was all because of him, Lin Chen. And now Chen Xiao was beaten up by a group of people for speaking up for him, Lin Chen, and he didn't even know? Zhang Shuawei sensed that Lin Chen's state was a bit off, and the tense body and the chill emanating from it made her feel worried. She gently took Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen patted Zhang Shuawei's hand to indicate that she could rest assured, and then quickly took out his phone and called Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night? Lin Chen asked in a low voice as soon as the call was connected. There was silence at the other end of the line for a few seconds. Boss, how did you know? I didn't even tell Xiao Wei or Xiao Fei about this. Chen Zhao's voice carried a hint of humiliation. No one would be happy to admit to being beaten up in front of their friends. After getting the answer, Lin Chen's anger was almost uncontrollable, like a volcano about to erupt. Chen Xiao, are you calling your boss? Ask if he's coming back today. Xiao Wei's loud voice came over the phone. Chen Xiao ignored him. Boss, did you run into that Lin Tianyu brat? Chen Xiao asked anxiously, his voice full of tension and worry. Don't worry, boss will stand up for you. Lin Chen said these words almost with gritted teeth, as if they were being forced out through the gaps between his teeth. He then hung up without hesitation. Chen Xiao on the other end of the line couldn't help but feel a little anxious as she listened to the dial tone. Boss has run into Lin Tianyu. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who was engrossed in playing a game, and said that fine beads of sweat had appeared on Xiao Fei's forehead. So what if you ran into each other? It's not like you can fight. A little. A little. Xiao Fei said casually, looking intently at the computer screen while playing the game, appearing somewhat distracted. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, but then said, Actually, the injury I sustained yesterday was caused by Lin Tianyu. When I was leaving school, that brat found some thugs to block my way and beat me up. Then my boss just called me and asked if something happened last night. Lin Tianyu must have gone to the boss and told him what happened. My boss said he would take care of it for me. Chen Xiao said with clenched teeth and red eyes. When Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei heard this, they couldn't sit still. What? Didn't you say you fell off a shared electric bicycle last night? Xiao Wei asked with wide eyes, a little incredulous, his face full of shock and anger. I, Chen Xiao, stuttered and couldn't speak, bowing my head. Damn, Lin Tianyu's playing dirty. Xiao Fei couldn't care about the game anymore, took out his phone and dialed. Uncle Qin, help me find a freshman at Suzhou University named Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei said coldly. Hurry up and call the boss again to see where they are now. Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Chen Xiao quickly called Lin Chen again. At this time, Lin Chen had already put his phone in his pocket. Looking at the arrogant Lin Tianyu in front of him, he calmed down. What's your father's name? Lin Chen's voice was very cold. My father's name is Lin Xiangdong. Why, are you going to pull strings? Ouch, I'm so scared. Lin Tianyu pretended to be scared, and then laughed heartily with the few thugs next to him. The boys, who were also friends of Tang Wanner, hid far away at this moment, afraid of getting into trouble. It was the girls who had been by Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wanner's sides the whole time. Everyone, if you have any conflicts, please go elsewhere to deal with them. You are indeed blocking our storefront and affecting our customers. At this time, a man walked out of the Jinsho Hotel and said to the crowd. Chapter 51 Arrogant Lin Tianyu. Who the hell do you think you are? Get out of here now. Lin Tianyu's face fell, his eyes wide with anger, and he scolded him mercilessly. The young delinquents around him followed suit, each one flexing their muscles, tilting their heads and squinting their eyes, taking on an arrogant posture that said, "Say something else and I'll come up and beat you up." Their fierce expressions seemed to warn everyone not to provoke them. Seeing this, the man became intimidated. His legs trembled uncontrollably, his face turned pale, and he took a few steps back into the restaurant, leaving the matter alone. Lin Chen was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Lin Tianyu. He frowned, took out his phone and prepared to call Dong Feng. However, he saw Chen Xiao keep calling him. Lin Chen still chose to answer. "Boss, where are you?" As soon as the phone connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came over, full of worry and urgency. "I'm at the Jinqiu Hotel." Lin Chen replied briefly. "Boss, we'll be there soon." He hung up the phone hastily. "Boss is at the Jinqiu Hotel," Chen Xiao said, while opening the phone navigation, beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead. "Then don't stay, hurry up and go." "I know where it is," Xiao Fei said, and ran out of the dormitory like an arrow. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao hurriedly followed, the three of them running all the way. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen directly called Dong Feng. "Oh, young Master Lin is going to find someone to fix me?" Lin Tianyu still had that same expression of someone who deserved a beating, with his mouth turned up, full of disdain and provocation. "Ah Chen, don't fight, or we'll call the police. The police will definitely arrest the person who beat up your brother," Jiang Shuawei said with some worry, her eyes full of worry, tightly grasping the corner of Lin Chen's clothes. "Don't worry, I won't fight." Lin Chen stroked Jiang Shuawei's upturned nose and spoke softly. "What can I do for you, Mr. Lin?" Dong Feng on the other end of the line spoke with great respect and caution. "Do you know a person named Lin Xiangdong?" Lin Chen's tone was very low, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. "Lin Xiangdong? I know this person, he is the owner of Tianfu City Haojia Network Technology Company, Limited, and because he knows Li Shangyu, he often goes to Imperial to eat." Dong Feng could hear the coldness in Lin Chen's tone and hurriedly said, not daring to be the least bit negligent. "Okay, I got it." Lin Chen hung up decisively after he finished speaking. "An internet technology company? Then this is going to be easy. How did Lin Xiangdong offend this young master?" Dong Feng listened to the beeping sound on the phone, muttered in confusion, and frowned, lost in thought. "Young Master Lin, are you done? My phone is waiting to ring." Lin Tianyu saw Lin Chen hang up the phone and mocked again, his arrogant attitude becoming more and more rampant. Lin Chen ignored him and called Lu Shu again. "Shui Wei, can this work? I can see that this guy is so arrogant, so he must be confident." Tang Wanna was a little worried, however, and quietly leaned over to Jiang Shuiwei and asked, her eyes full of unease and doubt. "Don't worry. Lin Chen is not as simple as you think." Jiang Shuiwei looked very confident. Tang Wanna and the others looked at the confident Jiang Shuiwei and felt much more at ease. "Lu Shu, I'm here." Lin Chen gave Lu Shu a rundown of the situation and then continued, "You should know what I'm going to do." Lin Chen's tone was very calm, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. "I understand, Lin Dong." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen just coldly looked at Lin Tianyu. "I hope you can still smile later." Lin Chen's gaze pierced Lin Tianyu like a sharp sword. Lin Tianyu felt a burst of panic, and a vague sense of unease rose in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm. "What the hell are you pretending for? You think you're so awesome just because you drive a Ferrari?" Lin Tianyu directly cursed. Jiang Shuoei and Tang Wanner and the other girls all frowned at the same time. This kind of uncouth guy is the most annoying. Jiang University's most beautiful girl, and the other beauties, don't follow this loser anymore. Let's go, I'll buy you all a drink. Lin Tianyu noticed the disgust on the faces of the girls and became interested instead. His lecherous eyes wandered back and forth over the girls. "Who do you think you are? You're not worthy to invite us to drink." Tang Wanna was not used to being treated with kid gloves. She crossed her arms and glared at him angrily. "I like women with a short temper like yours. It's especially tempting to conquer." Lin Tianyu didn't get angry, but laughed instead. That smile made people feel sick. "Bah! A toad trying to eat swan meat." Tang Wanner spat out, her face full of disgust. "Lin Xiangdong seems to lack discipline with you, doesn't he? Why do you talk and act like a scoundrel?" Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and sneered, his eyes full of contempt. I think you want a beating. Lin Tianyu's face instantly turned dark, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Kid, watch your mouth. The other guys around him also started shouting, waving their fists in the air, and the atmosphere became even tenser. Lin Tianyu, however, reached out to stop the other guys. There are too many people here, let's wait until later to get him. Lin Tianyu's expression was vicious, and he stared at Lin Chen deadpan. If there weren't people around, he would have rushed up to beat him up right then and there. Young Master Lin, you need to be more careful when you leave school in the future. My brothers and I are going to go eat, so I won't play house with you. Lin Tianyu restored the smile on his face and, after saying this, he wanted to walk into the Jinqiu Hotel. Lin Tianyu, where are you running to? A voice suddenly came over. Lin Tianyu turned his head and his smile grew even wider. Hey! Isn't this Chen Xiao? How's your health? It seems that those few kicks yesterday were a bit light. Today, I saw you in military training and you looked quite energetic. Lin Chen saw that Chen Xiao and the other two had rushed over, and the chill on his face dissipated a little. Lin Tianyu, you're looking for someone to block my friends while I'm not here, aren't you? Xiao Fei's fists clenched when he heard Lin Tianyu's words. This was the first time he had been so angry since he arrived in Tenfu City. What can you do if you're here? I'll fight as usual. Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei with some jealousy. This guy is just as annoying as Lin Chen, who is just as tall. Very good. Xiao Fei smiled. Growing up, this was the first time someone had dared to speak to him like that. Is this guy Lin Chen's roommate? Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei and curiously asked Zhang Shuawei. Yes, he's Lin Chen's best buddy. Why are you interested? Zhang Shuawei looked at Tang Weiner with a curious look and knew that something was not simple. As long as a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling in love. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Do you think the designated driver dares to drive? Nonsense. Tang Weiner gave Zhang Shuawei a fierce glare, her eyes full of anger. The crowd around them grew larger and larger, all of them there to watch the fun. And just then, Lin Tianyu's phone suddenly rang. Answer it. See if it's your father calling. Xiao Fei's eyebrows shot up, his expression even more positive than Lin Tianyu's. When Lin Tianyu heard Xiao Fei's words, he suddenly felt a sudden panic in his heart, as if a large hand was tightly grasping his heart. None of your business. Lin Tianyu snapped back, a little annoyed, and then took out his phone to see that it was indeed Lin Xiangdong calling. Hello? Dad, what do you want with me? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly became obedient. Who the hell did you piss off? Why is everyone warning me to keep a better eye on my son? The people they're telling me to watch out for are all really big shots. Lin Xiangdong's expletives came out in rapid succession over the phone. Lin Tianyu felt a little unsteady, his legs weak, as if he was about to collapse the next second. Who have I offended, Dad? Lin Tianyu glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen and said carefully into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, Mr. Qin called me specifically to tell me to keep you in line and not to mess with the wrong people, and then the people from Penguin called me afterwards. Tell me, who did you mess with? Lin Tianyu was sweating profusely, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked at Lin Chen like he was looking at a monster. He's really a shareholder of Penguin? How is that possible? He's only a freshman. Who is Mr. Qin? Our company is so big, why do we need to look at other people's faces? And what if Penguin is a large company? In this society, they can't ruin our family. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and this brief silence made Lin Tianyu's heart rise to his throat. You pig-headed idiot, I don't think you can be saved. Are you the president of Pretty Country? You're not afraid of anything? I should just shoot you on the wall. Apologize to whoever you offended and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll have to find your own money in the future. After saying this, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Tianyu listened to the busy tone on the phone for a long time and could not speak, his whole body like a wooden statue. How is it? Lin Tianyu, did you finish the phone call? What did your father say to you? Xiao Fei looked at Lin Tianyu, who was frozen in place, with a mocking expression, full of schadenfreude. Have you thought about what you should do? Lin Chen added in a neutral tone at this time, his expression calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Lin Tianyu came back to his senses, looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei and the others, hesitated for a moment, and then his face became fierce. Don't think that finding some connections to threaten my dad will make me give in. I'm telling you, do you want me, Lin Tianyu, to apologize? No way. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, he didn't even care about the guy next to him, and turned around and walked away directly. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Xiao Fei muttered as he watched Lin Tianyu's distant back. What a bore. I thought we were going to have a fight. Let's go, let's go. It's good that it didn't turn into a big deal. Let's go eat. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the people around them dispersed. It was then that Xiao Fei and the other two spoke to Lin Chen. Boss, you didn't even call me when there were so many girls. Xiao Fei whispered as he walked over. You won't be able to hold on to her. Lin Chen said with a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of teasing. What are you two whispering about? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two. Nothing, sister-in-law, this matter is settled. I see so many people here today, why don't we go have a drink? Xiao Fei said with a smile, full of anticipation. I think that's a good idea. I kind of want to go too. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also hurriedly chimed in. No way. Even if we leave aside the two school beauties Tang Wan'er and Jiang Shuowei, the three girls around them can also be considered beautiful, right? Tang Wan'er glanced at Xiao Fei and also said, yes, I'm fine with it. Jiang Shuowei saw that Tang Wan'er had agreed, so she could only say, if Chen goes, I'll go too. So everyone turned their attention to Lin Chen. Lin Chen said helplessly, I drove. So what? Just call a designated driver, right? Xiao Fei hurriedly said, and kept winking at Lin Chen. Don't you ruin my good thing. Do you think my car, dare he drive if you call a designated driver? It's just a Ferrari, what's there to be afraid of? Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. Sports cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis, there are several in his garage at home alone. You come with me. Lin Chen had no choice but to take Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and a few girls followed curiously. Do you think he dares to drive this car? Lin Chen pointed at the poison and asked Xiao Fei. Holy shit. Boss, are you serious? This is a Lamborghini poison? Xiao Fei asked incredulously as he looked at Lin Chen. Bingo. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately looked around poison left and right. Boss, what kind of car is the poison? How much is it? It looks so cool. Chen Xiao asked curiously as he looked at the sports car in front of him. Almost 100 million, a Lamborghini supercar. Lin Chen said casually. 100 million? Chen Xiao was shocked, Xiao Wei was shocked, and Tang Wan'er and the other three girls were also shocked. Boss, are you serious? Xiao Wei swallowed and asked again. Why would I lie to you about something worth 100 million? Lin Chen's face was expressionless. Holy shit. I'm going to touch it. Chen Xiao said nothing and ran over. I'll go take a look too. Xiao Wei followed with great interest. Shui Wei, what exactly does Lin Chen do? Isn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it become a Lamborghini poison? Tang Wan'er looked at Lin Chen in shock and then asked Zhang Shuiwei. He drove a Ferrari the other day because it hadn't been delivered yet, and after this car was delivered, he gave the Ferrari to me. Jiang Shuiwei laughed, a little smugly. I'll be damned. You just gave away a 7 or 8 million car? Tang Wan'er's eyes widened. Jiang Shuiwei nodded with a smile. No wonder you're falling for him. It turns out Lin Chen is so rich. What are you talking about? I like him for who he is. Jiang Shuiwei gave Tang Wan'er a look and said discontentedly. Okay, I was wrong. Tang Wan'er realized that she had said something wrong and hurriedly apologized. After a while, the three treasures came back. Boss, why is there a scratch on the front of your car? It's so unsightly. Xiao Fei's expression was very sad. Chapter 53 Top Bar. It's a trivial matter. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I don't care, I must go drinking today. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a determined expression, as if he was going to fight with him if he didn't agree. Lin Chen didn't want to ruin the mood for his brothers and Tang Wan'er, so he had no choice but to nod and agree. Okay, where do you want to go? Lin Chen asked helplessly, his tone betraying a hint of compromise. Xiao Fei's face instantly blossomed with joy when he saw Lin Chen agree. Go top. I'll treat you all. Ouch. Fourth brother, you really are rich. It seems that fourth brother has spring fever. Xiaowei and Shen Xiao teased from the sidelines, their words full of banter. The other three girls were moved in their hearts. Just by watching this handsome guy say those words to Lin Tianyu just now, you can tell that his identity and background must not be simple. If we can win him over. Hurry up and go over there, right? It's getting late. Tang Weiner hurriedly urged, her tone tinged with a hint of urgency. Okay, then Shuiwei and I will go over there first, you guys figure it out yourselves. Lin Chen said with a smile, and then got into the poison with Jiang Shuiwei. As the cool scissor door slowly opened, everyone looked enviously at Jiang Shuiwei and Lin Chen sitting in the car. The low, powerful engine sound of the poison roared, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Boss, once you arrive, just go straight to Zone 0. I made the reservation. Xiao Fei looked at Poison with a hint of envy and then shouted at Lin Chen in the car. Lin Chen stuck one hand out the window and gave the OK sign before driving straight out of the parking lot. Tup is the top nightclub in Tianfu City. Since it opened, every night there are luxury cars lining both sides of the road. I heard that the owner behind it is very influential, and many rich second-generation Tianfu City residents like to let loose at Tup at night. At this time, there were many young people dressed in fashionable clothes in front of the bar, taking pictures and checking in on social media in various poses. Lin Chen even saw one or two people who looked familiar streaming live, but since they all had similar faces, he couldn't remember who they were. The young people at the door also looked shocked when they saw the poison stop. Everyone who can spend money here is rich, and they all know a little about luxury cars. Holy cow! I saw a video posted online a few days ago saying that there was a poison at Suzhou University, and now it's in front of me today? This guy is someone you can't mess with. After Lin Chen parked the car, he got out with Jiang Shuiwei. The women's eyes lit up as soon as they saw Lin Chen. If they weren't holding hands with Jiang Shuiwei, they would probably be going crazy trying to get his attention. It's a shame. I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion if I could have a one-night stand with this handsome guy. A few young and pretty girls looked at the two as they walked into the bar, and said with some reluctance. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei had just walked into the bar when they could hear the deafening music inside. The walls were covered with black spades, and the atmosphere was full of local tyrants. Along the way, there were groups of men and women walking together everywhere. The arrival of Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei attracted the attention of countless people. Apart from just having fun, some people also go to bars to pick up girls or guys. For those who are good-looking, they don't even need to pay to go to the bar, as there are many people willing to spend money on their behalf. The hot and sexy beauties were writhing their sexy bodies on the dance floor, their graceful and voluptuous postures dazzling the eyes. Jiang Shuiwei watched the scene curiously. She had never been to a place like this before. At that moment, Jiang Shuiwei suddenly saw a booth where a woman was wearing only underwear and a bra, writhing her body in front of a man. The man's face was beaming with a smile, and his hands were still groping the woman's body, while his friends were cheering and jeering. Jiang Shuiwei's face turned slightly red as she looked away. Lin Chen quickly led Jiang Shuiwei to the booth in Zone 0. At this time, the booth in Zone 0 was already filled with all kinds of alcohol. Two waiters and a man in a suit were standing nearby. As soon as the man saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei walk up to the booth in Zone 0 and prepare to sit down, he asked with a flattering smile on his face. Excuse me for bothering you, but are you Mr. Lin Chen and Ms. Jiang Shuiwei? Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei nodded indifferently after sitting down. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the general manager of Tup. You can just call me Xiao Qian. Xiao contacted me and told me to take good care of you too. If you have any needs, you can find me, I will help you at any time. The man who called himself Xiao Qian saw Lin Chen nod, his smile grew even wider, and he said respectfully to the two of them. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Qian. No trouble at all. Qian smiled and then skillfully opened a bottle of wine and poured it for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei. After mingling in the nightclub for so many years, Qian could immediately tell that Lin Chen was wearing a Patek Philippe worth more than 1 million yuan on his wrist, and Jiang Shuiwei was carrying a Hermes bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. And they were the people Xiao Fei and Xiao Xiao had specifically asked to be well looked after. After a while, Xiao Fei and the women arrived. As soon as Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei, he bowed respectfully and said, Xiao Xiao, it's already been arranged according to your instructions. Well done, you go arrange 2 sets of the Great God Dragon. I'm bringing friends here to have some fun today. Xiao Fei patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder and said with satisfaction. Okay, Xiao, I'll go arrange it right away. Xiao Qian was pleased to receive Xiao Fei's praise and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Lao San, I feel that Lao Si's background is a little more impressive than we thought. Chen Xiao whispered in Xiao Wei's ear. Isn't this a good thing? Xiao Wei also whispered in reply. Tang Wanner and the other women were also a little surprised. Tup's Big Dragon God. A set costs 288,888. Xiao Fei actually ordered 2 sets without blinking an eye? The look in Xiao Fei's eyes turned even more fervent. Xu Wei, what's the story with these roommates Lin Chen and Xu Fei? He just ordered 2 sets of the Great Dragon. That's over 500,000 yuan in total. Tang Wanner asked Zhang Xu Wei in a low voice. What? Over 500,000 yuan? Zhang Xu Wei was also a little surprised. Young Master Xiao is so generous. The 3 girls praised him adoringly. What's the big deal? As long as everyone has a good time. Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. Soon the bunnies lined up and placed the drinks on the table. The table was suddenly filled with 12 bottles of Black Ace. Thank you very much for the 2 sets of Great God Dragon ordered by Xiao Xiao in Section 0. I wish Xiao Xiao and his friends a happy and enjoyable time at TUP. The DJ on site thanked him. Wow! The whole audience cheered instantly, and many people's attention was drawn to the people in Section 0. Chapter 54 Ambiguity. Soon, some girls with more courage walked towards the Zero Zone booth. A girl wearing a short black skirt walked over with a sexy ass and flirtatious eyes. Hello, handsome and beautiful people, can we hang out together? She said, staring directly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Zhang Xuewei noticed the woman's gaze and quickly took Lin Chen's hand. The charming woman gave a slight smile and then looked at Xiao Fei. Forget it, beautiful girl, we all know each other here. Xiao Fei said with a slightly regretful look at this woman. If he hadn't accidentally run into Tang Wanner, he might have been willing to have something happen with this woman. In the end, that woman could only leave with regrets. Subsequently, a few more girls came over to chat up, but they were all rejected by everyone for various reasons. Xiao Fei picked up a glass of wine and looked towards Tang Wanner. Xiao Fei was just about to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Tang Wanner when the other 3 women started to launch an offensive on Xiao Fei. One of the girls said in a sweet voice, Mr. Xiao, you really look very handsome in that outfit. As she spoke, she tried to get close to Xiao Fei. Another girl was not to be outdone, picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Xiao Fei, her eyes flirtatiously twinkling. Mr. Xiao, I'd like to toast you and become friends. The third girl was even more daring, putting her hand directly on Xiao Fei's shoulder and cooing, Xiao, you have to take care of us tonight. Xiao Fei was only thinking about Tang Wanner, and just politely responded to the 3 girls' overtures. Thank you, beautiful ladies. Tang Wanner and Zhang Xuewei watched the 3 girls in disbelief. These 3 girls were considered to be fairly close to Tang Wanner in class, and they never would have imagined that they had such a side to them. Tang Wanner didn't know why, but looking at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded by the 3 girls, she felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei, surrounded by the 3 girls, with jealousy. How annoying. Just because you're good looking, you can do whatever you want? Chen Xiao muttered with some frustration. It's true that good-looking guys can't do whatever they want, but if they're also rich, then it's a different story. Lin Chen said with a smile. Then he picked up a glass of wine and looked at Chen Xiao, his expression a little serious. Chen Xiao, you got into trouble with Lin Tianyu because you helped me, and I've decided that you're my brother. Hey, boss, we're all brothers. You say that, and as brothers, we have to stick together, right? Chen Xiao also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Lin Chen, and the 2 of them then drained their glasses in one go. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He had just started university and was already able to make such close friends, so he was really lucky. Over there, Xiao Fei, however, was already getting annoyed by the 3 women. If it weren't for the fact that these 3 girls were friends of Tang Wanner and his sister-in-law, he would have wanted to get rid of them. Seeing Xiao Fei's indifferent reaction, the 3 girls looked at each other and decided to step up their game. The first girl gently tugged at the corner of Xiao Fei's jacket and said coquettishly, Xiao, why don't you chat with us a little more? The second girl leaned over and whispered in Xiao Fei's ear, Xiao, you're so outstanding, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? The third girl lifted her glass and insisted on clinking it with Xiao Fei's, deliberately running her fingers lightly across the back of his hand. Xiao Fei frowned and said impatiently, "Sorry, everyone, I'm not in the mood right now." After saying that, his eyes kept darting over Tang Wanner. However, they did not give up and continued to chatter around Xiao Fei. Tang Wanner was playing dice with Jiang Shuiwei, but she could always feel Xiao Fei's gaze on her. At this point, Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao also realized that Xiao Fei must have a thing for Tang Wanner, so they whispered to each other. "Look at the fourth brother in Tang Wanner, they both have feelings for each other, but they're both holding back." Xiao Wei laughed and shook his head. Shen Xiao laughed along, "Why don't we give them a chance?" The two of them smiled at each other, understanding each other's thoughts. Shen Xiao deliberately said loudly, "Oops, this wine is a bit boring, so why don't we play a little game?" Everyone responded. "Let's play riddles, and whoever guesses wrong will have to do the truth or dare," Xiao Wei suggested. In the first round, Tang Wanner guessed wrong. "Huh, Tang Wanner, truth or dare?" Shen Xiao asked with a smile. Tang Wanner hesitated for a moment and chose truth. Xiao Wei immediately asked, "Among the boys here, is there anyone you're attracted to?" Tang Wanner's face immediately turned red, and she glanced at Xiao Fei unconsciously and whispered, "There's one, I guess." Everyone started to tease. "Who is it, Wanner? Tell us." Jiang Shuiwei flashed a sinister smile. "I don't know, you guess." Tang Wanner naturally couldn't just blurt it out. But Xiao Fei felt a rush of joy in his heart. The three girls' faces did look a little bad. Just now, when they were looking for a topic of conversation with Xiao Fei, they could clearly feel his impatience, and they also noticed that Xiao Fei was peeking at Tang Wanner's reaction. Although Tang Wanner is their friend, when they meet such an outstanding man, who would want to let him go? But it seems that there is no chance now. After a few more rounds, Xiao Fei unfortunately answered incorrectly again. "Xiao Fei, why don't you answer the question you just asked Tang Shuijie?" Lin Chen said deliberately. Xiao Fei glanced at Lin Chen with slight gratitude. "Good brother. Of course there is." After Xiao Fei said that, he also glanced at Tang Wanner's reaction. Seeing that Tang Wanner slightly and unnaturally stroked her hair, he was happy again. He didn't know why, but he had a good impression of Tang Wanner as soon as he saw her. He had to know that he was the young master of the Imperial Capital University. He had seen countless women, but this was the first time he had such a feeling for a woman. Just as everyone was having a good time, the three girls felt bored when they saw that Xiao Fei still hadn't noticed them. One of the girls said, "Oops, we have something to do, so we'll go first." "Wanner, Shuiwei, you guys have fun. Leaving already? Why don't you stay a little longer?" Tang Wanner was a little happy, but her face remained expressionless. "No, no." After the three girls had finished speaking, they got up and left. Xiao Fei felt a lot better when he saw the three girls leave. He and Tang Wanner were originally separated by three girls, but now that the three girls had left, he moved directly to Tang Wanner's side. The atmosphere on the booth did not become desolate with their departure, but instead became even more lively due to the growing intimacy between Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner. Xiao Fei mustered his courage and poured a glass of wine for Tang Wanner, saying, "Tang Beauty, here, cheers." Tang Wanner smiled, took the glass, and lightly touched Xiao Fei's glass. At this time, the music suddenly became soothing, and the lights became soft. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei glanced at each other, got up in tacit agreement, and said, "Let's go to the dance floor and dance for a while, you guys chat slowly." Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao followed suit and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner were the only ones left in the booth. Chapter 55 System Mission released again. They sat quietly, and no one spoke first. But there was an indescribable sentiment in the air. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wanner and was a little nervous. His gaze was fixed tightly on Tang Wanner's face, her delicate features, her slightly flushed cheeks, every part of her made his heart flutter. Xiao Fei wanted to find a topic to talk about with Tang Wanner, but his head was blank. Tang Wanner was also unsettled. She could feel Xiao Fei's burning gaze, and she also had an inexplicable fondness for Xiao Fei, but she wasn't sure if this feeling was just a momentary impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was still a young master, and it was hard to guarantee his character. After a moment, Xiao Fei spoke first. "Beautiful Tang, you just said that you have a fondness for one of the boys here. May I ask who it is?" Xiao Fei's eyes were full of expectation, and he just stared straight at Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner's face flushed slightly, and the blush was as delicate and charming as a blooming peach blossom. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. So which girl here did you say you had a crush on? Tang Wanner didn't know how to answer, so she asked in return. But Xiao Fei was not at all shy. Without hesitation, he said, at that time, I had a crush on you. Miss Tang, why don't we add each other on Super Letter and get to know each other? After Xiao Fei finished speaking, he nervously looked at Tang Wanner, afraid that she would refuse. Even his palms were slightly sweating. At this moment, Tang Wanner only felt her face burning fiercely. She touched her cheeks with her hand, then took out her phone and opened the Super Letter QR code. Here, you add it. In the future, don't call me Tang Beauty, it's weird. Anyway, I'm older than you, just call me Wanner. Tang Wanner's voice was very soft, completely different from her usual carefree self. Xiao Fei was delighted and quickly added her as a friend on his phone, afraid that Tang Wanner might suddenly change her mind. Great, Wanner, I've added you as a friend. Xiao Fei couldn't help but grin when he saw the prompt on his phone that his friend had accepted. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. I'm not telling you, you can guess. Tang Wanner gave a slight smile, her smile like the spring breeze, which made Xiao Fei's heart flutter. Xiao Fei was also puzzled at the moment. He had seen many girls who were more beautiful than Tang Wanner, so why did he have no resistance to Tang Wanner? Just then, a young man dressed in a smart manner picked up a glass of wine and walked over with a smile on his face. Xiao Xiao, can we get to know each other? My name is Dong Hao, I am the son of Dong Fong, the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. Dong Hao was here with friends, and when he saw the manager of Tup treating the man in front of him with such respect, and the man had even ordered 2 sets of the Great Dragon, he became interested in making friends with him. Later, he saw the words "Thank you Xiao Xiao" on the big screen, and then he saw that there was only that Xiao Xiao and a woman sitting in the booth, so he came over to get to know him. Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner were chatting, and when they were interrupted by Dong Hao, they frowned, and they were a little displeased. Di Hao Hotel? Isn't this the boss's hotel? Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei also lifted a glass of wine and clinked it with Dong Hao. His actions were a bit perfunctory, and he was obviously unhappy about Dong Hao's interruption. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he would have already asked him to leave. A hint of joy flashed across Dong Hao's face, and he then drained the glass of wine in one gulp. This is your sister-in-law, right? Your sister-in-law is really pretty. Dong Hao looked at Tang Wanner, who was sitting next to Xiao Fei, and flattered her. Xiao Fei felt a burst of relief and looked at Dong Hao with more favorable eyes. No, we're just friends. Tang Wanner hurriedly waved her hands to explain. You sit. Xiao Fei didn't give Tang Wanner the chance to continue explaining and smiled at Dong Hao. Dong Hao hurriedly sat down when he heard this. You're the son of the general manager of the Di Hao Hotel? Xiao Fei asked. Yes, Dong Fong is my father. Dong Hao nodded. Then why didn't you come over to say hello when my boss was here just now? You don't know my boss, do you? Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with a strange expression on his face. Tang Wanner's curiosity was also aroused. She knew about the Di Hao Hotel too. It was one of the most high-end hotels in the entire Tianfu city, with very high prices, and was a place where many powerful people gathered for dinner. Xiao Fei actually said that the owner of the Di Hao Hotel was at their table just now. Could it be Lin Chen? Dong Hao was a little confused at this time. Xiao Xiao, may I ask, is your boss? Dong Hao asked tentatively as he looked at Xiao Fei. My boss is Lin Chen. Dong Hao suddenly became a little excited. His father had recently been talking about a new boss, a young man who had bought up all the shares of the Imperial Hotel in one go. It was very likely that he was the heir to a super wealthy family. Dong Hao had always wanted to find a chance to get to know him, but he never expected to meet Lin Dong's friend by chance today. Yes. I haven't met Mr. Lin, so I didn't recognize him just now. Dong Hao said in some embarrassment to defend himself. It's fine, you lucky kid, you sit here and play for a while, the boss should be back in a while. Xiao Fei smiled and then ignored Dong Hao, turning to chat with Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner was also a little surprised at the moment, not expecting the big boss of the Imperial Hotel to be the boyfriend of her best friend. Then will I be able to go for free meals a lot in the future? Soon, Lin Chen and the others all returned. Seeing everyone return, Dong Hao stood up a little nervously. Seeing that there was an unfamiliar man in the booth, Chen Xiao asked with some confusion. Fourth brother, do you know him? Xiao Fei shook his head and said with a smile. I don't know him, but he wants to get to know the boss. Lin Chen looked at this person with some confusion. He really didn't know him, did he? Hello everyone, my name is Dong Hao. I am the son of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. Dong Hao's attitude was a little humble. Oh? You are Dong Fang's son? Lin Chen asked with interest as he looked at Dong Hao. Dong Hao immediately knew who Lin Chen was and hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and bowed. Hello, Lin Xiao. I am Dong Fang's son. Dong Hao's attitude was very respectful, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him and admired him a little. No wonder he is Dong Fang's son, he knows how to judge the situation. Both father and son are talented. Lin Chen nodded. Since you are Dong Fang's son, have a seat. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Dong Hao said humbly before sitting down. Ding. System has issued a task. Recruit Dong Hao to work for you. Reward, 100% stake in Longhu Games Company, Ltd. The system has actually issued another task? Lin Chen couldn't help but take a few more looks at Dong Hao. For the system to issue a task specifically for him, he must be no ordinary person. Dong Hao, what do you do? Chapter 56 I've got Longhu Games. Lin Xiao, I'm making games now. Dong Hao quickly replied. Sure enough. Do you want to work with me? Lin Chen asked directly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuewei and Xiao Fei and the others all looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dong Hao was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to just meet Lin Chen and then be ready to recruit him. Is he Dong Hao still a talent? Dong Hao was a bit embarrassed. He just wanted to make games. He came over to get to know Xiao Fei for the sake of games, thinking that if he could get along with this second-generation rich kid, he could invest in him to make games. Lin Chen saw that Dong Hao was embarrassed, so he asked again. Dong Hao, do you know Longhu Games? Lin Xiao, I know Longhu Games. It is a large domestic game company that has made many popular games. Games like Return of the Heroes and Bubble Wars were all made by their company. Dong Hao's eyes sparkled when he talked about games. Lin Chen admired people like this, who could assess the situation and were capable. Perhaps, after all, the system had issued a task specifically for him. If you work with me, I'll let you go to Longhu Games and be in charge of a project you want to do. Lin Chen said to Dong Hao, looking him earnestly in the eye. Dong Hao was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that Longhu Games was this Lin Xiao's company? Dong Hao was instantly excited, and even his body was shaking. He wanted to make a AAA game with the theme of the Xia dynasty myth, but it seemed whimsical to others. Therefore, he had submitted it to many companies, but no one wanted it. Dongfang also did not support him in making games. He was forced to the point where he had to start his own small company and take things one step at a time. That was why he wanted to get those second-generation rich kids to invest. But now Lin Chen said that he could directly join Longhu Games and let him lead a project he wanted to do. This was like a dream, right? Lin Xiao, are you serious? You really can let me lead a project in Longhu Games? Dong Hao stood up excitedly. He didn't doubt Lin Chen, a young master of this caliber would not disdain to deceive a small person like him. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Good. Lin Xiao, Dong Hao, will follow you from now on. Dong Hao saw this and nodded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed the task. Longhu Games Company, Limited has been credited to your name. Lin Chen appeared to be unruffled, but inside he was beaming. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I said I would do. Lin Chen said to Dong Hao with a pleasant smile on his face. Thank you, Lin Xiao. I toast you. Dong Hao said, pouring a full glass of wine into his glass, and then tilting his head back and gulping it down. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen straight on. Longhu Games is also yours? It's mine now. Lin Chen said with a smile. When did you acquire it? How come I didn't know about it? Zhang Xuewei leaned into Lin Chen's ear and whispered. Lin Chen took Zhang Xuewei in his arms. Just now. Lin Chen said into Zhang Xuewei's ear. Everyone at the table looked away and pretended not to see. Dong Hao also looked away when he saw this. Zhang Xuewei felt the hot breath from Lin Chen tickling her ears. What are you doing, you rascal? There are so many people here. Zhang Xuewei's pretty face turned red, and she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. After Zhang Xuewei broke free from Lin Chen's embrace, she coughed lightly to try to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone also withdrew their gazes and continued the previous topic, as if the scene that just happened had never happened. Boss, you really are impressive. This Longhu game is well known in the industry, and the result is also an industry under your name. Xiao Fei sighed with emotion. Now it is known that the Penguin shareholder and the owner of the Dihao Hotel, and now there is one more owner of Longhu Games. He still drives a Lamborghini, and no Lin family is this rich. Lin Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Lin Xiao, don't worry, I will not let you down, I will do my best to make a game that will amaze everyone. Dong Hao looked at Lin Chen gratefully. Lin Chen nodded. Boss, cheers. Today the 5 of us must drink 2 cups. Xiao Wei lifted a glass of wine and gestured for Lin Chen to sit over. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei didn't want Lin Chen to drink too much, but since they were all his brothers, he couldn't stop him, so he could only reluctantly nod and agree. Lin Chen then sat over to Xiao Wei's side. Chen Xiao wasn't very good at drinking, and seeing that everyone was in high spirits, he hesitated, but didn't want to dampen everyone's mood. He forced a smile and excused himself. Well, my tolerance is really limited, so I'll just drink a little. However, Xiao Fei and the others were unwilling to let him off the hook, and they all said in unison. Chen Xiao, it's such a happy day, you can't ruin the mood. Chen Xiao had no choice but to drink a little against his will. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone talked about everything under the sun. However, Chen Xiao gradually felt dizzy and his face flushed unnaturally. He tried hard to stay awake, but the wine started to take effect and his consciousness began to blur. Damn it, did you guys drug me? Why do I feel so dizzy? After saying this, Chen Xiao fell over onto the table and didn't move. Seeing this, everyone was first taken aback and then burst out laughing. Xiao Fei laughed and said, Chen Xiao, this guy, said he couldn't drink, and after just a little, he's already out. Xiao Wei also teased. Chen Xiao's drinking capacity is really appallingly poor. Lin Chen looked at the drunk Chen Xiao, shook his head helplessly, and said to everyone. Okay, Chen Xiao has done his best. Let's not drink too much. That's enough for today. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shui Wei, why don't you sleep at my place tonight? Lin Chen asked Zhang Shui Wei softly. Zhang Shui Wei blushed and whispered a faint yes. Oh, Shui Wei, you're off having fun, so I'll have to go back to school by myself. Tang Waner laughed. Zhang Shui Wei's face flushed even more. Sister Waner, why don't I give you a ride back to school? We go to the same school anyway. Xiao Fei quickly invited. Tang Waner hesitated a little. Looks like someone isn't going back to school alone, but with a handsome guy. Zhang Shuawei also giggled when she found the opportunity. Tang Waner glared at Zhang Shuawei, then nodded in response to Xiao Fei's hopeful gaze. That's fine, thank you. No trouble at all. It's my pleasure to give you a ride back, Sister Waner. Xiao Fei immediately beamed. Xiao Fei then asked a top receptionist who hadn't drunk to drive his car and take the 2 of them back. Xiao Wei looked helplessly as Xiao Fei led Tang Waner out of the tub. Then he looked down at Chen Xiao, who was asleep on the booth seat. What am I supposed to do without you, you bastard? Chapter 57 Love Me Well. Dong Hao, add a green bubble so I can contact you. Lin Chen said, opening his friend's QR code. Dong Hao quickly scanned and added him as a friend. Thank you, Lin Xiao. You're welcome, just do a good job with the game. Lin Chen smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Wei again. Lao San, call a taxi, I'll go first. Lin Chen finished and pulled Zhang Shuawei out of the bar. Brother Hao, give me a hand. Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei arrived at the site of the poison. Chen, do you really want me to drive? I haven't driven much since I got my license. It would be a shame if I wrecked the car. Zhang Shuawei said worriedly. Lin Chen didn't care. It's fine, you can drive if you want. Zhang Shuawei had no choice but to get into the driver's seat. Zhang Shuawei took a deep breath and carefully started the poison. The car emitted a low rumble, as if a beast was ready to pounce. She gripped the steering wheel nervously, her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding road conditions. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking at Zhang Shuawei with a relaxed expression. Don't be nervous, just drive as if it were an ordinary car, he reassured her. Zhang Shuawei nodded slightly, but perspiration still appeared on the palms of her hands. She slowly pressed the accelerator, and the poison drove forward smoothly. As the car moved, Zhang Shuawei's nervousness gradually eased. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. The pedestrians on the road cast envious glances, and Zhang Shuawei felt a surge of pride. She glanced at Lin Chen and saw that he was smiling at her. How was it? Not nervous now, is it? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Shuawei gave a bright smile. Well, that's better, she said. Driving poison at high speed on the road, Jiang Shuawei's driving skills became more and more proficient. It was already a little past midnight, and the Yulan Holy Court Villa area was quiet. Jiang Shuawei slowly drove poison in, and the roar of the car was especially clear in the silent night. As soon as the security guard at the gate saw the car, he knew that Lin Chen had returned, and quickly raised the railings. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen nervously. Ah Chen, it's so late, where should I park? Lin Chen gave a slight smile. You must have driven into the garage, just drive straight in, the garage door will open by itself. Jiang Shuawei nodded, and then drove the car to the entrance of the garage. The cameras on both sides of the garage door recognized the license plate number, and then the garage door slowly rose. Wow, it's quite high-end. Jiang Shuawei's face was full of wonder as she carefully drove the car into the garage. The sleek body of the poison car shimmered with an enchanting luster in the light. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and said, "Let's go inside." Okay. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed faintly as she obediently nodded. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked into the villa. The soft lighting enveloped the entire space like a veil, creating an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. Walking into the living room, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly fell on the wine cabinet next to him. His mouth curled up slightly, and he turned to Jiang Shuawei and said, "How about we drink some more?" Jiang Shuawei blushed and nodded gently. Lin Chen opened the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine and a few delicate stemware glasses. He slowly poured the red wine into the glasses, and the deep red liquid shimmered with a seductive luster in the light. Lin Chen handed a glass of red wine to Jiang Shuawei, and the two of their fingers lightly touched, as if an electric current had suddenly passed through them. They looked at each other, raised their glasses and took a sip, the mellow aroma of the wine spreading in their mouths. As glass after glass of red wine went down, the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Lin Chen's eyes became more and more fervent, and Jiang Shuawei's cheeks also flushed with a charming blush. Their bodies unconsciously drew closer together, their breathing mingling together. Just as the two were about to succumb to the ambiguous atmosphere, Jiang Shuawei blushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, and said, "Ah Chen, I want to go take a shower first." Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, and then revealed a gentle smile. "Okay, I'll take you." He then took Jiang Shuawei's hand and led her into the bathroom and the bedroom. After Jiang Shuawei entered the bathroom, she realized that she had not brought any change of clothes. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, opened the bathroom door, and called out softly, "Chen, I don't have any clothes." Lin Chen was slightly startled, and then found a shirt of his own and handed it to her. Lin Chen listened to the sound of rushing water in the bathroom, and felt that his second younger brother could no longer wait and was ready to attack. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Jiang Shuawei walked out wearing Lin Chen's shirt, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders. The loose shirt she was wearing revealed her fair legs, making her look exceptionally sexy. Lin Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to her, and he stared at Jiang Shuawei in a daze. Jiang Shuawei felt a little shy when he looked at her, and she lowered her head slightly, her blush becoming more obvious. "What's wrong, Chen?" Lin Chen slowly walked towards Jiang Shuawei, gently lifting her chin, his eyes full of deep affection. "Shuawei, you're so beautiful." Lin Chen put his arms around Jiang Shuawei, then picked her up in a princess carry as she let out a startled cry, and placed her on the bed. Jiang Shuawei fell onto the bed, her face flushed. Lin Chen supported himself on Jiang Shuawei's body, and the two of them locked eyes. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shuawei's lips. The kiss was passionate and deep, full of longing and love. Jiang Shuawei closed her eyes and responded to Lin Chen's kiss. Lin Chen's hand gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's cheek, then slowly moved down her neck, across her collarbone. Jiang Shuawei trembled slightly, and a strange and intense feeling welled up in her body. Lin Chen's kiss became even more fervent, moving from Jiang Shuawei's lips to her earlobes, nibbling gently. Jiang Shuawei let out a soft moan, and this sound ignited Lin Chen's heart like a fuse. Lin Chen looked up and kissed Jiang Shuawei's lips again. Their tongues entwined, their breaths mingling together. Lin Chen's body pressed against Jiang Shuawei's, and he could feel her softness and warmth. Jiang Shuawei's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and soon she was stripped naked by Lin Chen. Her perfect figure was completely revealed to Lin Chen's eyes. A flash of astonishment and love crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen looked into Jiang Shuawei's eyes and whispered, Shuowei, I love you. Tears glistened in Jiang Shuowei's eyes as she nodded gently and said, Chen, I love you too. Love me well. Lin Chen leaned into Jiang Shuowei's ear, his heavy breathing hitting her ear. I will love you well, Shuowei. The moon in the sky seemed to shyly cover its eyes, omitting 1,000 words at this moment. Chapter 58 It hurts a little. The next day, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and woke the two sleeping people. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shuowei, who was still asleep next to him. Her face was tinged with a hint of weariness and contentment, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like butterfly wings. A wave of tenderness welled up in Lin Chen's heart, and he gently kissed her forehead. Jiang Shuowei seemed to feel Lin Chen's actions and slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Chen looking at her tenderly, and a blush rose to her face. Good morning. Jiang Shuowei said softly. Good morning. Lin Chen smiled and responded, reaching out to take her in his arms. Jiang Shuowei leaned against Lin Chen's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat, feeling full of security. Yesterday Jiang Shuowei wanted to say something but stopped, and the blush on her face became even more obvious. Lin Chen knew what she wanted to say, and stroked her hair gently, saying, Yesterday was wonderful, and we will always be this happy in the future. Jiang Shuowei nodded, her eyes shining with happiness. They embraced in bed for a while before getting ready to get up. Jiang Shuowei frowned. What's wrong, Shuowei? Lin Chen asked with concern. Jiang Shuowei blushed, bit her lip, and whispered, It hurts a little. Lin Chen instantly understood what she meant, and his heart was full of guilt and pain. He tightly embraced Jiang Shuowei in his arms and said tenderly, Baby, I'm sorry for making you suffer. You just rest, and I'll go buy you something to eat. Jiang Shuofei quickly shook her head and refused. Ah Chen, it's okay, I still have to go back to school for class later, so let's just go out to eat together. Lin Chen frowned and said with some concern. But aren't you in a lot of pain? Jiang Shuowei smiled and said, It's okay, it will get better with time. Lin Chen couldn't convince Jiang Shuowei, so he had to give up. Jiang Shuowei leaned against the bed and rested for a while. After a while, she felt slightly better and decided to get up and go out. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuowei get up with difficulty and was full of pain in his heart. He quickly helped Jiang Shuowei up and said, Shuowei, you really don't have to rush off to school, why don't you take a day off? Jiang Shuowei firmly shook her head and said, No, I can't, I have an important class today, I can't be late. Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuowei's resolute attitude and had to give up. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuowei change her clothes, and the unintentionally exposed piece of snow-white skin was as pure and alluring as the first snow. He felt a sudden jolt in his heart, and his gaze seemed to be firmly attracted, unable to move. Instantly, the familiar restlessness in his body began to stir again. There is no Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a stand. Lin Chen hurriedly recited scriptures in his heart, over and over again, trying to suppress the urge that almost burst out. He closed his eyes tightly and took a few deep breaths. After a while, he finally managed to suppress the restlessness. After tidying up, Lin Chen drove the luxury car and slowly drove Jiang Shuowei out of the Yulan Holy Court. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to take Jiang Shuowei to the luxurious Dihao Hotel for breakfast. However, Jiang Shuowei was worried about being late, so they could only buy soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns on the side of the road. The passers-by around them were shocked when they saw this scene. Driving a supercar but buying soy milk and fried dough sticks on the side of the road was indeed a rare sight. Everyone looked on curiously, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Just then, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen was concentrating on driving and couldn't answer the phone. Shui Wei, answer it for me. Lin Chen whispered. Jiang Shui Wei obediently took the phone out of Lin Chen's trouser pocket, and in the process of taking the phone, she mischievously pinched Lin Chen's sensitive area. This sudden little action made Lin Chen's body stiffen, and he almost didn't hold the steering wheel. Lu Shu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Dong, this is Lu Shu. President Ma Tang will probably arrive at the Imperial Hotel at 10:30. Do you have time? Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of urgency. She was relieved to see that Lin Chen had finally answered the phone. She had not received a reply after sending Lin Chen a message last night, and she was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She sent a message to Lin Chen early this morning, but Lin Chen didn't reply, as if he had disappeared and gone into hiding. She couldn't hold back any longer, so she called Lin Chen, and fortunately got through. Lin Chen glanced at the time, it was only just after 9. Okay, no problem, where is Lu Hai? Lu Shu hurriedly replied. Lu Hai just got off the plane and will probably be at the Imperial Villa in a while. Okay, I was distracted last night and didn't pay attention to my phone, I'll contact him later. Lin Chen said casually. Okay, Lin Dong, then I won't bother you. Lin Chen nodded, and then let Jiang Shuawei hang up the phone. Wow. Chen, Lama wants to come and see you in person. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's Lao Ma. I don't think there are many people in the whole country who don't know Xiao Ma and Lao Ma, right? Their fame is like thunder, they are legendary figures in the business world. Yes, he wants me to sign an agreement of concerted action. Lin Chen nodded and said. What is an agreement of concerted action? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, her eyes full of curiosity. It means that no matter how many shares you have, after signing it, the decision-making power of the company will be in Ma Teng's hands, and I will only enjoy the dividends. Lin Chen thought about it and explained it in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Huh? Then why do you have to sign it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuawei frowned, full of confusion. Isn't this a tyrannical clause? That's why I won't sign a full concerted action agreement with him, I'll only sign a partial concerted action agreement at most. Lin Chen said calmly. Jiang Shuawei roughly knew what it meant just by hearing the name. It means that I still have the right to vote, but in some situations I have to listen to him? Yes. Lin Chen answered affirmatively. Oh, Jiang Shuawei nodded with a nod that seemed to understand but didn't. If it weren't for the fact that I have to go to a class, I would love to go with you to see what an old live horse is like. Jiang Shuawei muttered in frustration, her face showing a look of regret. What class do you have to go to? Lin Chen was a little curious. In his impression, aren't university classes elective classes that must be avoided and compulsory classes that are chosen to be avoided? That teacher is my mom's best friend, and she definitely knows that I've already returned to school. If I don't go, I won't be able to explain it. Jiang Shuawei said helplessly. Lin Chen suddenly realized why. Lin Chen was about to drive the car into the school, but Jiang Shuawei stopped him. I'll go in alone, aren't you still busy? I can go back by myself. Jiang Shuawei said, and gave Lin Chen a smiling peck on the cheek. Then she got out of the car without giving Lin Chen a chance to argue. Chapter 59 Ma Teng's arrival. Lin Chen had no choice but to get out of the car as well, and after parking the car by the roadside, he followed behind and took Jiang Shuawei's hand. When the surrounding students saw this, many of them took pictures. Holy shit! Isn't this Jiang Shuawei, the school flower, and her rich playboy boyfriend? How did they go from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't this the car that everyone at school is talking about? It's actually Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend's car. This is too exaggerated. I'll walk you to class. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and said gently. No need. You're in a hurry, so hurry up and go. Although Jiang Shuawei was very happy, she didn't want to keep Lin Chen waiting. It's fine, we'll make it. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked into the school, surrounded by the admiring glances of their classmates. Jiang Shuawei couldn't resist Lin Chen, so she just let him lead her forward. Ah Chen, you're so nice, but can you find my classroom? Lin Chen paused for a moment. Then he consciously let Jiang Shuawei walk in front of him. Lin Chen walked Jiang Shuawei all the way to the classroom door. Okay, this is our classroom. Jiang Shuawei smiled sweetly. Okay, then I'll go first, I'll pick you up for lunch. Okay. Jiang Shuawei poked her toes up and kissed Lin Chen, then ran into the classroom. Lin Chen's phone vibrated a little, and when he opened it, he saw a message from Lu Hai. Lin Dong, I'm already at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. Okay, just tell them your name. Immediately after sending the message, Lin Chen called Dong Fang. Lin Dong, you wanted to see me? There's someone downstairs named Lu Hai. Have someone take him to the Imperial Hotel conference room. Lin Chen said to Dong Fang on the phone as he rushed off campus. Okay, Lin Dong. Lin Chen hung up the phone and walked for a while before re-entering the school gate. He drove away in the poison, surrounded by the envious stares of the crowd. It wasn't long before Lin Chen slowly pulled up in the eye-catching Lamborghini Poison in the parking lot of the Imperial Hotel. The hotel lobby was resplendent with gold and silver, and the huge crystal chandelier radiated a dazzling light. The staff members saw Lin Chen and respectfully bowed. Dong Fang was already waiting for him. Lin Dong, Mr. Liu is waiting for you in the meeting room. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Where is the contract I asked you to prepare for me? Dongfang hurriedly handed Lin Chen a contract upon hearing this. Lin Chen opened it briefly and then walked straight to the meeting room with Dongfang. When Lin Chen arrived at the meeting room, Lu Hai was already sitting inside. Dongfang was very sensible and did not follow. Lu Hai was also very anxious at the moment. You have to know that this person is a big shot who owns 10% of the shares of Penguin, which would be worth hundreds of billions of RMB if converted into cash. Lu Hai hurriedly stood up and respectfully called out when he saw Lin Chen walk into the meeting room. Good day, Chairman Lin. Don't be so formal, sit. Lu Hai waited until Lin Chen had sat down before sitting down himself. After the two took their seats, Lin Chen looked at Lu Hai and said slowly, Lu Hai, I believe you are fully prepared for our meeting today. The reason I chose you as my personal secretary is not only because of Lu Shu, but also because I value your abilities. Lu Hai listened carefully to Lin Chen's words, his eyes full of determination. Chairman Lin, thank you for your trust. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. He then handed Lu Hai the contract. Take a look and sign it if there are no problems. Lu Hai took the contract and read it carefully. The terms of the contract were clear and the treatment was generous, fully reflecting Lin Chen's attention to him. After reading the contract, Lu Hai looked up and said to Lin Chen, Director Lin, I don't have any questions about the contract. I am very honored to be your personal secretary, and I will work hard to contribute all my strength to your career development. Lin Chen nodded with a smile and said, Good, then sign it. After signing the contract, Lin Chen stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hai. Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu. Lu Hai shook Lin Chen's hand firmly, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Chairman Lin, for giving me this opportunity. I will work hard. It wasn't long before Ma Tang arrived at the Imperial Hotel. Lin Chen even went down to the lobby to personally greet him. Lin Chen straightened his suit and walked with a steady pace towards the hotel lobby. He was a little nervous. After all, Ma Tang was a legend in the business world. Few people could match his ability to build a business empire of such scale with just one hand. Lin Chen and Lu Hai walked into the lobby, where Dong Fangzheng was greeting Ma Tang and a few other people with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Ma, I'm Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen had been mentally prepared, knowing that he was only a freshman, he was still surprised when he saw him. Lin Chen in front of him was so young, but he had such extraordinary achievements in the business world, which was really impressive. Lin Dong, I have heard your name for a long time, and today I see you for the first time. You really are a hero born in his teens. Ma Tang smiled and extended his hand. Lin Chen also shook Ma Tang's hand in response, saying, Ma Dong is too kind. You are the business legend, and I still have a lot to learn from you. The atmosphere among the group was very dull, with only Ma Tang and Lin Chen chatting and laughing along the way. When they arrived in the meeting room, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After sitting down, Ma Tang spoke first. Lin Dong, you know the purpose of my visit this time, which is to discuss the concerted action agreement. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. I know, but I definitely will not sign the full concerted action agreement. I will sign the partial concerted action agreement if you, Chairman Ma, offer the right price. Ma Tang was silent for a while, exchanged a few words with the people around him, and then looked back at Lin Chen. 5 billion renminbi. Lin Chen was actually very satisfied. After all, even if Penguin handed him the reins, he would not do as well as Ma Tang. He just needed to shrug his shoulders and wait quietly for his share of the profits. And now it was already very good to be able to fleece Ma Tang a little. Okay. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. After some discussion and negotiation, the two sides finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial concert party agreement. After signing the contract, Ma Tang looked at Lin Chen and a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Lin Dong, you are indeed a rare business partner. I believe our cooperation will be a great success. Lin Chen responded with a smile. President Ma, I also look forward to our cooperation bringing greater development opportunities for both sides. It's getting late, why don't we have lunch at Imperial? Chapter 60 I'm serious. Let's forget about it this time, I still need to go to the headquarters of Penguin Tianfu City later. Ma Tang smiled and declined. That's a pity. Lin Chen was a little disappointed, as he had wanted to invite Ma Tang to stay for dinner. There will be opportunities in the future, Mr. Lin. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Chen shook Ma Tang's hand and then escorted him out of the Dihao Hotel. Lin Dong, you're actually the majority shareholder of Penguin. Dong Fong said to Lin Chen with some excitement after Ma Tang left. At this point, he finally believed what Lin Chen had told him before. Dihao may not be unable to leave Tianfu City in the future. Lin Chen just smiled faintly. My girlfriend and I will come for dinner later. Okay, Lin Dong. Dong Fong quickly agreed. After leaving the house, Lin Chen went straight to Suzhou University. When Lin Chen arrived at the main entrance, Zhang Shuawei was already waiting, accompanied by Tang Wanner. Lin Chen stopped in front of the two. Are you going to have dinner with us, Miss Tang? Lin Chen asked doubtfully. His car could only seat 2 people. Young Master Lin is so rich, I have to get some free meals. Tang Wanner said with a smile. Oh, Wanner doesn't need you to worry about her, someone will come pick her up later. Zhang Shuawei opened the car door and got in. Just then, a blue Porsche 918 drove up. It stopped behind Lin Chen's car. Then a familiar head poked out of the car window. Sister Wanner, get in the car quickly. Xiao Fei waved excitedly towards Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner looked at Xiao Fei's car and was a little surprised. But then she thought, if Xiao Fei can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a drink, what's wrong with driving a supercar? So she just walked up to the passenger seat of Xiao Fei's car. Chen, what kind of car is Xiao Fei driving? Zhang Shuawei looked at Xiao Fei's car and was also a little curious. Lin Chen took a closer look. The Porsche 918 is worth more than 10 million. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, it looks pretty good, but it's not as good as our car. Zhang Shuawei kissed Lin Chen on the cheek and said with a smile. Lin Chen petted Zhang Shuawei's hair affectionately. Boss, let's go. I'm hungry. Xiao Fei's voice came from behind. Lin Chen stuck out the car window and gave a middle finger, then the engine roared with a low but powerful sound and they drove off. Xiao Fei hurriedly followed behind. The 2 supercars raced down the road one after the other, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wow, these 2 cars are so cool. A young man said excitedly. Only rich people can afford such luxury cars. The person next to him agreed. Hearing what you said, it's like Zhuangzhou taking a purification. As they got closer and closer to the Dihao Hotel, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down. They parked the car safely in the Dihao Hotel parking lot and got out together. After parking the car, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walked into the Imperial Hotel with Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wanner. Dong Fong respectfully led the way and took them to the Tianzi No. 1 private room. In a moment, the waiter came in with the menu and politely handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen handed the menu to Zhang Shuawei and said with a smile. Shuawei, you order the food. Zhang Shuawei took the menu and began to look at it carefully. Tang Wanner, who was standing next to her, also curiously leaned over to take a look. When Tang Wanner's eyes fell on the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but slightly widen her eyes. An Australian lobster was priced at a whopping 5,000 yuan per serving. The top-grade Wagyu beefsteak cost over 10,000 yuan per serving, and the price of the rare seafood sashimi platter was even more staggering. Tang Wanner secretly sighed to herself, thinking that the lives of the rich really are different. Zhang Shuawei ordered a few dishes she liked and handed the menu to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the menu again, added a few specialty dishes, and handed the menu to the waiter. The waiter nodded with a smile and turned to notify the kitchen to prepare the dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Xiao Fei kept secretly watching Tang Wanner and occasionally found topics to chat with her. Sister Wanner, are you tired from studying recently? Xiao Fei asked with a smile. Tang Wanner was momentarily taken aback, then replied, it's quite busy, but also very fulfilling. Xiao Fei quickly followed up, then you have to take care of your health, don't get too tired. If you have time, we can hang out together. Tang Wanner looked into Xiao Fei's sincere eyes and a feeling of joy welled up in her heart. But her heart was full of conflict and hesitation. She knew that Xiao Fei was very wealthy and had a superior family background, while she came from an ordinary family. The gap between them was so great that she couldn't help but doubt the sincerity of Xiao Fei's feelings for her. She remembered the story she had heard before about rich kids playing with relationships, and her heart couldn't help but worry. She was afraid that she was just a plaything for Xiao Fei's whims, and that after the novelty wore off, she would be ruthlessly abandoned. Moreover, she was also worried that she would not be able to fit into Xiao Fei's social circle or adapt to his lifestyle. She glanced at Xiao Fei secretly and pondered in her heart. Xiao Fei is indeed very handsome, charming, and very gentle and considerate towards her. But can all this really last? She wasn't sure. She felt that she should remain rational and not let her emotions get the better of her. At this time, the waiters began to serve the food one after the other. One exquisite dish after another was placed on the table, exuding a tempting aroma. The bright red shell of the Australian lobster, the even fat texture of the Wagyu beef steak, and the fresh color of the seafood sashimi platter all made people drool. Xiao Fei saw Tang Wanner's surprised expression and said with a smile, "Wanner, try it. I knew the food here was really delicious last time I came here with boss." With that, he picked up the serving chopsticks and picked a piece of lobster meat for Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner took it with some embarrassment and took a small bite. The tender shrimp meat and rich flavor made her exclaim. During the meal, Xiao Fei kept picking food for Tang Wanner and taking care of her tastes. Lin Chen watched Xiao Fei's actions and nodded to himself. However, he was still a little worried about whether Xiao Fei's feelings for Tang Wanner were serious. After all, Xiao Fei's previous life was very extravagant. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Lin Chen quietly approached Xiao Fei and asked seriously, "Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Wanner? Your previous life was so extravagant, so don't just be playing around." Xiao Fei quickly said seriously, "Lin Good, don't worry, I really like Sister Wanner. I know that my previous lifestyle may make people feel unreliable, but I will definitely change." Lin Chen nodded slightly after hearing Xiao Fei's words. "Good, I hope you can keep your word. Tang Shui and Shui Wei are best friends. If you really have impure motives, I won't let you off the hook." "Don't worry, boss, if I really get Wanner, I promise to be devoted to her," Xiao Fei answered very seriously. On the other side, Jiang Shui Wei also quietly asked Tang Wanner, "Wanner, are you really interested in Xiao Fei?" Tang Wanner blushed and nodded shyly. "But I think he is very rich, and I am a bit unworthy of him. And I am also worried that he is only interested in me for a while, just for fun, so I want to observe him more." Jiang Shui Wei took Tang Wanner's hand and comforted her. "Wanner, don't think like that. Relationships are not divided into rich and poor. As long as you genuinely like each other, you will definitely be able to go on. But you really should observe him more. I will ask Lin Chen to keep a close eye on Xiao Fei, and I definitely won't do you any harm."